Good morning, everyone.
Good morning,
Good
sir.
morning,
Good
sir.
morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
So, is there any new students to my class, or did everyone attended my class already?
New student.
So, how
New
many of them are
student.
new students? Just give a count: one, two, three, like that.
One.
Two.
3.
4.
So, I guess only 4 students are new to my class. The rest, other all the 20 other students have already attended my class. Can I assume that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hello. Let's start today. Now, as you're already aware, now we are discussing economics and BCT in this next 6 days, including today. So what we are going to do is first we will complete with economics. Then we will come into your BCK, business commercial knowledge. So did everyone have completed your economics portions at least once? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Have you people
Yes, sir.
completed, or is there anyone? No, sir, I have not yet completed. I need to still complete. Anyone in the class who is still yet to complete economic portions? I guess everyone has completed an economics at least once. Can I assume it?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Sure. Now make sure that you have a pen and a book, or at least you have something to write by yourself when I'm saying something. Make sure that you have some book and a pen with you. Does everyone have a book and a pen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's start. Now, what is the chapter 1 in economics?
Nature.
Chapter 1 in economics.
Introduction to economics.
Nature and scope of business economics.
Yeah. It is nothing but introductory chapter to business economics, and make sure that this chapter we will take it at last. I don't want to take this chapter 1 at initially, we'll take it at last. Now, which is chapter 2?
Demand and supply.
Demand, supply, and consumer behavior. Is it true?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, mark this chapter as important. Next, which is chapter 3?
Theory of production and cost.
Theory of production and cost. Next, chapter 4.
Meaning and types of market.
Different types of a market and meaning of a market. Chapter 5.
Business cycles.
Business cycle.
Business
Cycle.
cycle. Now, the first preference will be for chapter 2, that is demand, supply, and consumer behavior. Make it as number 1. That is what we will discuss it today. Next, we will discuss theory of production and theory of cost. That is your chapter 3. Next, we will discuss types and meaning of market. That is chapter 4. So this is the order. First we will discuss the chapter 2, then we come to chapter 3, then we come to chapter 4. And last we will come with your chapter 1 and chapter 5. It hardly takes few minutes to complete this chapter 5. It is a small chapter. And chapter 1, we will start connecting with what we have done in chapter 2, 3, and 4. Is it understood? Did everyone understood this particular theory, how we are going to explain the topics in the next few days?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now everyone, is it audible or are you facing any problem?
No, sir. No, sir.
No,
No,
sir.
sir.
Chalo, let's start then. Now come to chapter 2. I already hope everyone have got your material. I think the PDF material has been received
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
in a e-form. That is, they have, let me say, they have sent you in a group. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can you able to see this screen where you can see this Advice Learning CA Foundation? Is everyone able to see the screen, the material which has been shown?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, today let's start with your chapter 2, that is demand, supply, and consumer behavior.
Behavior.
Now, given heading, Unit 1, demand. Unit 1, demand. Now listen to me carefully for next 15 minutes. Then later on we'll come to this particular material. Then I will start explaining you in this material. Now everyone mute yourself and only listen. Only if you have any doubt, unmute yourself and you can ask me any doubts. Is it clear?
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Now you would have already learned this chapter. Many of them even you have learned it for a second time, third time, fourth time. And you also people know that this demand is a very basic topic. With the help of demand, now we will start connecting every other aspect. So the very basic chapter which you need to 100%, which you need to make sure that you know this particular topic very well. So please concentrate on this particular topic, demand, because this demand is a base for every other particular topics in economics. Now when we say, what exactly do we mean by demand? Now sir, every single day as a human being we keep on purchasing some commodity. Whenever I go and purchase, it creates a demand. That is what we have learned in a layman sense. Now boss, it is not just only through a layman sense, there is something beyond a layman sense. That is what we need to understand. Now let me take up with an example. As I always go with the example wise, now we will understand major, let me say the major concept only through an example base. Now assuming Shashikiran, myself, I wanted to purchase an equipment called as A, material A, or let me name it as a chocolate. Now I wanted to purchase a chocolate. Now I went for a store, I demanded a particular chocolate, a particular shopkeeper gave me a chocolate. I paid a price for that particular chocolate, then I came back. Now boss, when I went there, I'm not only just purchasing it, I'm also giving something called as money. That money is important for a demand. Now, unless and until you don't pay price for a commodity, it does not constitute demand. The very first basic important thing which you need to understand in a demand chapter is price. Sir, price is the most important factor of a demand. Now, sir, I went, I ordered a commodity, I paid a price for a commodity, then I received a particular commodity. Now, boss, without price, there won't be any demand. Without price, there won't be any demand. Sir, there are few circumstances wherein we don't pay a price. Still, we demand a commodity. Those are called as exceptions. We will take it in a later phase. Now, initially, just understand what exactly do you mean by demand. There are three important conditions for a demand. How many important conditions? Three important conditions. Now, as you can see, the very first important condition is desire to buy. What is the very first important thing? Desire to buy. Second one is ability to pay. Third one is willingness to spend. Sir, these three things constitutes demand. Desire to buy, ability to pay, willingness to spend. Now, I said I wanted to buy a chocolate. Now, don't you think I had a desire to buy? Now, boss, the shopkeeper said the price of this particular chocolate is 100 rupees. Now, don't you think I was supposed to, or let me say I'm ready to pay this 100 rupees? That is my ability. Boss, no, I know that very well. I'm ready to pay this 100 rupees. Yes, sir, this is 100 rupee. I'm going to pay 100 rupee for this. This is my ability to pay. Sir, the final one, willingness to spend. Suppose instead of 100 rupee, the shopkeeper said, sir, there is a corona situation going on. Now I cannot give it for 100 rupee. Now I will say it is 1000 rupee. Sir, I had a desire to buy a chocolate. I also had an ability to pay for price for a particular commodity. But boss, when he said it is 1000 rupee, I backed out. I'm not willing to spend 1000 rupees on a chocolate. Now, what exactly does it mean? Sir, desire is there, ability to pay is also there, but now I'm not willing to spend. I don't need the 1000 rupee chocolate. Boss, I'm only willing to pay up to 100 rupees. So, all these three things put together, we call it as demand. Even if any one single constitute does not satisfy, we cannot call it as a demand. Sir, all the three things, that is desire to buy, ability to pay, willingness to spend, by putting all these three things together, we can call it as a demand. Now, we can see there any commodity at a given point of time. Now, I wanted to purchase a chocolate. This is the given point of time for a given price. Now, what is a given price? He said it is 1000 rupees. The MRP was 100, but now there is an emergency situation. Now he is not selling for 100 rupee. Now he is selling for 1000 rupee. Sir, at a given point of time for a given price, the present given price is 1000 rupee. If a customer is ready to purchase, is Shashikaran ready to purchase for 1000 rupee? No, I'm not ready to purchase. Sir, only if I'm ready to purchase, it constitutes demand. But in my example, I was not ready to purchase, so it does not constitute demand. Suppose it is a very essential, even I need it. Yes, I am ready to purchase at 1000 rupee. Then it will constitute as a demand. Now let me repeat it once again. Any commodity, commodity refers to goods or a services. It is both at a given point of time. Now, sir, this is the moment where I am asking you for 1000 rupee. Okay, boss. Customer is ready to purchase. Sir, this is the moment. 1000 rupees is the price of a chocolate, and customer is also ready. If all the three elements, that is desire to buy, ability to pay, willingness to spend, if all the three things put together, if it is satisfied, then we call it as a demand. So this is the very first meaning of a demand. Sir, suppose, let me think, that is a lengthiest demand particular meaning. I don't, let me say, I don't think so that I'm able to remember this. Let me say, let me explain you a very simplest form. Now, desire backed by a purchasing capacity. Now, what do you mean by this purchasing capacity? My willingness, my ability to pay for a commodity. Do you agree? Now, my desire, that is my desire to buy. Next, ability to pay, that is I'm ready to purchase a commodity. The second one, ability to pay. At a willingness to spend. Sir, these three things, again, the same three things are going to come here. This is what the definition is given in your institute material, sir. Desire backed by a purchasing capacity with a willingness to spend. This is the second meaning. Now, boss, either any of the one single meaning you can remember, but end of the day, these three important element matters a lot. Desire to buy, ability to pay, willingness to spend. So what do you mean by demand? Sir, demand is nothing but desire to buy, ability to pay, willingness to spend. I hope you understood this particular meaning. Now let's go further. Now there are lot of factors which is going to, let me say, affect the demand for a particular commodity. Now, sir, what exactly is that factors do we call as? Now we call that factors as determinants. Because of this determinant, my demand can either increase or demand can either decrease. So these determinants are the most important factors. Now, was the very first determinant is price. Sir, how exactly price operates with a demand? Remember, price is a primary factor. Price is a primary factor. Demand is a secondary factor. Demand is a secondary factor. Sir, what exactly is a primary factor? What exactly is a secondary factor? Now, whenever price of a commodity changes, either my price increases or either my price decreases. Whenever price changes, automatically demand will change. It is not like when demand changes, price is going to change. Boss, no, that is a wrong assumption. Remember, price will be the primary factor. Price will be the primary factor. Demand will be the secondary factor. Demand will be the secondary factor. Sir, price is the most important determinant which influence demand to a maximum extent. Please remember this word, maximum extent. Was price is the most important determinant. Now what happens whenever price increases? Whenever price increases, demand will also increase or demand will decrease. Sir, whenever price increases, demand will decrease. Demand will decrease. Whenever price decreases, demand will increase. Now let me continue the same example, chocolate example. Now I wanted to purchase a chocolate. Just assume that everything is going perfect. Now there is no corona situation, nothing. Now, sir, the regular price of a chocolate was, let me say, 60 rupee. Now every week I used to purchase some 2 chocolates. Now all of a sudden from 60 the price has increased to 80. Because whenever price increases, it is a normal human tendency. Obviously we start demanding less. Do you agree? Boss, suppose instead of 60 rupee, now the Cadbury people reduce the price to 50. Boss, whenever price decreases, demand will increase. Just remember this main point, sir, because this is the main thumb rule of a chapter. Whenever price increases, demand decreases. Demand decreases. Whenever price decreases, demand increases. Boss, it is a negative relationship. Whenever price increases, demand decreases. Whenever price decreases, demand increases. Now I said price is the most important factor. Price is a primary factor, demand is a secondary factor. That is, whenever price is going to change, demand will also change. Or we can also say it as demand is dependent on price. Demand is dependent on price. That is, whenever price changes, demand automatically changes. So whenever I ask a question, my every question should be having a primary factor at initial stage and secondary factor at a next stage. That is, whenever price increases, demand decreases. I cannot say it as whenever demand increases, price decreases. That is a wrong notion. Because price is a primary factor, demand is a secondary factor. Whenever price increases, demand decreases. Whenever price decreases, demand increases. Remember, this is the main thumb rule of your demand chapter. We need to remember this thumb rule entire throughout this particular chapter. Now, let's go a little more further. Now, boss, price and demand, these two things put together, we call it as demand function. We call it as demand function. The relationship between price and demand is expressed in a mathematical equation known as D is equals to function of price. D is equals to function of price. Sir, D represents demand. P represents price. Now, what exactly is this F? That is function. Sir, we have two types of function. How many types of function? Two types of function. First one is direct function. Second one is indirect function. Now, boss, this direct function is also called as positive relationship. It is also called as positive relationship. Indirect function is also called as negative relationship. Now, we have already discussed this particular rule, main thumb rule. What is that? Whenever price increases, demand decreases. Now we can observe the arrow marks are in a different areas. Sir, one is increasing, second one is decreasing. That is a negatively relationship. That is, the main thumb rule of your demand chapter is negatively related. Now, please make a note of it in your book, what you are keeping next to you. Demand is a negatively related. Make a note of it. Now, let me continue. Was there are two types of functional relationship, direct, indirect. Sir, this functional relationship is of two types. I'm repeating again, direct and indirect. Direct is also called as positive relationship. Indirect is called as negative relationship. Sir, what is this positive relationship? Now, boss, whenever price increases, demand will also increase. Whenever price decreases, demand will also decrease. Can you able to see this arrow marks? Unmute yourself.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Putting a spotlight if you people are not able to see to it. Now, can you see it?
Yes.
Now, boss, this is a positive relationship. Whenever price increases, demand will also increase. Whenever price decreases, demand will also decrease. Sir, whenever arrow marks are in the same direction, then we call it as a positive relationship. Sir, whenever arrow marks are in a different direction, when price increases, demand decreases. Price decreases, demand increases. This is negatively related. Sir, positive relationship, arrow marks will be in a same direction. Negatively related, arrow marks will be in a different direction. Is it understood? Now, what is the relationship between price and demand is called as demand function. Demand function is expressed in a mathematical equation, that is D equals to function of price. This is the most important point. Remember, what is the relationship between demand and price is called as demand function. It is called as demand function. If you want, write it down next to you in a point wise. The relationship between price and demand is called as demand function. Make a note of it. Is it done? Is it done? Did you make a note of it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now let me go further. Now the second important determinant is income. Sir, first one we learnt about price. Sir, after price, the second one will be income. Now, sir, assuming I'm going for a work where I'm getting a salary of 20,000. Salary of 20,000. Now, when you get an income, will you save the entire income? No, boss, will not save the entire income. Obviously, as a human, I have a want. Sir, in order to satisfy that human wants, I need to purchase a commodity. Do you agree? Yes, sir. Now, sir, whenever I get an income, I will start demanding for a particular commodity. Sir, now my income is 20,000. I'm demanding so and so particular commodity. Just assume from 20,000, if your income is increased to 25,000, sir, what usually happens, we start demanding more and more. Or let me take the same example what I used to give in the class. Sir, every month I used to go for a shopping. Whenever I go for a shopping, sir, I used to purchase one single shirt and one single pant. My income was 20,000 rupees. Now, sir, my income has increased from 20,000 to 25,000. Now you tell me, will you still purchase the same one single shirt and one single pant? No, sir. Obviously, my income has increased. Now I will purchase at least one additional shirt or one additional pant along with one single shirt and pant what I used to purchase earlier. Do you agree? Remember, in economics, small letter y or whatever y we represent, it is called as a income. P represents price, D represents demand. Unlike the same, Y represents income. Y represents income. Whenever income increases, demand will also increase. Demand will also increase. Whenever income decreases, demand will also decrease. Just think other way around. Sir, I used to get a salary of 20,000, but now I'm getting only 15,000 salary. Your salary has been reduced. Now you tell me, will you still purchase one single shirt and one single pant? Sir, no, it is highly impossible now with the existing income. Instead of shirt, I will purchase t-shirt. Then I will purchase a pant. Now, why did you reduce your consumption? Because my income has reduced. Income has. Now, hello. At least mute it. I think someone is having a disturbance. Let's continue. I think Manoj Kumar.
Yes, sir.
Mute. Everyone, at least mute yourself. I can still listen to some disturbance. Okay, now let's go further. Sir, the second important determinant was income. Now, after income, the very third important determinant will be tax. Now, sir, I wanted to purchase a cell phone. Now, the price of a cell phone is 20,000 rupees. Now, if I'm purchasing in the month of April, who is that man? Just wait a minute. Vaishnavi. Vaishnavi, respond. Unable to mute. Vaishnavi, kindly mute. Now, okay, let's go further. Now, the third one is tax. Now, what usually happens, sir, whenever I'm purchasing a commodity, obviously we need to pay tax for it. Now, whenever tax rates are more, suppose, sir, I wanted to purchase a cell phone in the month of April. If I purchase a cell phone, it is 20,000. Just wait a minute. Vaishnavi.
Sir, I have muted the call.
But it's showing as unmuted here. but I think
Sir, I'm using it in PC also, so there I'm not getting the option to unmute it, and there's no disturbance here.
who has this disturbance? So leave it. Now, fine. Now, boss, I wanted to purchase a cell phone. Now, sir, the price of cell phone is 20,000. Now, the tax rate is 3,000. Suppose if I want to purchase the same cell phone in the month of May, sir, now the government has increased the tax rate. Now, instead of 3,000 as a tax, now we need to pay 5,000 as a tax. Now, you tell me, boss, can you purchase this particular commodity in the month of May? Even though if you're purchasing this commodity in the month of May, what is the price what you need to pay? Wait. Arpita, fine. Now, sir, if at all we are able to purchase this in the month of May, obviously need to pay more tax. So I will not prefer to purchase in the month of May. I will always prefer to purchase in the month of April. So whenever tax rate increases, obviously, boss, my demanding capacity will also decrease. Whenever tax rates are less, obviously I will purchase more and more. I will start demanding more and more. So because of the tax, my demand is also going to change, sir. Not only just income or not only just price, even because of a tax rate, my demand for a particular commodity will start varying. Now, another most important determinant will be climatic condition. Sir, we'll take a best example, your favorite one, Coca-Cola. Sir, obviously the Coca-Cola will be in more demand during summer season. We don't demand Coca-Cola more in rainy season. Even though if you are demanding, the quantity of demand will be very less. Do you agree? Was why, sir, in summer we feel more of thirsty. We feel more of drinking Coca-Cola during summertime. We don't feel it to drink during a rainy season or during a winter season. So, be it any commodity in my nation for it matter, by one or the other way, it is dependent on a seasonal wise or it is dependent on a climatic condition. In few seasons, we have more demand. In few seasons, we have less demand. Now, my demand is going to be varied because of a climatic condition. Boss, this was the very fourth one. The first one was price. Whenever price increases, demand decreases. Whenever price decreases, demand increases. That was the main thumb rule of your demand chapter. Now, the second one is income. After income, the third one was tax. Whenever tax rates increases, the demanding capacity will decrease. Whenever the tax rates decreases, demanding capacity will increase. The very fourth one was climatic condition. Due to the changes in climate, there are commodities in my nation. Because of a climatic condition, the demand starts varying. Now, there is one more important element which I forgot to discuss, that is disposable personal income. Because what is this disposable personal income? Whatever income is ready in your hand to dispose, that is, sir, I'm getting a salary of 20,000. Out of this 20,000, sir, I'm paying a tax of 3,000. 20 minus 3, the remaining will be 17,000. Sir, that 17,000 is called as disposable personal income. Whatever income you are receiving and whatever tax you are paying, the remaining money, whatever you are getting for your hand, that is called as disposable personal income. I hope the topic is clear until the first 4 points. First point was price. Second one is income. Third one is tax. Fourth one is climatic condition. Now, the very fifth important determinant will be advertisement. Now, in a day in and a day out, we'll start seeing an advertisement. From the time you step outside from your home, you will start witnessing this advertisement. Sir, what exactly is this advertisement? They will pass a information about a commodity. They will pass information about a commodity. Sir, assuming if Coca-Cola comes out with a zero diet Coke, will you get in your dream, oh, Coca-Cola has come out with a zero diet Coke? Did you saw that in your dream or did you saw that through an advertisement? Obviously, boss, we saw that through an advertisement. Only if I see an advertisement, then I will get to know about a particular commodity. Sir, advertisement will pass a information to a particular customer. Only if I have a information, then only I will go and purchase that particular commodity. Do you agree, boss? In every single day, we are getting influenced because of advertisement. Sir, suppose I wanted to purchase a shampoo. Now, let me say, Clinic Plus. Now I had a mindset to purchase a Clinic Plus. Now the very next day you will find an advertisement of Head and Shoulder. Let me say Kareena Kapoor is going to come and portray as if now I don't have an advertisement and all. Boss, now I will change my mind to purchase Head and Shoulder. Why? Because in an advertisement they will pass not only just information, they will create a urgeness over a customer, sir. They will make sure that the advertisement is going to reach for a particular customer and this customer has to purchase it. And let me give one more beautiful example you have witnessed in day in and day out. Have you seen this Surf Excel or Ariel advertisement? What usually happens, they will get a dirt from entire nation. Then they will start, let me say they are bifurcating other detergent and Ariel. Now they will say Ariel is going to wash in a very first single wash itself. The other detergent takes 2 washes, 3 washes. Now this is where they are gaining you the confidence. They are creating that urgeness. And you would have also seen the Tide advertisement. Zirk, that one single line will come and let me say that white patches will be there. Other detergents won't do it. Only we will do it. They will create that urgeness in a particular customer, because of which we start purchasing that particular commodity. Sir, advertisement is also one more important factor. Now, if I ask you a question, okay, boss, advertisement will pass on an information. But my question for you, do you believe in advertisement? Sir, no. Obviously, we don't believe in advertisement. Then still, advertisement is going to impact on the demand. Sir, how? Because sir, we in order to get the more and more of demand, we need to pass in more and more of information about a commodity. Okay, boss, you are living in a village, sorry, you are living in an urban sector, so you are getting adequate knowledge about a particular commodity. What about a person in a rural region? Boss, for him only advertisement is the way of, let me say, passing in information. Now you know which is good, which is bad. Okay, which should I consume, I should not consume it. But boss, even today, according to your 2011 census, 69% of population lives in the rural sector, that is in village sector. Hardly 31% of population lives in urban sector. Now, boss, for me, the entire mass crowd is important. I'm not only just targeting on rural, I'm not only just targeting on urban. Whenever I'm providing an advertisement based on my commodity, based on a targeted region, I will start influencing a people. I will start passing in information. So what happens, unless and until advertisement is in a most appropriate way, we don't get a demand. Sir, we have also seen many advertisement which does not even give a proper information. We are least bothered about that commodity. Which kind of an advertisement which is going to impact on us, obviously will start purchasing those commodities. Do you agree? Now let me go for the sixth one, that is taste and preferences. Sir, what usually happens in case of a taste and preferences? Now, let me give an example. I will say, boss, today is my birthday. I'm going to give you a treat in KFC. I will give you a treat in KFC. What usually happens? Already the vegetarians are scolding me. Sir, I'm a vegetarian. It is a non-vegetarian hotel. I don't prefer to come. I don't prefer to come. Boss, even though if they're interested, they're not preferring to come. That is their preferences. Or let me say, sir, the taste in KFC is not good, sir. Let us go for the local Darshini hotels, or let me say any non-vegetarian local hotels, because the taste is good over there. Sir, whenever we like a taste, we demand more. Sir, even though if the taste is good, if I'm not preferring to consume it, or let me say there is a set of a people, they say, sir, Monday and Saturday don't prefer non-veg. Sir, that is my preferences. Sir, give me on Tuesday, give me on Wednesday, on any other day. Don't give me on Monday and Saturday. I'm not going to consume it. Sir, today is Saturday. I'm not going to come. That is their preferences. Boss, be it a taste or be it a preferences, depending upon taste and the preferences of a particular customer, demand is going to change. Demand is going to change. Now, the seventh one is population. Seventh one is population. Now, boss, as we all know it, India is the second largest populated country on this earth. The very first one is China. Now, sir, whenever the population is more, even the demanding capacity of a society will also be more. Sir, suppose if the population of a nation is less, even the demanding size will also be less. Whenever population is more, demanding nature will also be more. Sir, let us give one beautiful example. Suppose was in India, let me say, Hindu are the people who are in more in number. Let me say after that we get Christians or might be Muslims or any other kind of a community. Now, boss, suppose if I'm targeting based on the religion, suppose if I'm producing a religious commodity, obviously need to think, suppose sir, if I'm producing more of burqas, sir, obviously I need to think in which particular region I will get a more demand. Only I need to promote there. Sir, suppose I'm a person who is producing a commodity based on an age group. Now, sir, I'm producing a chocolate, sir. Who is the major target for a chocolate? Sir, small age group. What is the small age group? I can say the small age group will come where around 0 to 15 years. Now, wait. Now, zero to 15 is called as small age group. Sir, 16 to 60 is called as middle age group. Sir, 60 plus is called as senior citizens, as we always know about it. Suppose, sir, I'm a manufacturer of healthcare medicine. I'm a manufacturer of healthcare medicine. Now, you tell me which age group does they belong to? Sir, obviously they belong to a old age group 60 plus. They are my major target. Or is it only 60 plus? Okay, sir, small age group 0 to 15. Okay, is it only 0 to 15 and 60 plus? Don't you think all the age group are in need of a medication facility? Yes, sir, everyone is in need of it. But my major target or my major business is going to be 60 plus and also small age group 0 to 15. Do you agree? Well, sir, based on the size of population, I will get to know the demand for a particular commodity. Now, I usually give this example in my classes. I think I've given this example of shampoo. Did I give this example? Unmute yourself. Everyone, unmute.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that shampoo example? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Few of them have slept away.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was that shampoo example? I gave that. Suppose, boss, even if just 10% of population consumes a shampoo in a one single day. Sir, out of, let me say 131 crore, even if I take it as only 100 crore, 10% comes to 10 crore. Sir, 10 crore shampoos are being demanded in one single day. So if the size of population is more, demanding capacity will also be more. Was unmute yourself because the next point is very important. I need your interaction here. So which is the 8th point?
Complementary and substitutes.
Complementary and
Substitute.
substitute goods. Now, boss, everyone does a major mistake in this particular point, complementary and substitute goods. Unmute yourself, everyone, unmute. Kindly make sure that you are using earphone. Don't switch on the speaker. Unmute. Many of them are sleeping, I guess.
Mute ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
Now,
ಆಯ್ತಾ?
now you people tell me, what do you mean by complementary goods?
Goods which are consumed together.
Goods which are consumed
Together.
together. Sir. Then what is substitutes?
Goods which are consumed in place of each other.
Goods which are consumed
In place of another.
in place of another. Sure. Now, boss, what is the main thumb rule of demand chapter?
When price increases, demand decreases.
When price increases, demand
Increases.
Sure. Sir, when price increases, demand decreases. When price decreases, demand increases. Okay, what was the meaning of substitute goods? Meaning of substitutes.
So to use in place of other.
Substitute goods. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Tea and coffee, sir, example.
Okay, tea and coffee is an example. Complementary goods.
Petrol and bike.
Pen and ink.
Goods which are consumed together is substitute or complementary?
Substitute. Sorry, complementary.
Which are consumed together.
Complementary, sir.
Complementary goods. Goods which are next best alternative is called as
Substitute.
substitute goods. Remember, next best alternative is substitute goods. Sir, consumed together. Consumed
Together.
together is called as complementary goods. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, boss, let me give an example. Like what you said for a substitute goods, tea and coffee. Now, boss, assuming tea and coffee both are rupees. Both are rupees. Don't speak in between. If you have any disturbance, mute yourself. Now, tea and coffee both are rupees 10. Other people now respond to me. Now, suppose if the coffee price is increased from rupees 10 to rupees 12, what will happen for the demand of tea?
Increases, sir.
It will increase, sir.
Increases. How? Can anyone explain me?
The price of the coffee is more, sir. If
Comparatively
the
to
price
tea.
of coffee increases, the demand for tea will increase because the price of tea will be 10 rupees 10 only, sir.
But the coffee is 12 rupee, tea is 10 rupee. Now,
Yes.
because of increase in
Yes.
price of the coffee, what will happen for demand of tea?
Increases.
Increases, sir.
Increases, sure.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So now you people are saying, sir, coffee demand for a coffee will decrease. But what will happen for price of tea?
Remains same, sir.
Price of tea remains same.
Constant.
Now, sir, price of coffee increased because of which tea demand
Increased.
increased. Paka? Sure. Now, sir, it is increasing. It is not decreasing. Now, you tell me which type of relationship is this? Is it
Direct.
positively related or negatively related?
Positive.
Positively related. So, which type of good is positively related?
Substitute.
Substitute goods. Sir, remember, substitute goods are positively related. Substitute goods are,
Positively related.
write it in your notes over there. What you have, make a note of it. Make a note of it. Substitute goods are positively related. Now, give an example for complementary goods.
Tea and sugar.
Bike and petrol.
Bike and petrol, tea and sugar, whatever it might be. Okay, let me take an example as bike and petrol. Now, suppose if petrol price increases, increases. Now, boss, what will happen for the demand for bike? Demand for bike. This is price. When price of a petrol is increasing, price of a petrol is increasing. What will happen for demand for bike?
Decreases, sir.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Okay, which type of relationship is this? Positive or negative?
Negative.
It is negatively related. Remember, sir, substitute goods are positively related. Substitute goods are
Positively related.
complementary goods are
Negatively related.
substitute goods are positively related. Something is bad with this one. Complementary goods are negatively related. Substitute goods are positively related. Complementaries are negatively related. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, what was the very first determinant which we spoke about?
Price.
Price.
Price. The second one.
Income.
Third one.
Tax.
One.
Advertisement.
Climatic condition.
Fifth one.
Advertisement.
Sixth one.
Taste and preferences.
Seventh one.
Population.
Eighth one. Complementary and
Substitute goods.
substitute goods. Was, let me repeat it once again. What is the meaning of demand? What are the three important things the demand has to constitute? desire to,
Buy.
ability to,
Ability to pay.
willingness to.
Spend.
Now, sir, what is the meaning of determinants of demand? Demand is influenced by lot of factors through which demand changes from time to time. Hence, it is called as determinant. What is the very first determinant?
Price.
Whenever price increases, demand.
Decreases.
When demand decreases, price. It is a wrong notion. I said price is a primary factor, demand is a secondary factor. First, listen to me carefully. Whenever price increases, demand
Decreases.
decreases. Whenever demand decreases, price.
Wrong notion.
It is a wrong notion because every single time we should consider price as a primary factor, demand as a secondary factor. Now, boss, what is the relationship between price and demand is called as
Demand function.
Functional
demand
relation.
function. Now, sir, the mathematical equation of demand function is D is equals to function of
Price.
price. Sir, how many types of functional relationship is there?
2.
Two types, direct and
Indirect.
indirect. Sir, in case of a direct relationship, what is the rule? Whenever price increases, demand increases. What is the condition in case of a negative? Whenever price decreases, demand
Increases.
increases. Whenever price decreases, demand increases. Now, what is the second determinant?
Income.
Income. Sir, whenever income increases, demand.
Increases.
Whenever income decreases, demand.
Decreases.
Increases.
Is it positively related or negatively related?
Positively.
Positively related or negatively related? It is positively related. Now, what is the third determinant?
Tax.
Tax. Fourth one.
Climatic condition.
Climatic conditions.
Fifth one.
Advertisement.
Sixth one.
Taste and preference.
Seventh one.
Population.
Eighth one.
Complementary and
Goods.
Meaning of complementary.
Which are used to consumed
Goods
together.
which are consumed together. Meaning of substitute goods.
Next best alternative.
It is the next best
Alternative.
Next best.
Alternative.
Complementary goods are dash related.
Positively.
Negatively related. Complementary goods are.
Negatively related.
Complementary goods are. Complementary goods are.
Negatively related.
Substitute goods are.
Positively related.
Now, I think you know the shortcut. Even I've taught you in the class. Now, the shortcut is PITCAT. PC. P stands for I.
Income, tax, climatic condition, taste,
A.
advertisement,
B. Taste and preferences. P is population. C and S. Complementary and
substitute
remember, I'm saying it again and again, boss. Complementary goods are negatively related. Substitute goods are
positively related.
positively related. Now, let's go for the next topic, that is law of demand. Now, whatever we discuss, the main thumb rule of demand chapter, whenever price increases, demand decreases. Whenever price decreases, demand
Increases.
going to speak the same thing. Now you have the definition. All things remains constant. What is this? All things remains constant, sir. That is in your PITCAT PCs, other than price, income, tax,
Price.
climatic condition, advertisement, taste and preferences, population, complementary, substitute goods. All other things remains constant. The only thing which is going to change is price. Whenever price increases, demand decreases. Whenever price decreases, demand increases. The same thumb rule is what the law of demand will speak about. Sir, law of demand is nothing but a main thumb rule of your demand chapter. Whenever price increases, demand decreases. Price decreases, demand increases. And another one more important point you need to remember in law of demand is, sir, law of demand will only show us a direction of change. Law of demand will only show us a, for you people only, law of demand will only show us a
Direction of change.
that is, whenever price is increasing, demand will decrease, or whenever price decreases, demand will increase. Showing us a direction of change. So it is also known as dash statement.
Qualitative.
Qualitative. It is not quantitative. It is a qualitative
Qualitative
statement. It is a
statement.
qualitative.
Statement.
Now, the most important thing, that is exceptions to law of demand. Law of demand was dash related, positive or negative?
Negative.
Negatively related. I said you when I was discussing this particular topic called as price. Sir, we also have some particular topics which is positively related. Do you remember?
Yes, sir.
Now we are going to discuss which are those positive relationships. Now, sir, we call them as exceptions to law of demand. Exceptions to.
Law of demand.
Exceptions to.
Law.
Demand.
Was from this particular topic 1 mark. I can assure you that it is going to come. For sure, out of this 8 points, one single question will be asked out of this particular topic. Now, the very first one is called as conspicuous consumption. Conspicuous consumption. Now, sir, what is this conspicuous consumption refers to? It refers to luxury goods. It refers to
Luxury.
Luxury goods.
prestigious goods. Luxury goods are prestigious goods. Now, let's observe this example. Gold or diamond. What usually happens, sir? Even if the price of gold increases, have you ever noticed there is a decline in demand for a gold? No, boss. In case of a luxurious goods, even though if the price increases, we people will still tend to demand it more and more. We will never decrease the consumption of it because it is a prestigious goods. Now, let me give an example. Suppose I wanted to purchase a car. Let me say a luxurious car, Audi, Benz, or Rolls Royce, anything for it matters. Now, assuming the price of a car was 1.5 crore, 1.5 crore. Now, sir, next week when I went to purchase, there is an increase in price. Now the price of a car is 1.7 crore. 1.7 crore. Sir, there is an increase in 20 lakh rupees all of a sudden. But still I'm going to purchase the same car. Why? Sir, it is a matter of prestige. When I'm ready to pay 1.5 crore, it doesn't matter to me the another 20 lakh rupees. So in case of a luxurious goods, in case of a luxurious goods, sir, law of demand will never work. Law of demand will never work. What is that? Law of
Never.
it is negative relationship. Whenever price decreases, demand will increase. Whenever price increases, demand will decrease. But in case of a conspicuous consumption, that is in case of luxury goods, even though if there is an increase in price, even though if there is increase in price, we still demand the same commodity. We still demand the
Same
commodity.
Commodity.
First point, that is conspicuous consumption. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Now the second point is
Giffen
Goods.
Giffen's goods. Second point is,
Giffen
sir, what exactly is this Giffen's goods? Now this is the most important point. Mark it as important in your notebook. Giffen's goods. Usually 90% chances the question is going to come from this Giffen's goods. Now, what do we mean by this Giffen's goods? Look out for this notes. Sir, Giffen's goods are those goods which are inferior. Which are?
Inferior.
What do you mean by inferior?
Low quality.
Quality goods.
Low quality goods. Sir, for this low quality goods in nature on which we spend our major part of income. Major part of income. Sir, Giffen's goods are those goods which are inferior in nature, that is low quality in nature, on which consumer spends major part of his income. Consumer spends.
Major part of income.
Now, let me go back to my standard example. Puma, Poma, Basmati rice, normal rice. Do you people remember that example?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain me what exactly was Giffen's goods? Anyone in the class, if you wish. Newcomers, are you able to follow it? Unmute yourself the first time. The people who are attending my class for the first time, unmute. Hello. Are you able to understand what we are doing? Are you finding it sweet? Am I going fast?
No, sir.
Are you able to understand?
Yeah, sir.
Yeah. Now, for you people, listen to this example carefully. This is the most important point. Anyone, the people have attended my class already. Can you explain me this example? Was there Gagana?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you explain me?
No, sir.
Already forgotten. Amruta?
Yes, sir.
Prerana? Akshat?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember?
Somewhat, sir.
Okay, try to explain at least what is it somewhat.
Sir, Giffen's goods, these are such things that we spend a major part of income, even though they're not high quality goods. For example, the normal rice and biryani rice, sir. Over
Okay.
here, normal rice, even though it is low quality, not everybody can afford to buy biryani rice, that is basmati rice. So everybody, most of the people, they spend major part of their income to consume normal rice as their regular diet.
Okay. And there is one important note which I've given in my notes. What was that important point? That is a catchy point.
All Giffen goods are inferior goods, but not vice versa.
Yeah, what is it?
Sir, all Giffen goods should be inferior goods, but it's
Okay.
not necessary that all inferior goods have to be Giffen goods.
Example other than this rice example?
Sir, for example, you said this
Parle-G, sir.
Puma thing. You said that Puma is the high quality one. Let's say that is some 700 rupees one T-shirt.
Yeah.
Then there is a low quality one, first copy, which we can say around let's say 300 rupees. But there can be another version of the same thing which can be, let's say, 150 rupees.
Okay.
So it's not necessary that the 300 rupees first copy has to be Giffen goods, even though it is inferior quality.
Okay. Somewhat you're almost to the point. Okay, listen everyone. Let me explain the topic once again. Now let me go to my very old example. Assuming you wanted to purchase a t-shirt. Sir, you will go for a showroom. Let me say you are going for a Puma outlet. One single t-shirt is 1,000 rupees. One single t-shirt is 1,000 rupees. And you are like, sir, who will pay 1,000 rupees for one single t-shirt, sir? You should be a mad fellow. Okay, you will come outside. You will go for a regular shop where you are going to buy it. Now you find a t-shirt which is 100% same what you saw in the Puma outlet. Okay, in the regular shop nearby your home where you purchase regularly, you saw the same t-shirt, but it is not a Puma. Just one single letter has changed, that is Puma. Instead of P-U-M-A, now you're finding it P-O-M-A. Puma. Now, which is a high quality good?
Puma.
Which is a low quality good?
Puma.
Puma. Now, but you are purchasing Puma, which is of 300 rupee, which is of 300 rupees. Sir, 300 rupee t-shirt is what I am purchasing. That is a low quality good. Puma is a high quality good. That is, sir, inferior good. It is a inferior good. Puma inferior good. Hello?
Hello.
Is Puma inferior good?
Puma is inferior good over here, sir.
Hello, man. What is the meaning of inferior good?
Sir, quality is lower than the higher quality one.
Yeah. So, which is a low quality here? Puma or Puma? Puma is an inferior. Boss, remember, inferior means low quality. Superior means high quality. Puma is a superior, original one, 1,000 rupee. Puma is 300 rupee, inferior good. Now, assuming you're purchasing Puma. Now, the price of this Puma 300 rupee t-shirt has been increased to 500. 300 rupee t-shirt has increased to 500. Now, you tell me, sir, earlier it was 300 rupee when I was purchasing. Now, from 300 rupee, now they have increased the t-shirt price to 500 rupee. Now, you tell me, will you purchase Puma 1,000 rupees one or Puma 500 rupees one?
Puma 500 rupees.
Now, sir, even though if there is an increase in price of inferior goods, sir, the low quality goods price is increasing from 300 rupees to 500 rupees. Since I am purchasing an inferior good only, I'm not going for a superior good of that is 1,000 rupees Puma. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
That is what Giffen's good will speak. Sir, even though if there is an increase in price of inferior good, even though if there is an increase in price of inferior good, demand for inferior good only increases. Now, have a look here. Have a look at the particular board. Sir, whenever price of inferior good increases, that is in case of a Giffen's goods where I'm speaking now. Sir, even though when the price of inferior good increases, demand will also increase. Demand will also
Increase.
Demand will also
Increase.
Okay, let me give a twist here. Now, whenever I used to purchase this 300 rupee t-shirt, sir. My income was, let me say 15,000. Income was 15,000. Now, sir, my income has increased to 20,000. Income has increased to 20,000. Now you tell me, sir, earlier my income was 15,000. Income was 15,000.
15,000.
Now my income is 20,000. My income is
20,000.
Now you tell me, which one will you purchase? 300 rupee t-shirt or 1000 rupee t-shirt?
1,000.
You will purchase Puma now. You will not purchase Puma. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, why? Have a look here. Sir, whenever income increases,
Increases.
demand for inferior good will also
Increases.
increase. Is it inferior good or a superior good?
Inferior.
Goods.
Inferior. What do you mean by inferior?
Low quality.
Now, when your income increases from 15,000 to 20,000, which one are you purchasing? Puma or Puma?
Puma.
Puma. Puma is a superior good. Puma was an inferior good. This blue color ink is a inferior. That is Puma. Red color ink is Puma. The original quality. From 15,000, when your income increases to 20,000, you are purchasing Puma. Sir, that is when income increase. When income,
Increases.
Increases.
the demand for a original good, demand for a
Original good.
that is Puma is going to increase. Puma is going to
Increase.
Now you tell me, whenever your income is increasing, increasing, what will happen for this inferior good? Sir, whenever income
Demand decreases.
demand,
Decreases.
are you able to understand now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Because it is pretty simple. Just listen to me carefully now. Sir, Giffen's goods are those low quality goods, that is inferior goods, on which customer is going to spend major part of his income. Customer is going to spend major part of his income. Sir, in my day in and day out of life, my father is bringing this rice. That is a normal rice. We are not getting this basmati rice for a day in and day out. Sir, for my daily consumption, we are bringing a normal rice. We are bringing a normal rice. Sir, this normal rice, let me say per kg is 80 rupees. Per kg is 80 rupees. Now I'm spending my major part of my income on this normal rice. But what we do for a biryani is a basmati rice. Sir, this basmati rice is 150 rupees per kg. 150 rupees per kg. I'm not spending my regular income in order to purchase this biryani rice. In my regular day, I'm purchasing a normal rice. That is, this normal rice is an inferior good. Sir, biryani rice is a superior good. That is a high quality good. Normal rice is a inferior, low quality. Boss, they say Giffen's goods are those low quality goods. Are those low quality goods on which we spend major part of our income. Okay, boss. Hello, superb. Now let me say there is also one more quality of rice. What my government is going to distribute? 1 rupee per kg. 1 rupee per kg. Sir, what you are purchasing is 80 rupees per kg for your daily consumption. Sir, government is also giving rupees 1 per kg. Now you tell me, can I consider that 1 rupee rice is also as an inferior good?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes. But is that 1 rupee rice, is it a Giffen good?
No.
No, it is not a Giffen good. Remember, all Giffen's goods are inferior. All Giffen's goods are inferior. But all inferior are not Giffen's goods. All inferior are not
Giffen goods.
Sir, that is that 1 rupee rice what my government is giving, that is not a Giffen's goods. That is not a Giffen's good. But obviously it is also an inferior good. It is also a inferior goods. Did you understood? Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Now newcomers, unmute yourself. All the 4 newcomers.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, your name? Your name, madam? Hello? Respond, newcomers.
Yes, sir.
Your name? Madam, your name?
Pooja.
Pooja. Other than Pooja, is there any other newcomer?
Vaishnavi.
1 second. Vaishnavi, Pooja, and Shashank. And there is one more person, fourth person. Who is that?
Arpita.
Arpita.
Yeah.
Now, for you 4 people, did you understood what is Giffen's goods?
Yes, sir.
Now only you 4 people respond to my question. What is the meaning of Giffen's goods?
Those which are low quantity.
Which are inferior.
Which are inferior and low quality.
You can look at the particular notes and you can say, sir, Giffen's goods are those goods which are
Inferior.
inferior. What is the meaning of inferior?
Low quality.
Low quality.
Low quality, on which customer spends major part of his
Income.
Their
major
income.
part of his.
Income.
Now, what do you mean by that major part of his income? Sir, if I am getting 15,000 salary, out of the 15,000 salary, majority of the money is spent on purchasing which type of a good?
Inferior.
Inferior goods.
Inferior goods. Now, boss, you tell me, whenever price of inferior goods increases, price of inferior goods increases, what will happen for the demand of inferior goods? Vaishnavi, what will happen? When price of inferior goods increases, the 300 rupee t-shirt, the Puma, the duplicate one, 300 rupee t-shirt, now the price of 300 rupee t-shirt has increased to 500. Can you able to listen? Respond. You 4 people have to respond to me now. Shashank. Respond, man. Be little louder. Respond.
Yes.
Yeah, what will happen now, sir? Inferior good. That is 300 rupee t-shirt is inferior goods. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now this 300 rupee t-shirt, the price is increasing to 500. Price is increasing to? Hello, for you people only
500.
respond. Price is increasing to 300 too.
500.
Now, sir, price is increasing. Do you agree?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Now, when price is increasing, what is happening for demand for an inferior good?
Increasing.
Increases.
Increases. Shashank?
Yes, sir. Increases.
Increases. Sure, Pakka.
Yes, sir.
Now, your income is increasing from 15,000 to 20,000. 15,000 to?
20,000.
Now, when your income is increasing, what will happen for the demand of inferior good?
Decreases.
Decreases.
Shashank,
Yes, sir. Decreases.
can you explain me how? Shashank, can you listen to me?
Yes, sir. It's
Yeah,
audible.
can you explain how? How does the demand decreases when income is increasing in case of inferior goods? Shashank, respond. Are you able to understand?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how it is going to be decreased whenever income is increasing? Can you explain me?
Okay.
ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾನಪ್ಪ?
ಎಸ್ ಸರ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಬಟ್ ಡೌಟ್ ಇದೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ.
ಡೌಟ್ ಏನ್ ಡೌಟ್ ಇದೆ ಹೇಳಪ್ಪ?
ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಅದು ಡಿಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಹೆಂಗಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ.
ಡಿಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಹೆಂಗಾಗತ್ತೆ? ಯಾವ್ದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಹೇಗಾಗತ್ತೆ?
ಸರ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ಕಮು, ಸೊ ಇನ್ಫೀರಿಯರ್ ಗುಡ್ಸ್ ಡಿಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಂತ.
ಅದನ್ನೇ ನಾನು ಆಗ್ಲಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರೋದು. ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ನಿನ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಡೌಟ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಫಾರ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ನ್ಯೂ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ಯು 4 ಪೀಪಲ್, ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್, ಕೈಂಡ್ಲಿ ಇಂಟರಪ್ಟ್ ಮೀ ಇನ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್. ಕೇಳಿ, ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಡೌಟ್ ಕೇಳೋದ್ರಿಂದ ತಪ್ಪೇನಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಬಂದಿರೋದ್ ಕಲೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೇಕ್ ಶೋರ್ ದಟ್ ಯು ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮೀ ದೆನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್, ಯು ಆಸ್ಕ್ ಮೀ ದ ಡೌಟ್. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಗುಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯು ಪೀಪಲ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ. ಈಗ ನಿನಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಡಿಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಡೌಟ್ ಅಲ್ವೇನಪ್ಪ ಶಶಾಂಕ್? ಶಶಾಂಕ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಪ್ಪ.
ಎಸ್ ಸರ್.
ಏನಾಗ್ತಿದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಇವಾಗ? ನೀನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ನೀನೊಬ್ಬ ರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಡು ಆಯ್ತಾ? ನೀನ್ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಕೇಳಿದಿಕ್. ಇವಾಗ ಈಗ ನೀನೊಂದ್ ಅಂಗಡಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀಯಾ, ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ ಮನೇಲಿ ಬಿರಿಯಾನಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಲೋ,
ಹಾ ಸರ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಹೂನಪ್ಪ, ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ ಮನೇಲಿ ಬಿರಿಯಾನಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಿಮ್ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮಮ್ಮ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಿನ್ಗೆ ಅಂಗಡಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ರೈಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅಕ್ಕಿ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್.
ಅವರು ನಿನಗೆ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ನೀವು ಮನೇಲಿ ದಿನಾಗ್ಲೂ ಏನ್ ತಿಂತೀರಾ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನ್ ತಗೊಳ್ತೀರಾ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಅದನ್ನೇ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಬಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು 70 ರೂಪಾಯಿ 1 kg. ಎಷ್ಟದು?
20 ರೂಪಾಯಿ 1 kg.
70 ರೂಪಾಯಿ 1 kg. ಓಕೆ, ನೀನ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತೀಯ. ನೀನ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಮ್ಮಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಇದು ಬೇಡ ಕಣೋ, ಬಿರಿಯಾನಿಗೆ ಬಾಸುಮತಿ ರೈಸ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್.
ಆ ಉದ್ದುದ್ದ ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅಕ್ಕಿ,
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್.
ಅದನ್ನ ನೀವು ದಿನಾಗ್ಲೂ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಮನೇಲಿ?
ನೋ ಸರ್.
ಅದು ಬರೀ ಬಿರಿಯಾನಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು?
ಎಸ್ ಸರ್, ಬಿರಿಯಾನಿ.
ಅದನ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತೀಯ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇವಾಗ ಇದನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ. ಈಗ ನೀನ್ ಹೇಳು, ಬಿರಿಯಾನಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ರೈಸ್,
ಎಸ್ ಸರ್.
ಅದನ್ನ ದಿನಾಗ್ಲೂ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಮನೇಲಿ?
ಎಸ್ ಸರ್, ದಿನಾಗ್ಲೂ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
ಬಿರಿಯಾನಿ ಮಾಡೋ ರೈಸ್ ನ ದಿನಾ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ಮನೇಲಿ?
ಎಸ್ ಸರ್, ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ರೈಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ
ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದೇನ್ ಗೊತ್ತೇನೋ, ಈಗ ಬಿರಿಯಾನಿಗೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ರೈಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಬಾಸುಮತಿ ರೈಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಅದನ್ನ ದಿನಾಗ್ಲೂ ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ನಿಮ್ ಮನೇಲಿ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ರೈಸ್ ಏನ್ ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ಅಕ್ಕಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಅದನ್ನಲ್ವಾ ನಾವ್ ದಿನ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು? ಈಗ ನಿನ್ ಹತ್ರ ಈಗ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಕ್ಕಿ ಬಿರಿಯಾನಿ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡೋದಿದೆ, ಮತ್ತೀಗ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡೋದು ಇದೆ. ಈ ಎರಡರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದು ಲೋ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ?
ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ರೈಸ್ ಸರ್.
ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡೋದು ಲೋ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ. ಈಗ ಬಿರಿಯಾನಿ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ತಗೊಂಬಂದಲ್ಲ ರೈಸ್, ಅದು ಹೈ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಈಗ ಗಿಫನ್ಸ್ ಗೂಡ್ಸ್ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ದಿನಾಗ್ಲೂ ಮನೇಲಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಗಿಫನ್ಸ್ ಗೂಡ್ಸ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಈಗ ನಿನಗೆ ಬರೋ 15,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀನು ಮೇಜರ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ನ ಅದನ್ನ ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಹಾಕ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ರೈಸ್ ದಿನಾ ಮನೇಲಿ ಏನ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅದನ್ನ ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ. ನಾವು ಬಿರಿಯಾನಿ ರೈಸ್ ನ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಈಗ 70 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ರೈಸ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಈಗ ಅದು 70 ರೂಪಾಯಿಂದ 80 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ 1 kgಗೆ. ಈಗ 70 ಇಂದ 80 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಆಗಿರೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನೀನ್ 80 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಾ ಅಥವಾ 150 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಿರಿಯಾನಿ ರೈಸ್ ತಗಂತೀಯಾ?
80 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ರೈಸ್ ತಗೋತೀನಿ
ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಈಗ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ನೋಡಿಲಿ. ಈಗ ನಿನಗೆ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಯ್ತು, 70 ರಿಂದ 80 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಆಯ್ತು. ಡಿಮಾಂಡ್ ಅದೇ ನಿನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ನೀನು, ಅದನ್ನೇ ಇನ್ನ ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಂತಿದ್ಯಾ ನೀನು, ಅದನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ತಗೊಂತಿಲ್ಲ. ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾ?
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್.
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಯ್ತು, ವೆನ್ಎವರ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸಿಂಗ್, ವೆನ್ಎವರ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಇಸ್
ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸಿಂಗ್,
ಡಿಮಾಂಡ್
ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್.
ಯಾವ್ದಕ್ಕೆ? ಗಿಫನ್ಸ್ ಗೂಡ್ಸ್ ಗೆ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಈಗ ನಿನಗೆ 15,000 ಸಂಬಳ ಬರ್ತಿತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಮುಂಚೆ, ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಈಗ ನಿನ್ಗೆ 20,000 ಬರ್ತಿದೆ. ಈಗೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಾ? ನೀನ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ರೈಸ್ ತಗೊಳಕ್ ಬಿಡ್ತೀಯಾ, ಬಾಸುಮತಿ ರೈಸ್ ನ ತಗೊಳಕ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಿನ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಇವಾಗ, ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಈಗ ಹೇಳು, ನಾನೀಗ ನಿನ್ಗೆ ಹಳೆ ರೈಸ್ ಮುಂಚೆ 70 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ತಗೊಂತಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾನು ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು. ಇವಾಗ ನಿನಗೆ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು ನೋಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೈಲೈಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀನಿ ನೋಡು, ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಯ್ತು. ಆಗ ಯಾವ್ದು ತಗೊಳ್ತಿದ್ ನೀನ್? ಬಾಸುಮತಿ ರೈಸ್ ತಗೊಂತಿದ್ಯಾ, ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ರೈಸ್ ತಗೊಂತಿದ್ಯಾ?
ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುವಾಗ ಸರ್?
ಹಾ,
ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುವಾಗ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ರೈಸ್ ಪ್ರಿಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್.
ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಯೂಶಲಿ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆದಾಗ ಆಸ್ ಎ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಅವನು ಸುಪೀರಿಯರ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ. ಈಗ ನನಗೆ ಪೋಮಾ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಪೋಮಾ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಡೂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್, ಪೂಮಾ ಬಂದು ಒರಿಜಿನಲ್. 300 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಪೋಮಾ ಟಿ ಶರ್ಟ್ ಡೂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್. ಅದೇನಾಗೋಯ್ತು, 300 ರೂಪಾಯಿಂದ 500 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು ಡೂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್. ಒರಿಜಿನಲ್ ಟಿ ಶರ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ನ 1000 ರೂಪಾಯಿನೇ. ಈಗ 300 ರೂಪಾಯಿಂದ 500 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಇವಾಗ 200 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಯ್ತು, 300ರಿಂದ 500 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಆಯ್ತು ಇವಾಗ, ಅಲ್ವೇನಾ? ಈಗ 200 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. 300 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಇತ್ತು ಮುಂಚೆ, ಇವಾಗ 500 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಅವಾಗ ಏನಾಯ್ತು, ನೀನ್ ಅವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಇನ್ನ ಪೋಮಾನೆ ತಗೊಂತಿದ್ಯಾ, ಡೂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ ತಗೊಂತಿದ್ಯಾ. ಯಾಕೆ? ಒರಿಜಿನಲ್ ಟಿ ಶರ್ಟ್ 1000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾ? ಈಗ ಮುಂಚೆ ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 15,000 ಬರ್ತಿತ್ತು ಇನ್ಕಮ್, ಈಗ 20,000 ಬರ್ತಿದೆ. ಇವಾಗ ನೀನ್ ಹೇಳಪ್ಪ, ನಿನಗೆ ಈಗ 20,000 ಬರ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನ 500 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಟಿ ಶರ್ಟ್ ತಗೊಂತೀಯ ಅಥವಾ 1000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಟಿ ಶರ್ಟ್ ತಗೊಂತೀಯ?
1000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ತಗೊಂತೀನಿ.
ಅದೇ ಕಣ ಆಗ್ತಿರೋದು ನೋಡಿಲಿ. ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, ಅವಾಗ ಲೋ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನೀನ್ ಡಿಮಾಂಡೇ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಡಿಮಾಂಡ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಅದ್ರದ್ದು.
ಸೊ ಬಿರಿಯಾನಿ ರೈಸ್ ಪ್ರಿಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ?
ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್.
ಈಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇದು ಗಿಫನ್ಸ್ ಗೂಡ್ಸ್ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗಿಫನ್ಸ್ ಗೂಡ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಲೋ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಗೂಡ್. ಗಿಫನ್ಸ್ ಗೂಡ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಲೋ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಗೂಡ್. ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ನಾವು ಹತ್ರ ಏನ್ ದುಡ್ಡು ಬರ್ತಿದೆ ಅದ್ರದ್ದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಪಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನ ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? ಈಗ ಗಿಫನ್ಸ್ ಗೂಡ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತೇನೋ? ಲೋ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಗೂಡ್. 300 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಟಿ ಶರ್ಟ್ ತರ, ಅದನ್ನ ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾನು ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಯಾವಾಗ ನಿನಗೆ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ, 15,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಸಂಬಳ 20,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಯಾವಾಗ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು ನಿನಗೆ, ಅವಾಗ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ? ಡೂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ ಟಿ ಶರ್ಟ್ ತಗೊಳಲ್ಲ, ಆಗ ಒರಿಜಿನಲ್ ಟಿ ಶರ್ಟ್ 1000 ರೂಪಾಯಿನೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ತಗೊಂತೀಯ. ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾ? ಅದನ್ನೇ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು. ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಗಿಫನ್ಸ್ ಗೂಡ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಆ ಲೋ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಇನ್ನ ಅದನ್ನೇ ತಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಡಿಮಾಂಡ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸಪೋಸ್ ಈಗ ನಿಂದು ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಏನ್ 15,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಇತ್ತು, 20,000 ಆಗೋಯ್ತು ಅನ್ಕೋ ಇವಾಗ. ಅವಾಗ ನೀನ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಲೋ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ ತಗೊಳಲ್ಲ, ಆಗ ನೀನು ಒರಿಜಿನಲ್ ಪೂಮಾನೇ ತಗೊಂತೀಯ. ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾ? ಅದನ್ನೇ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ನೋಡಿ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ನೋಡಿ, ರೆಡ್ ಕಲರ್ ಒಂದು ಮೂವ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಹೈಲೈಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ. ವೆನ್ ಎವರ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸಸ್ ಡಿಮಾಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ಇನ್ಫೀರಿಯರ್ ಗೂಡ್ಸ್. ಇನ್ಫೀರಿಯರ್ ಗೂಡ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು?
ಲೋ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ.
ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ವೆನ್ ಎವರ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಲೋ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಗುಡ್, ಡಿಮಾಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ಲೋ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಗುಡ್ ವಿಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ
increases.
Whenever income increases, what will happen for the demand for low quality goods?
Decreases.
ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ?
ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್.
ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಕಣ ಟಾಪಿಕ್. Now everyone a response, unmute yourself. ಎಲ್ಲಾರು ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಪ್ಪ.
Yes sir. Yes sir.
Yes sir.
ನಾಗೇಂದ್ರ ಕಾರ್ತಿಕ್ ಮಲಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೇನಾ?
ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
ಅಮೃತ?
Yes sir.
ಸಬಾತಾಜ್? ಮನೋಜ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ KS? ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಸ್ ಸರಿ ಕಂಡ್ರು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಿರ್ತೀರಾ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತೀನಿ. ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರೋ, ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರೋ, ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರೋ ಒಂದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ ಕಂಡ್ರು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರೀ ಇದೇ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು. ಅರ್ಪಿತಾ MT, ಈ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಅಪ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡು. ಅರ್ಪಿತಾ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಯ್ತಮ್ಮ? ಇನ್ನ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಓಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪ ಶಶಾಂಕ್. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ಯಾನಾ? Now everyone, now you respond to me people. Remember what is the meaning of Giffen's goods? Giffen's goods refers to all those goods which are inferior in nature. This is the most important. All those goods which are inferior in nature, on which consumer spends
major part of their income.
Major part of his income. Sir, superb. Whenever price increases, demand for inferior goods increases. Whenever price increases, listen to my question carefully and answer. Whenever price increases, demand for normal goods
decreases.
Demand for normal goods
Increases.
Demand for normal goods
Decreases.
Demand for normal goods
Decreases.
ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರೋದು. Listen to my question carefully. Listen to my question carefully. Whenever price increases, whenever price
Increases.
demand for normal goods
Decreases.
main thumb rule of demand chapter. Normal goods andre negative related main thumb rule. Whenever I say Giffen's goods, then it becomes positive relationship. Sir, whenever price increases, demand for inferior good
Decreases.
Sir, whenever income increases, whenever income demand for normal goods
Decreases.
demand for normal goods
Increases.
ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಗೂಡ್ಸ್, ಇನ್ಫೀರಿಯರ್ ಗೂಡ್ಸ್, ದೀಸ್ ಟು ಆರ್ ದ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಅದನ್ನ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನಾನು ಅವಾಗಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. 1 second everyone look at the board. ಒಂದು ಚಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇಂಡಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ತೋರಿಸ್ಬಿಡೋಣ. Now everyone look at the board. Can you see this table? Can everyone see this table?
Yes,
Sir.
Now, normal goods, inferior goods. Inferior goods means low quality goods. Is it acceptable? Now, relationship with price, relationship with income. These are the two things which we need to remember the most. Now, I am speaking about price and normal goods. Price and normal goods. Sir, this is the main thumb rule of your demand chapter. Whenever price increases, demand.
Decreases.
Whenever price decreases, demand.
Increases.
Understood?
Yes, sir.
Shashank, karta hai na? Vaishnavi, Pooja, Arpita, did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me come to income and normal goods. Income and normal goods. Sir, whenever income increases, demand for a normal good.
Increases.
Sir, whenever income decreases, demand for normal goods.
Decreases.
Now, observe this carefully. In case of a normal goods, when we are speaking in relation with price, in relation with and normal goods, it is negative relationship. Negative relationship. Suppose if it is a normal good and a income, normal good and a
Income.
sir, it is positively related. Whenever income increases, demand increases, income decreases, demand decreases. That is with relation to income. With relation to
Income.
sir, what if it is relation with price? Whenever price increases, demand.
Decreases.
Whenever price decreases, demand.
Increases.
That is negative relationship. Did you understood?
Yes,
That is in relation with normal goods. That is in relation with. Now let me come to the confusing part. Inferior goods. What is the meaning of inferior goods?
Equality.
Now, boss, inferior goods and price. Have a look here. Whenever price increases, demand for inferior goods.
Increases.
Puma. Understood?
Yes, sir.
300 rupees Puma t-shirt. Now the price of Puma is 500. That is inferior, low quality. Still, even though if there is an increase in price of a low quality good, we are still demanding low quality good only. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Suppose if the price of an inferior good decreases, price of inferior good demand.
Decreases.
Now let me come with relation to income and inferior goods. Whenever income increases, demand for inferior goods.
Decreases.
Now, sir, 15,000 salary was there. Now the salary became 20,000. When the salary became 20,000, now I'm no more purchasing the low quality good, because of which the demand for low quality goods decreases. Did you understood?
Yes,
Now, sir, whenever income decreases, income
Decreases.
demand for inferior goods.
Increases.
Now, did you understood this table?
Yes, sir.
Akshat, did you understood? Akshat
Yes,
Surana,
sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Vaishnavi,
Yes, sir.
Arpita,
Yes, sir.
Amruta,
Yes, sir.
did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Does anyone having doubt in this particular table, normal goods, inferior goods, in terms of price, in terms of income? Does anyone has a doubt?
No, sir.
Sure. Let me continue further.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Okay, which was the second exceptions to the rule of law of demand?
Different goods.
Remember, make a note of it, write it in your notebook. All Giffen's goods are inferior goods. All Giffen's goods are inferior goods. All Giffen's goods are inferior goods. Comma. But all inferior goods are not Giffen's goods. Giffen's goods are inferior goods, but all inferior goods are not
Giffen's goods.
Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Any doubt here?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Shall I continue further?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, what is the third point?
Conspicuous.
Necessaries. Conspicuous.
Necessaries.
Conspicuous.
Necessaries.
What is the first point?
Conspicuous consumption.
Consumptions.
Conspicuous.
Consumptions.
Conspicuous consumption means luxury goods, prestigious goods. Conspicuous necessaries means demonstration effect. Demonstration. Respond for you people only. Demonstration.
Effect.
Demonstration effect.
Are you able to listen? Are you able to understand the topic?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Then respond.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Conspicuous necessaries.
Demonstration.
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 Effect.
Now, I've given this example. Newcomers, listen to me carefully. This is for you people. Except newcomers, everyone else unmute. Sorry, mute yourself. Only newcomers, be in the line. You don't mute it. Other than newcomers, everyone else mute. Hello, let's continue.
Yes, sir.
This conspicuous necessaries means demonstration effect. What is this demonstration effect? Sir, my friend bought an iPhone. Now even I need to purchase it. Sir, my friend purchased a new shirt. It is superb, sir. It is actually nice. Even I need to purchase it. Now, the demand for a product is dependent on other person's usage. Other persons.
Usage.
Other persons.
Usage.
Now, you
Usage.
have also at least felt this in your childhood. Sir, some particular hero or an actress is wearing a typical kind of a dress. Even I need to purchase the same kind of a dress. Have you ever felt it or not?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is called as demonstration effect. That is nothing but conspicuous necessaries. Conspicuous.
Necessary.
Necessary.
That is, demand is generated depending upon usage of others. Depending upon usage of
Others.
Others.
Nishant.
Yes, sir.
Respond madappa Raja. Demand is dependent depending upon usage of
Others.
Others.
upon usage of
Others.
depending upon usage of.
Others.
Others.
Now what happens, sir? Suppose when my friend purchased an iPhone, it was 40,000. It was
40,000.
40,000.
sir, now I want to purchase, sir. When I am purchasing, let me say the price of a cell phone is increased. Price of a cell phone is
Increase.
still I need to purchase the same cell phone. It doesn't matter to me whether the price has increased or price has decreased. I want a same cell phone. Sir, my friend purchased that shirt. It was 1,000 rupee. Now it is 1,200 rupee. Yes, even I need to purchase. Sir, my friend purchased that particular lehenga. Now when she purchased, it was 3,000. Now it is 3,500. Yes, still I need to purchase the same. What happens in case of a demonstration effect? Even though if the price increases, even though if the price
Increases.
even though if the price
Increases.
demand will
Increases.
demand will
Increases.
positively related or negatively related?
Positive.
Positively related. It is positively related. It is not negative. Negative means law of demand. Positive means exceptions to law of demand. Are you able to
Exceptions.
understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now what is the fourth point?
Exceptions to nature. Future
Change in price.
Exceptions to
change in price.
expectations of future change in price.
Price.
Expectation of future change in.
Price.
Now listen to this example carefully. Sir, assuming next week we have a Diwali festival. Next week we have a which festival?
Diwali festival.
Diwali festival. Sir, usually when there is a festival, automatically the prices of vegetables, prices of flowers, prices of any other kind of a festival equipment increases. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Assuming, sir, today 1 kg apple is 100 rupee. 1 kg apple is
100
rupees.
Sir, next week there is a festival. Obviously, next week the price of apple will go up to 200, 250 rupees. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
What is the fourth point? Expectation of future change in price. Sir, in a near future, price is going to increase. Price is going to
Increase.
Sir, we know that next week the prices will increase. So, what the manufacturer, let me say, what the seller has done, today the price was 100. Now, he has increased the price to 150. He has increased the price to
150.
Now tell me, when will you purchase? Today or next week?
Today.
But today the price is 150, right?
Yes, sir.
Next week it will be 250. So when will you purchase? Today or next week?
Today.
So today the price was 100, but he is charging 150. Don't you think he is taking another 50 rupees extra?
Yes, sir.
But still, when will you purchase?
Today.
Boss, that is what is going to happen. Let me come to your business studies example, share market. Now, do you know the concept of shares, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what happens? Usually the share price keeps on increasing or it might even fall. We know that in the future, the share price are going to increase. Now, let me take the present scenario itself in this COVID-19 situation. Sir, if I'm speaking now, every share price has come to the bottom neck. Now, every particular share market has decreased. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, what usually happens, sir, the major hit is going to be on a travel and let me say tourism. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Sir, today, let me say the face value of share was 100 rupees. 1 week back, it was 100 rupees. Now the face value is 10 rupees. Face value is
10 rupees.
We also know that once this lockdown is going to be end, or let me say when the thing becomes normal, when everything is normal, back to the normal situation, obviously the share price is going to shoot up. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, assuming Shashi Kiran sir has some 100 shares of, let me say, some aviation company, let me say Air India. They have 100 shares of Air India. Today the face value is rupees 10. Today the face value is rupees
10.
Now I will say I'm interested to sell. I will say I'm going to sell it for 50 rupees per share. 50 rupees per share. Now you tell me, will you purchase it or not?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, in a near future, it will go up to 100 rupees. Everyone knows about it. There is an expectation of change in price in a future. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, today the face value is 10 rupee. I will say I will sell it at 50 rupee. You also know that next week the face value will go up to rupees 100. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, you tell me, will you purchase it from me or will you not purchase it from me?
Will purchase.
Will purchase.
Obviously, sir, 10 rupee face value share, I'm selling it at 50 rupee. I'm selling it at
50 rupees.
50 rupees.
Now, tell me, what is happening for price? Is it increasing or decreasing?
Increasing.
What is happening for demand? Are you people ready to purchase or not?
Yes, sir.
Ready to purchase.
Increase.
Now, remember
Increases.
the fourth point, expectation of future change in price. We all know that in the near future, price is going to change. Price will increase. Even though in a present day, if I increase the price of a commodity, there will be still demand. There will be
Still demand.
still in demand, sir. Whenever price increases, even demand will also.
Increase.
Demand will
Increases.
also.
Increase.
That is in case of which particular point? Expectation of future change in.
Price.
Expectation of future change in.
Price.
Did you understood? Shashank, did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now let me go to the next point. That is point number 5. That is in case of emergency. That is in
Emergency.
case of.
Emergency.
Now today's word, what we are seeing is an emergency situation. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sir, earlier one face mask was just rupees 5. The mask, whatever we used to purchase in a medical store, it was hardly some 5 rupee disposable mask. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
What is the price of mask today? 50 rupee, 100 rupee, 30 rupee. The same 5 rupee mask is going to be sold for 30 rupee. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Remember, when there is an emergency situation, the law of demand will never work. Law of demand will. What is that law of demand, sir? When price increases, demand should decrease. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
But there is an emergency. Now, irrespective of the increase in price, still we are demanding. Do you agree?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Now, let me give another beautiful example. Have you ever traveled in a bus for a longer journey? For you people only, I'm asking a question. Have you ever traveled in a bus for a long distance?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Let me say in between they have stopped near some hotel for a food purpose. You will find a shop over there who sells biscuits, chips and all.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Go
sir.
and ask him, let me say that 20 rupee biscuit packet, he will sell it for 25 rupee. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, he will charge more than MRP. Have you observed it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you go and ask him, sir, it is 20 rupee, right? Why are you selling it for 25? He will say transportation, etc., reasons. And moreover, it is an emergency for you. Other than that one single shop, there is no other shop in that particular area. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
You need to purchase only from him. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Even though if there is an increase in price, demand is also
Increases.
demand is also
Increase.
Shashank.
Yes, sir, increase.
ಮಲಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟನಪ್ಪ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಸರ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ
ಹೌದಾ ಸರಿ ಸರಿ ಓಕೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ 6th point? Speculation
Activity.
or examples. You can read the example: auction sale, betting, gambling. Have you ever observed an auction sale?
Yes, sir.
I will say I have a pen in my video. I have this pen. This pen is used by, let me say, Sachin Tendulkar. This pen is used by
Sachin Tendulkar.
I will say I am going to sell this pen for 5 lakh rupee. I will sell this pen for
5 lakh.
Another person will say 6 lakh. Another one more will say 7 lakh. Another person will say 8 lakh. Another person will say 10 lakh. Sir, in auction sale, this is what it is going to happen. The price keeps increasing. The bid keeps on increasing. Do you agree?
Yes,
sir.
Sir, one way the price, that is a bidding price, is increasing. And demand is also increasing for this particular pen. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, remember, in case of a speculative activity, betting, gambling, auction sale, even though when the price is increasing, demand will also
increase.
What is the 7th point?
Basic necessities.
Food,
Life.
clothing, shelter is a basic thing for every human being. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Sir, even though if there is an increase in price of basic things, food, clothing, shelter, we still demand it. Have you ever seen? Let me say, okay, boss, now the price of a food, let me say, food grains have increased. We will never consume it. We will decrease the demand. Have you ever noticed it?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Sir, in case of a basic necessary, in case of a
Basic necessities.
even though if price increases, demand will
Increase.
And what is the last point?
Trends and change.
Trends and
Changes.
and there is a best example over there. What is that?
Tone jeans.
Sir, obviously now this is a present trend. Whenever there is a present trend, even though if the price of that commodity increases, we still demand it. Best example is tone jeans. Sir, the normal jeans is 800 rupees per pant. Sir, tone jeans is 1500 rupees per pant. We still purchase tone jeans only. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Sir, in case of a present trend, sir, in case of a basic necessary, in case of a speculative activity, in case of emergency, last 4 items are most important. Actually, these 4 are little confusing. Sir, in case of emergency, law of demand will never work. Sir, in case of speculative activity, law of demand will never work. Sir, in case of basic necessities, law of demand will never work. In case of present trends and changes, law of demand will
Never
work. So, how many points are there for exceptions of law of demand?
8.
8 points. No, which are those 8 points?
Conspicuous consumption.
What do you
Cheap
wait,
and
wait,
goods.
wait, wait. Listen. What is the meaning of conspicuous consumption?
Luxury goods.
Luxury goods are prestigious goods.
Goods.
What do you mean by Giffen's goods?
Inferior quality.
That is low quality goods are
Inferior goods.
What do you mean by conspicuous necessaries?
Demonstration of Radhavan effect.
Demonstration effect. What is the 4th point?
Expectations of future
Expectation of future change in price.
Expectation of future change in
Price.
Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
So how many points are there for exception?
8.
8 points. My all the old students, did you understood? Does anyone has a doubt in exception? If you have any doubt in between, you can unmute yourself and you can ask a question. Shall I continue further?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now the next reading is
Demand schedule.
Schedule and demand curve.
demand schedule and demand. Was there are some basic concepts which I will continuously explain. Now everyone mute yourself. If you have any doubt, you can unmute and you can ask me a question. Now everyone mute yourself. Anjali, Shrishti. Oh, there are two Shashanks in the class. Who is Shashank BN?
Sir,
Of student hale student
ಹಳೆ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಸರ್.
MES
MES.
okay mute ಮಾಡಪ್ಪ. Now you can see here the next topic is demand schedule and demand curve. Now let me explain you the meaning of schedule and let me explain you the meaning of firm. Suppose if we represent demand in a form of a table, we call it as demand schedule. Suppose if we represent demand in a form of a graph, we call it as demand curve. Now, sir, we have already explained the main law of demand. That is, when price increases, demand decreases. When price decreases, demand increases. Now, sir, let me take this particular table into consideration. Let me say there are three customers: Batman, Superman, Iron Man. Now, assuming whenever the price is 10, Batman is demanding 22 units, Superman is demanding 15 units, Iron Man is demanding 18 units. Now, sir, all the three people put together, 22 plus 15 plus 18, that is Batman, Superman, Iron Man, all these three people put together, they are totally demanding 55 units whenever the price is 10. Now, sir, from 10, the price has reduced to 8. Sir, whenever price decreases, demand increases. Now, because of due to decrease in price, Batman is increasing his demand from 22 to 27. Superman is increasing his demand from 15 to 18. Iron Man is increasing his demand from 18 to 20. Now, 27, 18, 20, all the three people put together, it is 65. Sir, whenever price decreases, demand increases. Now, it is same respectively in all this particular table. Whenever the prices keep on decreasing, demand is keep on increasing, even if it is individually or even if it is total demand. Now, there are two types of demand schedule. First one is individual demand schedule. Second one is market demand schedule. Sir, what is this individual demand schedule and what is this market demand schedule? Sir, suppose if I want to understand only what is the demand made by a Batman for the respective price. Now, only the price column and only the Batman column, only these two columns, if I compare, it is called as individual demand schedule. Suppose now I need to understand the demand made by Superman or demand made by Iron Man. Individual persons column and the price column, it is individual demand schedule. Suppose if I'm considering the total demand made by a market, that is assuming that there are only three customers in a market. Now, sir, total demand made by a market and what is the price, respective price, these two columns put together, we call it as a market demand schedule. Let me repeat it once again. Sir, representing demand in a form of a table is called as demand schedule. We have two types of demand schedule: individual demand schedule and market demand schedule. Sir, what is this individual demand schedule? It represents demand created by individual customers with relation to change in price. What is market demand schedule? It represents demand created by all the customers. I assume there were only three customers in a market. Now, all the customers in a market with respect to change in price. So, boss, demand schedule is representing demand in a form of a table. Now, what is demand curve? The second one. Sir, representing this demand schedule, that is this table, in a form of a graph. Is called as demand curve. Let me repeat it once again. Representing demand schedule, that is table, in a form of a graph is called as demand curve. It is called as demand curve. Boss, whenever price increases, you can observe here from P to P1. Sir, there is an increase in price. Sir, whenever this price is increasing, quantity demanded is also increasing or decreasing. Sir, whenever price increases, demand decreases. We can observe here P and Q. There is a mistake in this particular graph. Kindly make a note of it. This is a P line and this should be Q and this should be Q1. Sir, this is the price P and present quantity is Q1 as per the graph. Now, sir, whenever there is an increase in price from P to P1, quantity demanded is decreasing from Q1 to Q. And the most important thing which you need to remember in a demand curve is, sir, my demand curve is downwards sloping curve. Demand curve is downwards sloping curve from left to right. Left to right. Y-axis represents price. Y-axis represents price. X-axis represents quantity. X-axis represents quantity. Y-axis represents price. Demand curve is a downward sloping curve from left to right. Whenever price increases, demand decreases, or whenever price decreases, demand increases. Now, after this, let me say, why is this demand curve sloping downwards? That is the most important question. You can expect a one single question from this particular topic. Boss, now the question says, why is this demand curve sloping downwards? You can observe here. It is sloping downwards from left to right. Now, sir, the very first reason is LDMU, law of diminishing marginal utility. This particular topic is going to come in chapter 3. I will explain in detail over there what is this law of diminishing marginal utility. Now, just remember this topic. Sir, why is your demand curve sloping downwards? There are 4 reasons. How many reasons? 4 reasons. Reason number 1, sir, LDMU, law of diminishing marginal utility. Law of diminishing marginal utility. The second one is substitution effect. Substitution effect. Sir, what happens? We have already learned what is the meaning of substitute goods. Sir, it is a next best alternative. Next best alternative. Sir, I will go for a shop. I wanted Cadbury Dairy Milk 5 rupee. That is not available. I will take 5 rupees. Gone mad. It is a substitute commodity. Next best. Sir, sometimes what happens? We are not going to consume a same commodity. If it is not available, we'll go for a substitute. When we go for a substitute, the demand for a present unit decreases. That is another main important reason why demand curve is sloping downward. Sir, first reason, LDMU. Second reason, substitute goods. Sir, third reason, new customers. Sir, there might be some new customers who will purchase my commodity and there might be an increase in demand. Sir, let me say selling a particular commodity by name Gone Mad, chocolate. Sir, the few customers might get add up. Sir, few customers might also expect a new commodity out of it. Let me say flavors out of it. Sir, the fourth point is alternative or multiple usages. Sir, same single commodity is used for multiple purposes. Sir, one single commodity itself, sir, they use it for purpose A, purpose B, purpose D. I can give a best example. Sir, Coca-Cola. Sir, Coca-Cola is used for 2 important things in India. One, for drinking purpose. Second, for cleaning purpose. Substitute good for a bleaching powder. That is what even many people use it. And not only that, sir, there are many commodities in my particular nation where we use it for multiple purposes, not only for one single usages. So these are the 4 important points. This is the reason why your demand curve is sloping downwards. Reason number 1, LDMU, law of diminishing marginal utility. Reason number 2, substitution effect. Reason number 3, new customers. Reason number 4, alternatives or multiple usages. Let me repeat the concept once again. Boss, what is the meaning of demand schedule? Sir, demand schedule is nothing but representing demand in a form of a table. What do you mean by demand curve? Representing this demand schedule in a form of a graph is called as demand curve. Sir, what is the general nature of demand curve? Downward sloping curve. Let me repeat it. The general nature of demand curve is downwards sloping curve. Downwards sloping curve. Sir, y-axis represents price, x-axis represents quantity. Sir, quantity. 4 important reasons are there for a downward sloping curve of demand curve. That is, why demand curve is sloping downwards. Sir, the very first reason is LDMU, law of diminishing marginal utility. Second reason is substitution effect. Third reason is new customers. Fourth reason is alternative or multiple usages. Did you people understood? Now unmute yourself, everyone.
Sir?
Everyone, unmute.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Do you need a break?
Yes, sir.
Everyone, for everyone I'm asking, do you need a break?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You do one thing, now the time is exactly 12 o'clock. Take 15 minutes break. After 15 minutes, we will start the class. Is it okay? No. All the newcomers,
Yes, sir.
people have to respond with me. Now, other people kindly mute your audio and just have a look. Shashank,
Yes, sir.
ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ಯಪ್ಪ? Vaishnavi, Arpita and Pooja.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is everyone back? Can we start?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, what was the meaning of law of demand?
When price increases.
Wait. There is one important statement to be made there. When all things remains constant. When all things remains
Constant.
Constant.
What is that all things? I gave you that shortcut. PITCAT PCs. PITCAT apostrophe S. PITCAT PCs. So in that PITCAT PC, only P was variable. ITCAT PCs. Can you see here at least?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
PITCAT PCs. Only this P, the very first one P. Only this P is variable. All other things was remaining constant. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Price increases, quantity demanded decreases. And price decreases, quantity demanded increases. Now I also said you law of demand is a qualitative statement. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Law of
sir.
demand was a qualitative
Statement.
and law of demand was only showing us a direction of change. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now we'll go to the next topic and the most important topic of this chapter by name demand, and you can expect at least 3 to 4 questions from this topic what we will be discussing in the next 1 hour. Now listen to this carefully. Sir, law of demand, you can see here in this particular table I have also given the difference, law of demand and elasticity of demand. Sir, law of demand was representing only direction of change. It was representing only newcomers, respond with me. It was only giving a direction of change. This was the major disadvantage. We know as whenever price increases, demand decreases, but we never knew how many percentage or what is the numerical change. Suppose, sir, if rupees 10 is the increase in price, how many demand or what is the quantity of demand which is going to be decreased? We never knew this. This was a major disadvantage of law of demand. So due to the disadvantages of law of demand, we established something called as elasticity of demand. Sir, it is very simple. Due to the disadvantages of law of demand, elasticity of demand was introduced. Elasticity of demand was introduced due to disadvantages of what?
Law of demand.
Law of
Law of
demand.
demand was showing only dash change.
Direction.
Law of demand is also called as
Qualitative statement.
qualitative statement. It was called as
Qualitative
Qualitative
now,
statement.
sir, in elasticity of demand, it is not only just showing us a direction of change. Along with the direction, it will also show us a numerical change. It will also show us a
numerical change.
Now have a look here in the material, the highlighted one. Sir, elasticity of demand not only tells us a direction of change, it also tells us how much quantity. That is a numerical change in form of dash.
Percentage.
Percentage.
Form of
Percentage.
Percentage.
in form of percentage. This is the most
Percentage.
important topic in your elasticity of demand. Sir, law of demand only direction of change, but elasticity of demand percentage.
Percentage.
It will be showing us a change in percentage. Showing us a change in
Percentage.
now, boss. The meaning of elasticity of demand is pretty important here. Have a look here. It is a responsiveness or change in quantity demanded. It is a responsiveness or change in quantity
Demanded.
Boss, that word is important. Quantity demanded. How much quantity is it getting changed? Responsiveness or change. Responsiveness is nothing but a changes in quantity demanded due to change in some determinants. Due to change in
Some determinants.
due to change in
Some determinants.
due to change
Some
in
determinant.
Some determinants.
Some determinants.
What is the sum determinants? So the sum determinants is nothing but price, income, advertisement, and cross. This cross is nothing but complementary and substitute goods. Complementary and
Substitute goods.
complementary and
Substitute.
Substitute
Or
goods.
it is an important meaning, that is, it is a responsiveness or change in quantity demanded. Responsiveness or change in quantity
Demanded.
due to
Demanded.
change in due to change in due to change in
Quantity.
Determinants.
Some determinants.
which are those some determinants?
Price
Price
elasticity of
elasticity,
demand,
Cross
income elasticity,
and
cross elasticity,
advertisement.
advertisement.
That is nothing but types of elasticity of demand. Types of elasticity of
Demand.
how
Demand.
many types of elasticity of demand is there?
Price elasticity.
Which is the very first one?
Price
Price
elasticity of demand.
elasticity.
Second one?
Income
Income elasticity.
Elasticity.
Third one?
cross
Cross elasticity.
Fourth one?
advertisement.
Advertisement
Elasticity.
elasticity. Now listen to me carefully, sir. Elasticity of demand will not only just to show the direction in change, along with the direction it will also show me a numerical change, that is in form of percentage. Numerical change in form of percentage.
Percentage.
So elasticity of demand is also called as quantitative change. Elasticity of demand is also called as
Quantitative statement.
law of demand was called as
Qualitative.
Qualitative statement.
elasticity of demand.
Quantitative
Quantitative
statement.
statement.
Quantitative statement. Did you understood?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Now, how many types of elasticity of demand is there?
Four.
Four types.
Which are those four types?
Price elasticity,
Elasticity.
income elasticity,
Elasticity.
cost elasticity.
Advertisement elasticity of demand.
It is very simple. Price elasticity, income elasticity, cross elasticity, advertisement elasticity. These are the four types of elasticity of demand. Sir, law of demand was only showing the direction of change, but elasticity of demand will show me the numerical change, that is in form of a percentage. Law of demand was called as qualitative statement. Elasticity of demand is called as quantitative statement. Did you understood? Elasticity
Yes,
is
sir.
quantitative, law of demand is qualitative. Did you understood?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Now we have a very important formula for elasticity of demand. You can see here EOD, elasticity of demand. Percentage change. This triangle, the small letter triangle, the small triangle represents change. Percentage change in quantity demanded. Percentage change in
Mandated.
due to change in
Price change.
due to change in.
Price.
But we have learned something here, sir. The meaning of elasticity of demand says it is a responsiveness or change in quantity demanded due to change in
Some determinants.
Some other determinants.
some determinants. But in the meaning we said as some determinants. But in case of formula, we are specifying it as price. We are specifying it as
Price.
Price.
anyone tell me why? Newcomers, all the four people, why did I specify it as price in formula? Why didn't I specify it as price in meaning? But I specified it as some determinants in the meaning, but in formula I am specifying it as a price. Why?
Because it can include income elasticity or substitute goods, advertisement.
Price includes income.
No, some determinants.
That is what my question is. In meaning, I have specified it as some determinants. But in formula, I am specifying it as only and only price.
Because it is price elasticity of demand.
Hello, see the heading. It is not price elasticity I'm explaining. I'm explaining elasticity of demand. And even in the formula, you can see here EOD, elasticity of demand.
Other things remaining constant, price will change.
Okay, that is the meaning of law of demand. All things remains constant when price changes. Other than that,
Demand is always
demand is
dependent on price.
demand is dependent on price. That is the main reason. Boss, even though if you people are wrong, that is fine, but kindly respond. Shashank, Pooja, Vaishnavi, respond. Hello. Hello? Hello? Can you listen? Hello?
Yes, sir, it got.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, why? My question is for you 4 people. Why did I specify only as a price in formula, but in meaning I specified it as some determinants? What is the reason?
Sir, because price is the primary factor.
Primary.
Superb. Almost you people are near to the answer.
Price is a primary factor.
Now, see here.
Yes, sir.
I have highlighted something when I was explaining you the determinants, the very first one, price. Sir, price is the most important determinant which influence demand to a
Maximum
extent. And I also said you this price relation is the main thumb rule of your demand chapter. Sir, price is the one important point which affects demand to a dash extent.
Maximum extent.
No doubt, even other elements in your PitCat pieces will also affect, but which is affecting the maximum extent?
Price.
Price is going to affect to a maximum extent. That is the main reason why we are specifying it as price in case of a formula. But no doubt, sir, price is not only the thing which is going to affect. Along with price, there are still more many things which is going to affect. So we call it as a some determinants in a meaning. But in case of a formula, we will specify it as a
Price.
Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Now, how many types of elasticity of demand is there?
4 types.
4.
Which are those 4 types? Price elasticity, income
Income
elasticity, cross elasticity,
Advertisement.
advertisement elasticity. Did you understood?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Now, let me move further. Let me go to the very first one, price elasticity of demand. Price elasticity of
Demand.
elasticity of.
Demand.
Now the statement remains the same. Only the small minute changes. If you can observe here, see the meaning of elasticity of demand. It is a responsiveness or change in quantity demanded due to change in some determinants. Now, if I come to price elasticity of demand, you can see here it is a responsiveness or change in quantity demanded due to change in
Price.
Commodity.
Price.
due to change in
Price.
due to change in.
Price.
It is only and only due to change in
Price.
price. And what is the heading? Price elasticity of demand. And now, boss, the formula remains the same. Price elasticity of demand formula is also same. Sir, percentage change in quantity demanded due to percentage change in
Price.
percentage change in percentage change in.
Price.
How many types of elasticity of demand is there?
4.
How many types of elasticity of demand is there?
4.
Which is the very first one?
Price elasticity of
Price elasticity of
Demand.
Now, remember, there are 5 types of price elasticity. How many types of price elasticity?
5 types.
How many types of price elasticity?
5
How many types of elasticity of demand?
4 types.
4 types. Listen to me carefully. Boss, there are 4 types of elasticity of demand. Price elasticity, income elasticity, cross elasticity, advertisement elasticity. But there are 5 types of elasticity of demand. How many types of elasticity of demand?
5 types.
How many types of elasticity of demand?
4 types.
4 types. How many types of price elasticity of demand?
5 types.
How many types of elasticity of demand?
4.
Which are those 4? Which are those 4?
Price elasticity, income elasticity,
cross elasticity,
advertisement.
Superb. How many types of price elasticity is there?
Yes, sir.
How many types of price elasticity is there?
5 types.
Okay, now listen to me carefully. Now this is the most important topic. Now try to recognize this is in the same format. You can observe here. You can see there's a red color dot.
Yes, sir.
Now, boss, Try to recognize in the same format. What is the very first one?
Relatively elastic.
Relatively
Elasticity.
If you are receiving call, kindly leave the meeting, attend the call, and then come back and join. Now, okay, listen.
Okay.
Sir, what is the very first type of price elasticity?
Relatively elastic.
Relatively
Elastic.
Second one,
Relatively inelastic.
Relatively inelastic.
relatively.
Inelastic.
Inelastic.
Third one,
Unitary elastic.
Unitary elastic.
fourth one,
Perfectly
Perfectly
inelastic.
inelastic.
perfectly inelastic. Last one,
Inelastic.
Perfectly elastic.
Perfectly elastic.
perfectly.
Elastic.
Okay, now just look into this particular board. Now, but for your betterment, I'm creating this shortcut here. Now, let me say, I will use this BODMAS method. If at all you are a mathematics student, at least you will know what is a BODMAS rule for the brackets. BODMAS rule for the brackets. Sir, let me say this middle one, unitary elastic. I will name it as a small bracket. Unitary elastic as a
Small bracket.
Unitary elastic as a
Small bracket.
small bracket. Now, boss, I will represent this inelastic. I will represent this inelastic. That is your relatively inelastic and perfectly inelastic. Relatively inelastic and perfectly inelastic as a flower bracket.
Inelastic.
As a flower bracket. Now, boss, elastic and elastic. That is the very first one. I will name it as a square brackets. I will name it as a
Square brackets.
now, boss, for me, the most important thing now, sir, the middle one will be unitary elastic. That is a small bracket. Now, the flower brackets you can see here. That is inelastic, inelastic. Sir, this inelastic and inelastic will be flower brackets. Last one, elastic and elastic, that will be square brackets. Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, boss, what is the middle one?
Unitary elastic.
Now, sir, inelastic, inelastic. At the final stage, it will be elastic and elastic. Try to recognize in the same format because you need to remember this numerical values. This numerical values straight away you might be asked one single question in exam, and this numerical value is the most important year after. This numerical value will be the most important topic for a discussion. Now, boss, which is the first type of price elasticity of demand?
Relatively elastic.
Relatively elastic. Second one?
Relatively inelastic.
Third one?
Unitary elastic.
Fourth one?
Perfectly elastic.
Fifth one?
Perfectly elastic.
Now, try to recognize this in a same format. Just close your eyes and just recognize this. First one is relatively elastic. Second one is relatively inelastic. Third one is unitary elastic. Fourth one is perfectly inelastic.
Inelastic.
Fifth one is perfectly
Elastic.
elastic. One more time. Relatively
Inelastic.
relatively elastic, relatively inelastic, unitary
elastic.
perfectly
Inelastic.
last one is perfectly
Elastic.
elastic. Now, sir, last time. First one is relatively elastic. Second one is relatively inelastic. Third one is perfectly elastic. Fourth one is perfectly inelastic.
Unitary elastic.
Superb. Third one is unitary elastic. Fourth one is perfectly
Elastic.
Fourth one,
Inelastic.
perfectly inelastic. Fifth one is
Perfectly elastic.
now. Listen to me carefully, sir. The very first one, relatively elastic. Elasticity will be greater than 1. Elasticity will be
Greater
Than
than
one.
for which it is greater than 1.
elastic.
Relatively elastic.
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 Relatively elastic is greater than 1. Relatively elastic is
Greater than one.
Greater than one.
relatively inelastic is lesser than 1. Relatively inelastic is
Lesser than one.
Lesser than one.
unitary elastic is equals to 1.
Equal to one.
Unitary elastic is
Equal to 1.
Equal to 1.
Now comes the twist here. See here, listen to the question carefully. If it is perfectly inelastic, perfectly
Inelastic.
Inelastic.
elasticity is 0. Elasticity is
0.
elasticity is
0.
0.
elasticity is
0.
suppose if it is relatively inelastic,
Lesser than 1.
Less than 1.
lesser than 1. Sir, now the last one is perfectly
Elastic.
Elastic.
sir, if it is perfectly elastic, it will be infinite. It will be
Infinite.
now listen to me
Infinite.
carefully. I will say it in an order. Next, you people have to say me in this order. Sir, relatively elastic greater than 1. Relatively inelastic lesser than 1. Unitary elastic equals to 1. Perfectly inelastic equals to 0. Perfectly elastic infinite. One more time I will repeat it. Relatively elastic greater than 1. Relatively inelastic lesser than 1. Unitary elastic equals to 1. Perfectly inelastic equals to 0. Perfectly elastic infinite. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now Vaishnavi,
Yes, sir.
can you say me one all this in an order
Yes, sir.
with the numerical
Relatively
value?
elastic.
With numerical
Uh,
values.
Okay, sir. Relatively elastic more than 1. Relatively inelastic less than 1. Unitary elastic is equal to 1. Perfectly inelastic is equal to 0. Perfectly elastic is infinity.
One more time.
Relatively elastic is more than 1. Relatively inelastic is less than 1. Unitary elastic is equal to 1. 1 and
Perfectly elastic.
perfectly inelastic is 0. Perfectly elastic is infinity.
Okay, Vaishnavi, unitary elastic is
1.
perfectly inelastic.
0.
Unitary elastic.
1.
Relatively inelastic.
Less than 1.
Greater than 1 is
Relatively elastic.
infinite is
Perfectly elastic.
perfectly elastic is infinite.
Yes, sir.
Shashank,
Yes, sir.
can you tell me in order?
Yes, sir.
Hmm.
Relatively elastic greater than 1.
Hmm.
Relatively inelastic lesser than 1.
Hmm.
Unitary elastic equal to 1.
Hmm.
Perfectly inelastic equal to 0.
Okay.
Perfectly elastic infinite.
Perfectly elastic is
Infinite, sir.
Pooja.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you say me in order one?
Relatively elastic more than 1, relatively inelastic less than 1, unitary elastic equal to 0, perfectly inelastic equal to inelastic equal to 0, perfectly elastic infinity.
What is relatively inelastic? Pooja, for you only.
Less
Relatively
than 1.
inelastic.
Less than 1.
Relatively elastic.
More than 1.
Perfectly inelastic.
0.
Relatively elastic.
More than 1.
Unitary elastic.
1. Equal to 1.
Arpita.
Yes, sir.
Is it done? Did I ask you to say?
Is it done?
It is done. I think Vaishnavi done, Shashank done, Pooja done, Arpita done. All the 4 done.
Okay.
Yes,
I think ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟೆಪ್ಪ ನಾನು 3 ಜನದಷ್ಟೇ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದು. ಅರ್ಪಿತಾ ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
Yes.
Arpita, can you say it in order?
Okay, sir. Relatively elastic more than 1. Relatively inelastic less than 1. Unitary elastic equals to 1. Perfectly inelastic 0. Perfectly elastic in infinite
What is unitary elastic?
equals to 1.
Relatively elastic?
Relatively elastic more than 1.
Relatively inelastic?
Less than 1.
What is unitary elastic?
Equals to 1.
Perfectly elastic?
Perfectly elastic infinite.
Superb. Now let's go further. Are you able to recognize this particular relatively elastic in a format way? From relatively elastic to perfectly elastic in the same order with the same numerical number. See, if you are able to recognize it in the same order, it will be easy. Greater than 1, lesser than 1, equals to 1, 0, infinite. Now We are discussing first two tables. Already we have done with this first two tables. Now, the question for you people, how many types of price elasticity of demand is there?
5 times.
5.
Shashank,
5, sir.
Thanks, sir.
how many types of elasticity of demand is there?
4,
Four
sir.
types.
4.
Which are those 4?
Price
Price,
income elasticity,
Income elasticity, cross
advertisement
elasticity, advertisement elasticity.
Remember, there are 4 types of elasticity of demand: price, income, cross, advertisement. There are 5 types of price elasticity: relatively elastic, relatively inelastic, unitary elastic, perfectly inelastic, perfectly elastic. Did you understood?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
the notebook what you have kept next to you. Now also have a pencil and a scale, eraser, whatever is required. Go get it fast. Pencil, scale, eraser. Once you people are back, once everyone is ready, let me know. I will start with the topic.
Yes, sir.
I need pencil, scale, eraser, whatever you have. Done?
Yes.
Is everyone back?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can we start?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, what is the very first type of price elasticity of demand?
relatively elastic.
And all the newcomers, all the 4 people, I want your response together now from this topic. Every single day, you 4 people are my main lab rats for the day. You have to respond to me every day.
Okay, sir.
Now,
Okay, sir.
what is the very first type of price elasticity of demand?
Relatively elastic.
What is the general nature of demand curve?
Downward sloping.
Downward sloping curve from left to
Right.
Right.
trunk.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what is the general nature of demand curve?
The downward sloping from left to right.
Downward sloping curve from left to
Right.
Pakka.
Yes, sir.
Sure. What does y-axis represents in demand curve?
Right.
Price.
Y-axis represents?
Price.
X-axis represents?
Quantity.
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 Sure.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir.
Now, what was the elasticity numerical for relatively elastic? Numerical value of relatively elastic?
More than 1.
Greater than
1.
1. Okay. Now, you people, look at the material. Can you see the meaning of relatively elastic here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you 4 people, kindly read it out.
Small change.
A small
in price.
change in price leads to a large
Price
change in
leads to a
quantity
large
demanded.
change in quantity demanded.
Small change in price leads to a large change in quantity
Demand.
demanded. And remember, in case of relatively elastic,
Elastic.
but demand curve will not be downward sloping curve, it will be flatter. It will be
Flatter.
Flat.
now you can see me, I'm drawing this flatter curve. Sir, this is a flatter curve. But sir, I have explained you something called as a downward sloping curve. Do you remember?
Yes, sir.
Now, kindly observe this particular graph which I am doing. Now, boss, suppose if I draw a graph like this, now the second one, this is a downward sloping curve, but this will not be my demand curve. Boss, whatever graph I am doing now, this particular demand line, this is a flatter curve. Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Now, kindly draw x-axis and y-axis in your book. Use your scale and pencil. And also draw this flatter line like how I am doing. All the newcomers for you people and also my old students. If you want to practice it, even you can do it. Draw x-axis, y-axis. This is y-axis.
Yes.
This is x-axis. This is demand. Did you complete it with x-axis, y-axis and demand curve?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, look at this diagram. Now, sir, assuming this is my normal price line. This is my normal
Price
Right.
line.
price line, P, and name it as P for it. And this is a normal quantity line. You can name it as P and Q. Sir, this is P. You can name this P. Did you draw it? P and Q.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Is this done?
Yes, sir.
Now, what was the meaning of relatively elastic?
A small
You can
change
read
in
it.
the
A
Small
small
change.
change in price leads to a large change in quantity
demand.
demanded. Now, wait a second. Now, whenever price increases, quantity demanded,
Decreases.
Decreases.
what will happen? Whenever the price is increasing, what will happen for quantity?
Decreases.
Sure?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is what has happened. You can observe here the orange line. Sir, the black line is P. The orange line is P1. Can you observe it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, there is an increase in price. See here. From P, we have increased the price to P1. Let me name it as P1 here. Sir, due to increase in price, there is a decrease in quantity, Q1. Now, plotted. A small change in price. You can observe here. This orange line, boss, there is only a small change. From P to P1, there is a smaller region. Due to a small change in price, there is a larger change in quantity demanded. Can you observe it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So what is the numerical value for relatively elastic?
Greater than 1.
Greater than 1.
E is greater than?
1.
1.
E is greater than 1. Did you draw it perfectly?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Yes, sir.
Is it done?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Done?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, look at, let me say, the price is increasing. Do you agree? From black line to orange line, price is increasing. Can you observe?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Sir, small change in price is leading to a large change in quantity demanded. Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And I also said you what is the numerical value? E is greater than?
1.
Greater.
Is greater than
1.
1. Sir, how did we get to know it is greater than 1, lesser than 1, equals to 1, or equals to 0, equals to infinite? And boss, even my elasticity of demand is going to give me numerical change. Do you agree? It is going to represent a numerical change. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, what was the formula of price elasticity of demand? Price elasticity of demand is equal to percentage change in
Change in quantity divided by percentage change.
percentage change in quantity demanded divided by
percentage change in
Engine price.
percentage change in.
price.
Sir, how do I get to know what is a numerical change with this diagram? Sir, it is highly impossible. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Sir, in order to identify this elasticity, we also get a numerical problem. Now, look at the board. Don't write anything. First understand, then you can copy it down. First, look at the board here. Sir, P represents price, Q represents quantity. Sir, assuming black color line, earlier price is 10, earlier price is
10.
earlier quantity is 100, earlier quantity is
100.
100. Now, boss, let me say I have taken an example of increase in price in diagram. Can you observe it? P to P1. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, what I will do, I will take a decrease in price in numerical example so that even both will be covered. Sir, in graph, I have increase in price. In a particular numerical example, I will take it as decrease. Assuming from 10, now the price is rupees 5. Price is rupees
5.
5.
Now you tell me, whenever price decreases, quantity demanded
Increases.
Now, sir, from 100, let me say now the demand is 170. Demand is
170.
170. Now let me explain this particular numerical. Sir, P represents price, Q represents quantity. Sir, my earlier price is 10, earlier quantity was 100. Now, sir, price has reduced from 10 rupee to 5 rupee. Because of which, due to decrease in price, quantity demanded increases. Now my quantity demanded has increased from 100 to 170.
170.
Boss, in order to identify which type of elasticity is that, we have a formula. We have a
Formula.
Sir, we also have one more formula. Sir, what is that formula? Listen to this carefully. Look at the board. Sir, price divided by quantity into change in quantity
Divided by change in price.
change in
Price.
price. Sir, what is this P? P represents earlier price. P represents earlier
Price.
Sir, Q
Price.
represents earlier quantity. Q represents earlier.
Quantity.
So now, according to this numerical example, what is P?
10.
P is 10. What is Q?
100.
100. Sir, earlier quantity is 100. Now, sir, they are saying it is change in quantity. What is this change in quantity? Present quantity minus previous quantity. Present quantity minus previous.
Quantity.
Remember, whenever they say change in quantity, it is nothing but, sir, present quantity, that is
170.
PQ. This is present quantity minus PQ minus 1. Sir, present quantity is 170. Previous quantity is 100. So what is 170 minus 100?
70.
70. Now, same applies to the price. Sir, what is the present price?
5.
Sir, what is the previous price?
10.
Now, 5 minus 10.
Minus 5.
Minus 5. As of now, ignore negativity. I will teach you how to deal with negativity. Now, sir, I will just write it as a 5. Now, cross substitute. Sir, 5 ones are 5 twos are. Sir, 0 and 0 cancel. Sir, now it is nothing but 7 twos are 14. 14 divided by 10. So 14 divided by 10, it is 1.4. 4. Do you agree with the answer?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is relatively elastic greater than
1.
what is the answer?
Greater than 1.
1.4.
1.4. Don't you think 1.4 is also greater than 1?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, sometimes we get a numerical problem like this. By using this numerical problem, we need to identify which type of elasticity is that. Suppose if my final answer is greater than 1, which type of price elasticity is that? For you people only.
Relatively elastic.
Suppose if it is lesser than 1.
Relatively inelastic.
Relatively,
Inelastic.
Inelastic.
if it is equals to 1.
Unitary
Unitary
elastic.
elastic.
Unitary elastic, if it is equals to infinite.
Perfect.
Perfectly
Perfectly
elastic.
elastic.
Perfectly.
Elastic.
Elastic.
Now did you understood why we named it as greater than 1? Did you people understood? All the 4 people?
Yes.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now comes the most important question. Sir, what was the general nature of demand curve? Downwards sloping curve. But in case of relatively elastic, relatively,
Elastic.
relatively, it will be
Elastic.
flatter. It
Elastic.
will be
Flatter.
Flatter.
dash. It will be flatter curve. It will be.
Flatter.
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 Now let me repeat the entire concept once again. Just listen to me, sir. Relatively elasticity will be greater than 1. Sir, small change in price. Have a look in the diagram. P to P1, orange line and black line. Sir, small change in price leads to a large change in quantity demanded. You can see the gap here. There is a smaller change in price, larger change in quantity demanded. And sir, they will be giving you numerical examples like this. Sir, present price is 10, present quantity is 100. Change in price is 5, change in quantity is 170. That is, earlier price is 10, new price is 5. Earlier quantity is 100, new quantity is 170. And there is a formula to identify which type of elasticity. We call it as a formula method. We call it as a dash method.
Formula method.
Formula method. What is your formula method's formula? P by Q into change in quantity divided by change in
Price.
price. Sir, formula method's formula is price divided by quantity into change in quantity divided by change in price. Now, sir, my earlier price is 10, earlier quantity is 100. Sir, my new quantity is 170, old quantity is 100, sir. 170 minus 100 is 70. And sir, my new price is 5, earlier price is 10, 5 minus 10 is minus 5. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now I said you, I
Yes,
will
sir.
teach how to deal with negativity. Sir, actually, this is minus 5. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Remember, whenever you have a negative sign, either at uppercase or either at a lowercase of any division or any subtraction, whatever might be, the final answer in price elasticity will also be minus. It will also be minus. Suppose if it is any at one single place, suppose if it is at a denominator, or suppose if it is at any uppercase or lowercase. Suppose, now let me give an example. Sir, here also it is minus 10, sir. Here also it is minus 5. Now, all the mathematical students, now you tell me, will it be still minus?
No.
No, sir.
It will be
No,
positive.
sir.
It will be
Positive.
suppose only if any one single place, either in a below or either in a uppercase, if any one single numerical is negative, your output answer will also be in a negative. Suppose in both the places, if it is negative, the answer will be
Positive.
answer will be
Positive.
Positive.
Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, boss, have a look here. Relatively elastic. Elasticity is greater than.
1.
And what is the
One.
nature of demand curve in case of relatively elastic?
Flatter.
Flatter
Demand
Demand.
curve.
Flatter demand.
Curve.
Flatter demand.
Curve.
Did you understood with relatively elastic this concept greater than 1? How did we get this greater than 1? Did you understood, newcomers?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, have a look here. 1 second. Now, what is the answer which we have got after solving this numerical problem?
1.4.
1.4. It is nothing but, listen to me carefully, if price changes by 1%, if price changes by
1%.
price changes by 1%, was how many percentage will demand change?
1.4.
1.4%. 1.4%.
4%.
Remember, this is the conclusion. Now you can also see it is there in my material. Now have a look here. Sir, now in this particular question, I've taken it as 160 here. I've given it as 170 in this problem now. Sir, the answer is 1.2. You can see the conclusion here. If price changes by 1%, quantity demanded decreases. Now boss, here price is increasing. Whenever price increases, quantity demanded
Decrease.
Suppose if price decreases, quantity demanded
Increases.
Sir, if price increases by 1%, quantity demanded decreases by 1.4%
4%.
and vice versa. Did you understood?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Now, relatively elastic. Does anyone have a doubt? Be it my old student or be it my new student. Does anyone having a doubt here?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Can I proceed with the second topic? Relatively inelastic.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
sir.
Okay. Now, newcomers, did you write this? Did you at least plotted a graph properly?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you solve this numerical problem next to this graph in your book?
Yes, sir.
Shashank, is it done?
Yes, sir.
Did you do it?
Excuse me,
can-
sir.
Yes, madam.
Sir, can you teach that negative concept once again?
See, now, what is the solution? What we have got? Let me take the same concept here. Now, sir, the equation says 10 by 100. One second. Sir, 10 by 100 into 70 by minus 5. Did you understood how we got minus 5?
Yes, sir.
Sir, present price is 5. Sir, previous price is 10.
10.
Sir, you can observe here.
Yes, sir.
5 minus 10. Minus 5. 5 minus 10 is minus 5. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, madam, if you substitute this, let me say 5 ones are 5.
So I thought that all the things, the
Okay.
solution, if it is the final answer will be negative 1.4, no, sir?
Yes, negative 1.4. In this particular situation, the final answer will be negative 1.4.
Yes, sir. That 1 minus 1.4 means it is lesser than 1.
Yes, it is lesser than 1, but we also take an assumption here. What is the main assumption? Sir, all things is remaining constant, only price is fluctuating. Now, boss, remember, that is why I said you at the initial stage, ignore negativity. Ignore negativity. Usually that negative problems, rare of the rarest situation we get it. Usually we only consider this 1.1. So even though if it is minus 1.4, we always say that this numerical value, it is more than 1. So it is the assumption what we have made. As it is 100% true what you're saying, sir, minus 1.4 is lesser than 1. It is even lesser than 0 is what your question is. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, if it is lesser than 1, don't you think it is relatively inelastic? And we also have something called as 0, that is unitary elastic. Sir, it is lesser than 0 now.
Yes, sir.
Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Sir, but when I am explaining you, I have only these 5 situations, sir. Greater than 1, lesser than 1, equals to 1, equals to 0. Now, minus 1.4, what can you consider it as? Lesser than 0 or lesser than 1? Madam, for you only. Minus 1.4, is it lesser than 0 or lesser than 1?
Lesser than 0.
We don't have any concept which states lesser than 0.
Yes, sir.
And that is the main reason why I said ignore negativity. Ignore
Yes, sir.
negativity. Suppose if you get a similar kind of a problem in your exam, solve it. Suppose if you have a minus sign at one single place, the final answer will be minus 1.4. In your examination, they are going to give you this numerical problem. they will expect you to identify this answer. Now, suppose, for example, they will give an options like this. Now, let me say option A. Option A is 1.4. Option B. Option B is 0. Option C. Option C is minus 1.4. Option D. Let me say it is 1. Now we have solved a question. Now according to you, suppose if I would have said you ignore negativity, don't even consider negativity, what was your answer? Option A will be your answer, 1.4. Do you agree?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But there is also a minus symbol in a price line and the final answer will be minus 1.4. Whenever it is minus 1.4, now you tell me what will be the real answer.
Minus 1.4.
So option C will be your answer. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, suppose in case of a negativity, you will never get a particular problem stating that kindly identify which type of elasticity is this, price elastic, let me say relatively elastic, relatively inelastic. No. Usually, they will ask you these kind of questions. You should identify the final end answer. Is it positive 1.4 or negative 1.4? Now, according to this question, what is the answer?
Negative 1.4.
So
Minus
option C
1.4.
will be the answer. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, when I come to the main exact concept of price elasticity of demand, now you tell me the answer is minus 1.4. Which type of elasticity is that?
That there is no concept that negative.
See, that is the
Lesser-
conflict here. That is what has happened. There are many disadvantages too. This is the assumption what we are taking. I will come back to the chapter 1. When in chapter 1, I will say microeconomics is full of assumptions. We assume concept and then we start explaining you. Suppose I will give a particular problem now. You kindly solve this problem and let me know.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me say earlier price is 10. Quantity was 50. Now price has increased to 12. Whenever price increases, quantity.
Decreases.
Now let me say it is 45.
Yes, sir.
Now kindly solve this problem and let me know the answer. Sir, earlier price 10. Sir, earlier quantity 50.
50.
Sir, change in quantity 5. Sir, change in price positive 2. Do you agree? Sir,
Yes,
2
sir.
ones are 2 5s are 5 5s are
20.
25.
25 divided by 50. 25 divided by 50.
0.5.
0.5.
5.
Now you tell me which type of elasticity is this?
Relatively inelastic.
Relatively?
Inelastic.
Okay, now I will make one small changes in this problem. Now let me say instead of 12, now it is 8. Make it as 8.
Yes, sir.
Now sir, this is 8. Sir, whenever price decreases, whenever price
Decreases.
what will
Demand
happen for quantity?
Increases.
Now let me say it is 60. 60.
Yes, sir.
Now solve it.
So minus 1.
Minus
1.
Okay, when it is minus 1, we don't even have anything to be justified here.
Yes, sir.
That is the main biggest problem with economics. We make assumptions. So I said you to ignore negativity for a moment. Whenever you get relatively elastic, majority of the time it will be negative value. It will be negative value. Majority of the time it will be negative value. That is the main reason I said you to ignore negativity. Suppose if they're asking you a numerical question and they're asking you to get the end final result. If it is end final result, then you need to consider with the negative value answer. You cannot just say it as positive 1.4. It is negative 1.4. But whenever they are asking you which type of elasticity is that, now you tell me it is minus 1.4. Which type of elasticity?
There is no concept of that. Is
That is the reason I said you to ignore negativity. Did you understood?
yes, sir.
So which type of elasticity is that now?
Now relatively elastic, sir.
So don't break your head much. Suppose if they're asking you the numerical value, sir, end answer, then you need to specify the negativity. Suppose if they're asking you which type of elasticity is that, at that point of time, ignore negativity. Ignore.
Negativity.
So which type of elasticity is that?
Relatively elastic.
Did you understood? Does anyone have a doubt here still?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Let me continue to the second one.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, boss, what was the meaning of relatively elastic?
A small change,
Small change in price leads to a large change in quantity.
Sir, it is nothing but small change in price, large change in quantity demanded. Now it will become reverse in relatively inelastic. Now, see here, relatively inelastic. Large change in price. A large change in? Repeated. Newcomers. A large change in?
Price.
Leads to a small change in quantity.
Demanded.
Small change in quantity. Demanded. Do you agree?
Demanded.
Okay. Now,
Yes,
boss,
sir.
we'll start doing this diagram. Now put your x-axis and y-axis. X-axis and y-axis. Is it done? X-axis and y-axis? Done?
Yes, sir.
Now what is the general nature of demand curve? General nature of demand curve.
From left to right.
It is downward sloping curve from left to right. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now what was the general nature of demand curve in relatively elastic?
Flatter.
Flatter. But now it will be steeper. It will be
Steeper.
It will be steeper. It will be
Steeper.
Now can you see this
Steeper.
diagram? What I have done here? Can you see here?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Kindly draw a steeper line.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Next plot here price and quantity. Can you see here? Hello?
So,
Yes, sir.
Now, did you plot it?
Sir.
Yes, sir.
The respective diagrams or the respective
Yes, sir.
graph? Now, kindly look at the board now. Now, what is happening? Sir, the large change in price, you can see the change in price is more. Can you see it? P to
Yes,
P1.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
sir, the large change in price, whenever price increases, quantity demanded.
Decreases.
Sir,
Decreases.
due to large change in price, there is a small change in quantity demanded. Can you observe here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, if I give you this numerical problem, now you solve it and let me know price, quantity. Sir, let me say the earlier price was 10, earlier quantity was 100. Now, sir, I have taken an increase in price. Now, let me take a decrease in price here. Sir, decrease in price is 5. Whenever price decreases, quantity demanded.
Increases.
Increases.
Now, sir, earlier price is 10, earlier quantity is 100. Sir, new price is 5, new quantity is 120. Sir, whenever price decreases, quantity demanded increases. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is the
Yes, sir.
formula? What is the formula?
P by
P by
Q.
Q into change in quantity demanded by change in
Change
price.
in price.
P by Q
0.4, sir, answer.
into change in quantity divided by change in price. What is earlier price?
10,
What is earlier quantity?
100,
Now, what is the change in quantity, Shashank?
5,
Change in
5.
quantity.
20.
It is 20. 120 is the present quantity. Old quantity is 100. So 120 minus 100, it is 20. What is the change in price? Sir, now it is 5. Earlier it was
10.
Now, what is the change in change in price?
5.
5.
5.
Now, sir, again it is minus 5. I'm asking you to ignore that negativity. Sir, 5 ones are 5 twos are.
2, sir.
Sir, 0, 0 cancel. Sir, 2 twos are 4. 4 divided by 10.
0.4.
0.4, sir.
Sir, now tell me, is it greater than 1 or lesser than 1?
Lesser
Lesser than 1.
Sir, if it is lesser than 1, which type of elasticity?
Relatively inelastic.
Relatively inelastic. Sir, now tell me, what is the nature of demand curve?
Steeper.
It is steeper. Do you agree? Sir,
Yes, sir.
in case of relatively inelastic, what is the nature of demand curve?
Steeper.
Steeper. Sir, in
Steeper.
case of relatively elastic, what is the nature of demand curve?
Flatter.
In case
Flatter.
of relatively inelastic,
Steeper.
Steeper.
did you understand? What is the meaning of relatively inelastic?
A
They'll
small,
change it.
A large
large
change in
change in
price.
A
price
large
leads
change
to
in
small
price leads to a small change in
Small change
quantity.
change in quantity demanded.
Quantity demanded. Did you understood?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes,
Any
sir.
doubt in relatively inelastic?
No, sir.
No,
So,
sir.
what is the conclusion of this answer? Sir, if price increases by 1%, quantity demanded decreases by
0.4%.
0.4%. Did you understood?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now see to this particular board, and what is the third type of price elasticity?
Unitary elastic.
Unitary.
Elastic.
Elastic.
Now, sir, in unitary elastic, what usually happens is, suppose if your price increases by 10%, price increases by
10%.
10%.
quantity demanded decreases by same 10%. Same.
10%.
10%.
You can see here the meaning. Whatever will be the change in price, whatever will be the change in
Price.
quantity
Price.
demanded will also change in same proportion. Quantity demanded will also change in.
Same proportion.
Proportion.
Now, have a look at the graph. Now I will explain the same particular graph itself. Now, see here. Sir, from P, there is an increase in price to P1. Let me say this is 10%. Sir, whenever price increases, quantity demanded.
Decreases.
Quantity demanded decreases. Now, even this quantity demanded is also decreasing at the same 10%. You can see the gap here. The same gap, 10% increase in price, 10% decrease in price. It is also same. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, see this numerical problem. Sir, my earlier price is 10. Earlier quantity is 100. Now, sir, the price is decreasing to 5. Whenever price decreases, quantity demanded increases. Now it is 150. Now, what is the formula?
P by Q into
change in quantity divided by
change in price.
Change in price. Now, sir, what is the earlier price? 10. What is the earlier quantity?
100.
Sir, what is the change in quantity?
50.
It is 50, sir. 150 minus 100. It is 50. What is the change in price?
5.
Sir, 5 ones are 5 twos are 2 into 50, 100. 100 divided by 100. It is 1. You agree? If elasticity is equal to 1, which type of elasticity is that?
Unitary elastic.
Unitary
Elastic.
Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, boss, the final answer is 1. So what will be the conclusion? If price increases by 1%, even quantity demanded also decreases by
1%.
same 1%. Now, what is the general nature of demand curve? What is the general nature of demand curve?
Downward sloping.
Downward sloping from left to right.
Downward sloping from left to
Right.
Unitary elastic is downward sloping from left to right. Unitary elastic is downward sloping from left to
right.
Left to right.
Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any doubt in unitary elastic?
No.
No, sir.
Now, what is the general nature of demand curve in case of relatively elastic? Relatively elastic.
Flatter.
It is flatter curve. Relatively inelastic.
Flatter.
Relatively inelastic.
Steeper.
Okay, next unitary elastic.
Downward sloping
from left to right.
From left to right.
What is the numerical value for relatively elastic?
More than 1.
Relatively inelastic.
Less than 1.
Less than 1.
Unitary elastic.
1.
Equal to 1.
Now, boss, this table is really important. Sir, relatively elastic, greater than 1, nature of demand curve is flatter. Relatively inelastic, lesser than 1, nature of demand curve is steeper. Sir, unitary elastic is equals to 1, the nature of demand curve is downward sloping curve. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
what is the meaning of relatively elastic? A small change in price leads to a large change in quantity demanded. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is the meaning of relatively inelastic?
A small change.
Small change in
Inelastic.
quantity demanded.
Relatively inelastic. First, understand the question properly. Relatively
A
inelastic
large change in price.
Large change in price
leads to a small change in quantity demanded. Next, third one, unitary elastic.
Whatever may be the change in price,
of
quantity demanded will also change in same proportion.
Whatever will be the change in price, quantity demanded will also change in same proportion. If you understood.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, boss, the fourth one is really important. First, listen to the concept carefully. If you still have any doubt, I will clarify to it. Is it okay?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now,
Yes, sir.
perfectly inelastic says whatever may be the change in price. This word is important. Whatever may be the change in price. Either if your price increases or either if your price decreases. Or quantity demanded remains unchanged. Quantity demanded remains
Unchanged.
unchanged. Sir, now sir, my demand curve will be vertical. My demand curve will be
Vertical.
or parallel to which axis?
Y-axis.
Parallel to y-axis or
Y-axis.
vertical to the origin. Vertical to the
Origin.
Now we can observe here, sir, this P1 is the earlier price. P2 is increase in price. Sir, even if price increases or even if price decreases, my quantity demanded does not change. Quantity demanded remains the same. Quantity demanded remains. For you
Same.
people only, quantity demanded remains.
Same.
Same.
Sir, whatever may be the change in price, whatever may be the change in
Price.
Price.
demanded remains.
Unchanged.
Same.
Quantity demanded remains.
Same.
Same.
Unchanged or same. Quantity demanded remains unchanged or
Same.
sir. Elasticity is equals to
0.
elasticity is equals to
0.
0.
and the most important topic, remember, all basic necessaries, all
Basic necessities.
Basic necessaries.
sir, all basic necessaries comes under a category of perfectly inelastic.
Inelastic.
Inelastic, perfectly.
Inelastic.
Remember, this is where the question comes in your examination. Basic necessaries comes under a category of dash. Perfectly.
Inelastic.
Now you people are remembering. Once you see the option, the confusion starts. Let me say option A, relatively elastic. Option B, relatively inelastic. Option C, perfectly elastic. Option D, perfectly inelastic. Now, first, don't get confused. Remain calm. Whenever you see this particular elasticity as 0, elasticity as
0.
0, which type
Zero.
of food does it represent?
Perfectly inelastic.
Perfectly.
Inelastic.
Remember, boss, whenever you see this elasticity of 0, it is nothing but dash type of food does it refers to?
Basic
Necessaries.
Basic necessaries. Basic
necessary.
Necessaries.
clothing, shelter. These are the three things which is considered as a basic necessary. Food, clothing, and
Shelter.
shelter. These are the three things considered as a basic necessary. Boss, let me explain the concept once again. Sir, in case of perfectly inelasticity of demand, sir, whatever may be the change in price, I will repeat it, whatever may be the change in price, quantity demanded remains unchanged.
Unchanged.
Quantity demanded remains unchanged. Sir, elasticity will be equals to 0. Elasticity will be equals to
0.
sir, even if price increases or even if price decreases, sir, quantity demanded is unchanged. Quantity demanded is
Unchanged.
unchanged. And what is the nature of demand curve?
Vertical.
Vertical to the origin or parallel to dash axis?
Y-axis.
Y-axis.
Y axis. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Whenever elasticity is 0, elasticity is
0.
0.
which type of good does it refers to?
Basic necessaries.
Or basic necessaries are dash elasticity of demand.
Perfectly inelastic.
Perfectly inelastic. Remember, basic necessaries comes under a category of perfectly inelastic. Perfectly
Elastic.
Now you can see a numerical problem here. Price was 10, quantity was 10. Price changed to 5, quantity still it is 100. Kindly solve this problem and let me know the answer.
Zero,
Sir,
sir.
0.
It is 0. Suppose if it is 0, which type of
Zero.
elasticity is it?
Perfectly inelastic.
Perfectly inelastic.
Perfectly
Inelastic.
elastic.
Inelastic.
So, what is the formula?
P divided by Q.
P by Q into change in quantity divided by change in
Price.
Price.
Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
So what is the nature of demand curve in case of perfectly inelastic?
Vertical to the origin.
Vertical.
Vertical to the origin or parallel to which axis?
Y-axis.
Parallel to y-axis. It is not x-axis. Parallel to y-axis. Did you understood? Now, which type of goods comes under perfectly inelastic?
Basic necessaries.
Basic
Necessary.
necessaries. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Now,
Yes,
can I
sir.
go to the next type of elasticity, that is perfectly elasticity of demand?
Yes, sir.
Now, listen to me carefully. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. Now, this concept says, sir, whatever may be the change in price, either if your price increases or either if your price decreases, it doesn't matter. Either it is increasing or decreasing. You cannot even identify what is the quantity demanded. Now, you can observe here in this particular graph. Now, sir, my demand curve is horizontal to the origin. Horizontal to the was.
Origin.
Can you see?
Origin.
Sir, it is horizontal. Moreover, you can see here it is parallel to which axis?
X-axis.
Sir, it is parallel to x-axis. And what is the nature of demand curve? What is the nature of demand curve?
Horizontal.
Parallel to x-axis.
Parallel to x-axis, horizontal to origin.
Origin.
Remember, this concept is completely unrealistic. This concept is,
Unrealistic.
we also call it as myth in nature. We also call it as
Myth
in
nature.
Sir, what do you mean by myth? It is unrealistic. It is unrealistic. Hello. Can you able to understand?
Yes.
Sir.
Sir, perfectly inelastic is horizontal to the origin or parallel to x-axis. This concept is completely unrealistic in nature. Sir, why it is unrealistic? You can observe here in the meaning. Whatever may be the change in price, whatever may be the change in price. Either if my price increases or either if my price decreases, quantity demanded cannot be determined. Quantity demanded cannot be
Determine.
Quantity demanded cannot be
Determine.
Now, you tell me the example. Is there any commodity on this earth where you can't even estimate what is the number of units consumed or what is the number of units demanded? Is there any commodity?
No, sir.
Can you give any example for that?
There is no such commodity, sir.
There is no such commodity, and that is the main reason I said it is unrealistic in nature. It is completely myth. Shashank, are you understanding?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Vaishnavi, Arpita, Pooja.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Did you understood why it is unrealistic?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Because there is no example for this concept, and moreover, this concept is completely myth in nature. Completely.
Myth in nature.
Myth in nature.
And what is the elasticity? It is equals to infinite. It is equals to
Infinity. Infinity.
infinity. They say the demand is infinite. Demand is demand is
Infinite.
okay. What is the nature of demand curve in perfectly elastic? Horizontal to the origin or parallel to
X-axis.
parallel to x-axis. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me come back to this table. How many types of elasticity of demand is there?
4.
4 types. Superb. Which are those 4 types of elasticity of demand?
Price elasticity, cross elasticity, advertisement elasticity.
How many types of price elasticity is there?
5.
5 types of price elasticity is there. Which is the first one?
Relatively elastic.
What is the numerical value?
More than one.
Greater than 1.
What is the nature of demand curve?
Flatter.
in nature.
What is the second one?
Relatively inelastic.
Relatively
Inelastic.
inelastic. What is the numerical value?
Lesser
Than 1.
What is the nature of demand curve?
Steeper.
Deeper in nature. What is the third type of price elasticity?
Unitary elastic.
Numerical value.
Equal to 1.
Now, what is the nature of demand curve?
Downward sloping from left to right.
Downward sloping from left to
Right.
What is the fourth type of price elasticity?
Perfectly inelastic.
What is the numerical value?
Zero.
E is equal to
Equal
0.
to 0.
What is the nature of demand curve?
Vertical demand curve or parallel to y-axis.
y-axis. Which types of goods comes under perfectly inelastic?
Basic necessities.
Basic
All
necessaries.
basic necessaries. All
Basic
Basic
and this is
necessaries.
the last type of price elasticity.
Perfectly elastic.
Perfectly elastic.
Numerical value
infinity.
Equal to infinity.
equal to infinity. And what is the nature of demand curve?
Horizontal.
Demand curve parallel
Demand
to
curve.
x-axis.
Shashank BN MES.
Sir.
Once topic full. How many types of price elasticity is there?
5 types.
Which are those?
Relatively elastic, relatively inelastic, unitary elastic, perfectly inelastic, perfectly elastic.
ಈ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಕಾಣ್ತಿದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ರಿಲೇಟಿವ್ಲಿ ಎಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್, ಗ್ರೇಟರ್ ದನ್ 1, ನೇಚರ್ ಆಫ್ ಡಿಮಾಂಡ್ ಕರ್ವ್, ಫ್ಲಾಟರ್ ಇನ್ ನೇಚರ್ ಅಂತ.
Yes, sir.
ಅದನ್ನ ಹಂಗೆ ನೋಡ್ದೆ ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಹೇಳು ರಾಜಾ ಇದನ್ನ.
Relatively elastic, greater than 1, flatter, sir, demand curve nature. Relatively inelastic, lesser than 1, steeper.
Numerical value. Hello? Hello? Shashank? Hello? Measurements of price elasticity of demand. Measurements of price elasticity of demand. Who is the playback singer in the room? Anjali M. Madam, is that you, playback singer?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay, did you give an heading? Measurements of price elasticity of demand.
Yes, sir.
Now, add-ons. You can see at the board. The very first one is formula method. First one is
formula.
Especially newcomers, kindly respond to me, all the 4 people.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The very first one is formula method. Already we have done it. What is the formula method formula?
P by Q into
P by Q into change in quantity divided by change in
price.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, the second method is arc method. Second method is
Arc method.
second method is
Arc method.
now look at the board. Look at this particular note. Now the arc method formula says change in quantity divided by change in price into P1 plus P2 divided by Q1 plus Q2. Now boss, this P1 and P2, it refers to earlier price plus present price. Now in the previous examples I used to give like this, sir, PQ, sir, 10, quantity was 100, change in price, let me say 50, now it became 70. Now boss, P1 means earlier price. What is earlier price?
10.
What is the new price?
15.
10 plus 15.
25.
25. P1 plus P2 put together it is 25. Now unlike the same Q, sir, earlier quantity is 100, new quantity is
70.
70. So now boss, 100 plus 70.
170.
Now let me solve this problem what I have given you with this arc method formula. Now what is the change in quantity? You tell me. Earlier it was 100. Now price increase. Whenever price increased, quantity demanded decreases. Now sir, 70 minus 100.
30.
As of now, ignore the negativity. Just concentrate here. Change in price.
30.
Change in price.
5.
What is earlier price?
10.
10.
What is new price?
15.
10 plus 15.
25.
25. Okay, what is earlier quantity?
100.
What is the new
100.
quantity?
70.
70.
Now the equation comes like this, sir. 30 divided by 5 into 25 divided by
170.
70. Sir, 5 ones are 5 fives are. So, sir, 30 into 5, 3 5s are 15. It is 150. Sir, 150 divided by 170. Sir, 0 0 cancel. 15 divided by 17. It is, what is the answer?
0.88, sir.
0.89.
88.
Now, which type of elasticity is this?
Relatively inelastic.
Relatively inelastic.
Shashank, which type of elasticity is this? 0.89. Is it greater than 1 or lesser than 1?
1.
Lesser than 1. So, if it is lesser than 1, which type of elasticity is that?
Relatively inelastic.
Relatively
Inelastic.
inelastic. Now, sir, we have two methods. Sir, one is formula method, second one is arc method. Sir, we have both the formulas. Formula method has different formula. Arc method is also having a different formula. Now comes the question, sir, why did we introduce this arc method when we already had formula method? When we already had formula method. Now, boss, for you people, for everyone in the class, kindly solve this question. Now you can see here 10, 15, 100 and 70. Can you see here? Problem number 1.
Yes, sir.
Kindly solve both the problems. Problem number 1 and problem number 2. We have two different problems here. I know that there is an answer I've already solved in a material, but still you people have to solve it once by your own. Kindly solve that under formula method. The very first method what we have already learned, formula method. Kindly solve that in a formula method. Shashank, did you got the answer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is the answer for the first problem?
0.6.
So if it is 0.6, which type of elasticity is that?
Relatively inelastic.
Relatively?
Inelastic.
No, Shashank, come here. Shashank, BN.
Yes, sir.
Second problem answer.
Second problem answer 1.29.
If it is 1.29, is it greater than 1 or lesser than 1?
Greater than 1.
Which type of elasticity is that?
Relatively elastic.
Relatively
Elastic.
Now everyone kindly look at the board. Sir, if at all I am using this formula method, my formula method has some disadvantages. Sir, what disadvantages does this formula method has? Now if I see this numerical problem carefully, sir, what is my numerical problem? Sir, earlier price 10, earlier quantity 100. New price 15, new quantity 70. Sir, in the first problem, I got relatively inelastic as an answer. Now, sir, the same problem, I have just reversed it. If you can observe, what is problem number 2? Can you observe the problem number 2 properly?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I have just reversed a problem. That's it. I have never done nothing big else here.
Yes, sir.
Sir, when I reverse a problem, don't you think in mathematics, even if we reverse a problem, even if we cross multiply, we should get the same answer?
Yes, sir.
But
Yes,
what are
sir.
we getting?
Different.
Answer. So this is the biggest problem of your formula method. This is the reason why we introduced arc method. We introduced. So what was the formula of arc method? For you four
Change in
people,
Q
newcomers.
divided by change in P.
Change in quantity divided by change in price into
P1
plus P2 divided by Q1 plus Q2, or you can
Q1
say it
plus
as
Q2.
earlier price plus new price, earlier quantity plus new quantity. Is it understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now you take any problem for it matter out of that both the problems which you people have already solved. You can see here. Kindly solve that problem under ARC method. Now take this first problem as an example if you want. What does first problem speaks? What is the present price? For you people only.
10.
10. Change in quantity?
7. 30.
Change in quantity?
Yes, sir. Change in quantity 30.
30 pakka?
Yes, sir.
Now, okay, what is the formula of your ARC method?
A change in quantity divided by
Change in quantity divided by change in price into P1 plus P2 divided by Q1 plus
Q1 plus Q2.
Q2. Now, you tell me, what is the change in quantity?
30.
What is the change in quantity?
30.
30. Change in price?
5.
Now, what is P1? 10. What is P2?
15.
Sir, what is Q1?
100.
What is Q2?
70.
Sir, it is nothing but 30 divided by 5 into 25 divided by 170. The same
70.
problem which I solved, the answer will be 0.89. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, kindly solve the second problem in ARC method. Not in formula method, ARC method. This formula. Change in quantity divided by change in price.
Same answer, sir.
Are you getting same answer?
Yes, sir.
Everyone?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is the advantage of your ARC method. Boss, in ARC method, even if you reverse a problem, even if you
Reverse the problem.
we still get the same answer. Boss, 0.89. Is it greater than 1 or lesser than 1?
Less than 1.
Lesser than 1.
Which type of elasticity is that?
Relatively
Relatively inelastic.
Relatively?
Inelastic.
Relatively?
inelastic.
Did you understood?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Now comes the very important question, sir. Suppose in exam, they have given a numerical problem, but they have not mentioned which method to be used. Is it a formula method or is it a ARC method? Sir, yenu kottila. They have only just given a numerical problem. We need to solve a numerical problem. We should identify the end answer. Now, newcomers, for all the 4 people, which formula to use?
ARC method.
ARC method or formula method? Which formula?
Formula method.
Pakka. Shashank, which method?
Formula.
New Shashank, newcomer Shashank, which method will you use? Sai Shashank, for you only, man. Which method will you use if nothing is specified in exam? ನಿನಗೆ ಕಣ ಯಾವ ಮೆಥಡ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯೋ?
Sir, ARC method.
ARC method. Vaishnavi, Arpita and Pooja, you 3.
So, ARC method.
Which method will you use?
ARC method, sir.
Okay, now people observe these notes.
Sir.
I've given something as a note here. Can you observe here? I'm highlighting that now.
Yes, sir.
Read it. In an exam, if a numerical problem is given without specifying which method to be used, which method to be
Used.
Is it a formula or ARC method? First use dash method.
Formula method.
First use which method?
Formula.
Because
Formula method.
majority of the problems are framed under formula method. There are hardly few problems which will be framed under ARC method. Sir, how do we get to know whether it is formula method or ARC method? Sir, first to solve this problem under formula method, you will usually get answer. Suppose, sir, I have got an answer as 0.89, sir. Out of the 4 options which is given in an exam, you will obviously get 0.89 in that option. Suppose, sir, 0.89 is not at all there. Then go with your ARC method. Then go with your ARC method. Sir, you need to first use ARC method. Sorry, formula method. You will get an answer which matches with the given 4 options. Suppose, if you cannot find, if you cannot find the answer in any of the 4 options given, then try which method?
Arc method.
Obviously you will get an answer which is given in any of the 4 options. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So which
Yes,
method
sir.
will you use first if nothing is given?
Formula method.
Formula method.
Formula method.
Suppose if you don't get an answer which is given in the 4 options, then which method?
Arc method.
Arc method. Now there is one more biggest problem. Sir, I've solved a question in both the way. One in formula method, one in arc method. Sir, both the answers are there in a option. Both the answers are there in a
Option.
now. Which one will you mark? Which answer will you consider? Arc method answer or formula method's answer?
Formula method.
Arc method answer or formula method answer?
Formula method.
Formula method.
Sir, it should be arc method. We have a disadvantage in formula method. That is the reason why we introduced which method?
Arc method.
Arc method. That is what I was teaching you now, boss. If nothing is given, first use formula method, you will get the answer. So still I want to be confirmed. Also solve the question in arc method. Sir, suppose both is given. Arc method answer is also there in an option. Formula method answer is also there in an option. Then kindly mark it as a arc method's answer. Arc method answer is considered as a final. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Boss, can I go further?
Yes, sir.
So till what
Yes,
time is the
sir.
class? Till what time is the
2
class?
o'clock, sir.
2, sir.
Yes,
Till
it is,
2 o'clock.
it is already 2 o'clock. So what I am thinking is, shall we do till 2:30? Is it okay?
Okay, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir. Is anyone having a
Yes,
problem till 2:30?
Sir, we have a class at 2:30.
2:30. Which class do you have?
BCom classes, sir.
Yeah, so BCom classes. Okay. Everyone, unmute yourself. Everyone.
Yes, sir.
Is it okay if we start in the early morning by 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock? Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Does anyone have a problem?
Not 8.
Okay, chalo. Now we will start with the topic. Yesterday we have just stopped it till arc method. Boss, I said there are 4 methods to calculate price elasticity. The very first method was formula method. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Second method is
Arc method.
now the third one is point method. Point method is nothing but, boss, we need to use it to find out extremely small changes. Extremely small changes. Do one thing. All these new students, Vaishnavi, Pooja, Arpita, Shashank.
Yes, sir.
You people, only these 4 people, unmute yourself and rest others mute. Only when you have any doubts, you can unmute yourself and you can clarify the doubts. Akshat,
Yes, sir.
are you understanding?
Yes, sir.
Hema, Harshita, Anjali, Vidyashree, you are not at all speaking.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Are you
sir.
people able to understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mohana. There is Mohana. I think one more student has left the room. Aditi,
I'm there, sir.
are you understanding? Ramya,
Yes, sir.
Srishti,
Yes, sir.
Amruta, Gagana,
Yes, sir.
Priyanka, is she present? Prerana?
Absent, sir.
Priyanka and Prerana is absent. Okay, fine. We'll continue with the topic. Now, have a look on the board. Can you able to see this material?
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, in this point method, we use only to identify extremely small changes. Extremely
Small changes.
Sir, unlike your perfectly elasticity of demand, this concept is also completely unrealistic or myth. Actually, there is no specific kind of explanation for this, boss, but this particular graph is useful even in my chapter 4. Understand it carefully, boss. We say this point method is derived by using upper segment and lower segment. Sir, what exactly is this segment? Now, let me explain you in this other way. Now, you can see this graph, right?
Yes, sir.
Remember, boss, whenever your demand curve touches your y-axis, demand curve touches your dash axis.
Y-axis.
Y-axis.
Y-axis, sir, it is considered as dash type of elasticity, which is infinite.
Okay.
Perfectly elastic.
Perfectly elastic.
Elastic.
Sir, perfectly elastic is infinite. Sir, whenever demand curve touches your y-axis, we consider it as perfectly inelastic. And boss, yesterday we have also discussed this particular graph. You can see here. Sir, this is perfectly inelastic or perfectly elastic?
Perfectly inelastic.
Okay. Now, sir, in case of perfectly elastic, sir, my demand curve, for which particular axis or for which particular line is it touching? Is it for y-axis or is it for x-axis? Y-axis. Remember, whenever demand curve touches your y-axis, then it is called as perfectly inelastic. Suppose if your demand curve touches your x-axis, if demand curve touches your x-axis, so which type of elasticity is this?
Inelastic. Perfectly inelastic.
Remember, sir, perfectly inelastic has two important concepts here. Sir, all basic necessaries comes under the category of perfectly
Inelastic.
and whenever demand curve touches x-axis, it is also called as
Perfectly inelastic.
for you people, for you four people, you have to respond to me. Now, sir, whenever the demand curve touches my y-axis, it is called as perfectly elastic. Whenever my demand curve touches x-axis, it is perfectly inelastic. Did you understood?
Inelastic.
Now,
Yes, sir.
everyone, yeah, have you kept your notes next to you? The plain sheet or a paper or a book, whatever it is. Is it with you?
Yes, sir.
Kindly make sure that you also have scale, pencil, eraser, whatever is needed to plot a graph.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Now, boss, you can observe here in this particular graph, how many dots are there? How many dots are there?
5.
Sir, 5 dots are there. Remember, the middle point of a demand curve, is always unitary elastic. The middle point is always and always unitary elastic. The point which touches your y-axis is perfectly elastic. The point which touches your x-axis is perfectly inelastic. Point number 1, point number 2, point number 3. Now, sir, the between your y-axis and the middle point, that is your point B. Remember, the upper part of your demand curve, is relatively elastic. E is greater than 1. Sir, the below part, I'm not considering the middle one, the below part, sir, it is called as relatively inelastic.
Inelastic.
Sir, there are totally 5 points on this particular demand curve. Boss, remember, this is the most important thing. AR, average revenue. AR curve is also called as demand curve. AR curve is also called as
Demand curve.
Write it in your book. Write it as a note. AR curve is also called as demand curve. This is the most important. Again, we take the link in chapter 4.
Yes, sir.
AR curve is also called as demand curve. Boss, now have a look here. The point method says the formula is lower segment divided by upper segment. Lower segment divided by upper segment. Sir, how many segments do we have? Sir, see here, look at the particular graph. Sir, segment 1 between A and B. Sir, segment 2 between B and C. Sir, segment 3 between C and D. Sir, segment 4 between D and D. So totally how many segments do we have? Segment 1, 4. Segment 2, segment 3, segment 4. Sir, we have 4 segments put together. Now, if I consider this point C, C. Now, you tell me how many segments are there at upper line and how many lower segments are there. Now, sir, let me consider this point C. Sir, at this point C, how many upper segments are there? How many lower segments are there?
2
upper. Sir, the lower segments are between the C and D and E. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
So, sir, according to the formula, sir, I have 2 lower segment and 2 upper segment. Sir, 2 divided by 2.
1.
Sir, if the output is 1, which type of elasticity is this?
Unitary elastic.
Can you see here? The middle point of every demand curve is unitary elastic. Now, let me take the point B. Sir, at point B, how many lower segments do you have at point B?
3.
Sir, I have 3 lower segments. How many upper segments do you have?
1.
Sir, 3 divided by 1.
3.
Sir, if it is greater than 1, which type of elasticity?
Perfectly elastic.
All my dear
Relatively elastic.
educated idiots, if it is greater than 1, it is relatively elastic. Now let me take point A. Sir, at point A, you can observe here, that is the point which is touching your which axis?
Y-axis.
Y-axis. Do you have any lower segments?
Yes, sir.
How many lower segments?
4.
Sir, I have 4 lower segments. How many upper segments?
0.
Now you tell me, all the math students, any numerical divided by 0, what is the output? Infinite. You get as an error in your calculator. If you want, you can try it. Sir, any numerical divided by a 0 is a math error. That is we consider it as a infinite. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Now, okay, let me take this point D as consideration. Now, boss, D, how many lower segments do you have?
1.
1. How many upper segments do you have?
3.
3. 1 divided by 3. 0.33333. Is it greater than 1 or lesser than 1?
Less than 1.
If it is lesser than 1, which type of elasticity?
Relatively inelastic.
Relatively
Inelastic.
inelastic. Okay, now let me take this point E, which is, let me say, demand curve is touching your x-axis. Which type of elasticity is that?
Perfectly inelastic.
Inelastic.
Perfectly inelastic. Do you have any
Inelastic.
lower segments?
No, sir.
Okay, 0. How many upper segments?
4.
4.
Now you tell me, my dear math students, 0 divided by a numerical is?
0.
0. Sir, if it is 0, which type of elasticity is that?
Perfectly inelastic.
Perfectly
Inelastic.
inelastic. Boss, the major twist here is at point A and point E. You people get confused in your examination. Sir, how? Remember, sir, any numerical divided by 0 is a math error. Sir, any 0 divided by numerical is a 0. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Does anyone have a doubt here?
No, sir.
Now remember, boss, even in your point method, it is completely unrealistic in nature. You need to remember only one single concept in your point method, that is your formula, that is lower segment divided by upper segment. And this particular graph is helpful in your chapter 4, and demand curve is also called as dash curve.
AR curve.
What do you mean by AR?
Average revenue.
Average revenue curve. Remember, boss, AR curve is also known as demand curve, and the middle point of every demand curve is unitary elastic. The point which touches your y-axis is perfectly elastic. The point which touches your x-axis is perfectly inelastic. Sir, upper portion is relatively elastic, lower portion is relatively inelastic. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, the fourth method is total outlay method. Total
Outlay
method.
First, listen to me very carefully. This is little outstanding topic, or it is completely the opposite of what we have learned till now. Sir, till now, when I was explaining you about demand, I considered price and demand both. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
But in total outlay method, I'm not interested about the price or a quantity demanded by a customer. I'm repeating the sentence once again. Sir, in total outlay method, I'm not interested about the price of a commodity or what is the quantity they have consumed. For me, their spending nature is important. For me, what is important?
Spending nature.
Or let me say, for me, their spending capacity is important. What capacity is important?
Spending
capacity.
Sir, what is the spending capacity? Sir, I can say, whenever these people are getting an income, whenever there is a change in a price of a commodity, are they spending more or are they spending less, or are they spending in a same proportion? That is what I'm interested. For example, you are getting a 15,000 income. Now you are going for a shopping. My concern is, out of this 50,000, are you spending more money in a shopping, or are you spending less money in a shopping, or are you spending the same amount of money every month? Your spending nature is important for me in total outlay method. Sir, what is the spending nature? Now, let me take the same three people what we took for the demand schedule: Batman, Superman, and Iron Man. Now, let me say the price of a commodity is rupees 6. Now, you can observe here 6 rupees, 6 rupees, 6 rupees. Sir, whenever the price of a commodity is rupees 6, Batman is consuming 10 units, Superman is also consuming 10, Iron Man is also consuming 10. Now, what do you mean by outlay? How much are you spending? Sir, the price of a commodity 6 rupee, you are consuming 10 units. Don't you think 6 into 10, 60 rupee, you are spending 60 rupees on a particular commodity? Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now you can see here all the three people, they're spending 60, 60, 60. Do you agree?
Yes,
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 sir.
sir.
Now, sir, the prices have decreased. Whenever price decreases, demand.
Increases.
Increases.
Now see here, the price has fallen to 5 rupee. From 6, it has fallen to 5. Now you can see here, even it is 5, even it is 5. Now, boss, Batman is consuming 15 units. Superman is consuming 12 units. Iron Man is consuming 10 units. Now, sir, 5 into 15.
75.
75.
Next, sir, 5 into 12.
60.
60.
Sir, 5 into 11.
55.
Now, sir, again the price of a commodity has dropped from rupees 5 to rupees 4. You can observe here in all the columns, rupees 5 to rupees 4. Now, sir, whenever the
Yes,
price
sir.
has fallen from rupees 5 to 4, Batman is consuming 20 units, Superman is consuming 15 units, Iron Man is consuming 13 units. Now, sir, 4 into 20.
80.
Who is that? 420. 4 into 20 is not 420. 4 into 20 is 80. Next, 4 into 15.
60.
Next, 4 into 13.
52.
52. Now, if you observe the spending nature, this outlay is nothing but a spending nature. Now, you tell me, Batman, whenever there is a decrease in price, is he spending more or is he spending less?
More, sir.
Spending more. Sir, earlier he was spending 60, next to 75, next to 80 rupee. Now he is spending more. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Sir, next to Superman, 60, 60, 60. Is he spending more, spending less, or spending same?
Same.
Sir, spending same. Next, Iron Man. Sir, 60, 55, 52. Is he spending more or less?
Less.
Less.
Remember, whenever the spending nature is more, we consider it as relatively elastic. Relatively.
Elastic.
Sir, whenever the spending nature is less, we consider it as relatively inelastic. Relatively.
Inelastic.
Sir, whenever the spending nature is same, we consider it as unitary elastic. We consider it as
Unitary elastic.
unitary elastic. Sir, let me repeat this concept once again. Sir, in total outlay method, I am interested in spending capacity of a customer. Sir, if customer spends more and more, relatively elastic. If customer spends less, relatively inelastic. If customer spends same money, then it is called as dash type of elasticity. Unitary elastic. Did you understood the topic?
Yes, sir.
Shall I go further?
Yes, sir.
Sir, there are 4 types of measurements for price elasticity of demand. Sir, the first one is formula method. Second one is arc method. Sir, third one is total outlay, point method. Third one was point method. Fourth one is total outlay method. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Did you people understood?
Yes, sir.
So by this price elasticity is done. So how many types of elasticity of demand is there?
4 types.
So which was the first one?
Price elasticity.
Price elasticity.
So which is the second one?
Income elasticity.
Now we will go for the income elasticity of demand. Boss, in price elasticity of demand, we have also seen an explanation. Sir, it is a responsiveness or change due to change in dash.
Change of income of the
Change in
consumer.
dash. Price elasticity due to change in dash. Due to
Price.
change in price. Due to change in price. But the name it is now, it is income elasticity. Sir, now demand is changing. This change in demand is due to change in what? Income. Due to change in?
Income.
Due to change in?
Income.
Due to change in?
Income.
Now you can see the formula here. You can observe the formula here. See here. Income elasticity of demand is equals to percentage change in demand divided by percentage change in?
Income.
Percentage change in?
Income.
Okay, boss. What is the relationship between price and demand is called as? The relationship between price and demand is called as?
Demand function.
Demand function. It is called as demand function.
Function.
Now, listen here. The relationship between income of a consumer and quantity demanded. Income of a consumer and quantity
Demanded.
is called as Angel's curve. It's called as Angel's curve or income function, or it is called as income
Function.
It is also called as income function. Now, boss, the most important topic of this chapter and the most confusing topic of this chapter. Sir, remember, we have 2 types of goods already we have discussed yesterday. Sir, normal goods, inferior goods. Do you agree? Yesterday I discussed during Giffen's goods explanation. Do you remember?
Yes, sir.
Now, first understand the topic. Later on, if you have any doubts, kindly do ask me. Sir, what is the general nature of demand curve? The general nature of demand curve is a downwards sloping curve. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, but also in this determinants of demand, I said you, sir, whenever income increases, whenever income increases, what will happen for demand?
Decreases.
Demand
Increases, sir.
Decreases.
increases, sir. Whenever income increases, demand increases. Sir, whenever income decreases, demand will also decrease. Do you agree?
Decrease.
Sir, what is the
Yes.
relationship with price? Sir, whenever price increases, demand decreases. Whenever price decreases, demand
Increase.
increases. Sir, this is the main thumb rule of my demand chapter. In terms of income, it is positively related. Sir, in terms of price, it is negatively related. In terms of which type of good?
Normal goods.
In terms of normal good.
Normal
Yesterday, we
good.
also discussed in that particular table. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that at least?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, boss. Now, let me come to the inferior goods. Giffen's goods. Yesterday, we have discussed the Giffen's goods. Do you remember?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Whenever price increases, what will happen for the demand for inferior goods?
Decreases.
Decreases.
Demand for inferior goods
Decreases.
increases. Exceptions to the law of demand. Second one, Giffen's goods, low quality goods. Whenever price increases, demand will also increase. Whenever price decreases, demand will also decrease.
Decrease.
This is in case of which type of good?
Inferior goods.
Inferior good. This is in terms of price. Now let me come in terms of income. Sir, whenever income increases, demand for inferior goods
Decreases.
decreases. Superb. Sir, whenever income decreases, demand for inferior goods
Increases.
Now, boss, for me, see here, this particular concept is important, and this particular concept is important because we are discussing about dash type of elasticity.
Income
elasticity.
Income elasticity.
Income elasticity of demand. Sir, now I am interested to learn in terms of income. Now, boss, have a look at a board. Sir, in terms of income elasticity, in terms of a normal good, in terms of a dash type of a good.
Normal
good.
Normal good. So what is the condition? Whenever income increases, demand
Increases.
Whenever income decreases, demand
decreases.
So, boss, remember, in terms of income elasticity of demand for a normal good, my nature of demand curve is upwards sloping curve. Nature of demand curve is
Upward sloping.
Now, write down in your notebook over there. Normal goods, below that, in terms of price, downward sloping demand curve. In terms of income, upward sloping demand curve. Right there. Upward sloping demand curve in terms of income. Downward sloping demand curve in terms of price. This is for dash type of goods, normal goods. This is for dash type of goods, normal goods. Now, below that, inferior goods, given heading as inferior goods. Now, for inferior goods, upward sloping demand curve in terms of price. Downward sloping demand curve in terms of income. For inferior goods, upward sloping demand curve in terms of price, downward sloping demand curve in terms of income. So is it done?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Now have a look at the board. Now boss, what is the condition for income in terms of price with normal goods? Sir, whenever income increases, demand will also increase. Now we can observe here. Sir, what is the general nature of demand curve? Upwards sloping curve. Do you agree? Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Only. Do you agree?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Now, boss, observe here, sir. Whenever income increases, increases, even my demand is also increasing. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, boss, the most important topic now, sir. In price elasticity of demand, we have discussed about this formula methods formula. Do you remember?
Yes, sir.
What was the formula methods formula over there?
P
by
by
P
Q
by Q into
Q
change in quantity divided by change in price. Do you agree?
price. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Now,
Yes,
sir,
sir.
only small changes. Instead of P, we will write it as Y. What does Y represents in economics?
Income.
Income.
Sir, now Y by Q into change in quantity divided by change in income. Change in income.
Income.
Quantity
Instead of
divided by change.
P, we are replacing that P with Y. That is income. Did you understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, boss, look at the particular concepts here. Now, boss, suppose by using this formula method, by using dash method,
Formula
Okay.
method.
if the end answer is greater than 1, if the end answer is
Greater than
greater than 1, that is dash type of a goods,
Luxury
Luxury.
goods.
luxury goods. Sir, suppose if the elasticity, let me say the final end answer is lesser than 1, which type of a good is that?
relatively
Hello, I'm
Necessary.
underlining here. See here, necessary or normal goods.
No.
Sir, this is in terms of income elasticity. Sir, by using this formula, whenever we get an end result output, if it is greater than 1, in terms of income elasticity, it is luxury goods. That is greater than 1. Sir, if it is lesser than 1, it is a normal goods or a necessary goods. Normal goods are a necessary goods. Sir,
Necessary goods.
suppose if it is equals to 1, if it is equals to 1,
One.
sir, either it can be a luxury or necessary good. Luxury or necessary good.
Necessary.
Are you able to understand? Boss, suppose if it is greater than 1, which type of good is that?
Luxury goods.
Luxury
If
goods.
it is lesser than 1.
Necessary goods.
Normal goods.
Okay, boss, if it is equals to 1.
Luxury or
Luxury or necessary goods.
Luxury or
Necessary goods.
necessary goods. Boss, now there comes the most important thing. Sir, if it is 0, if it is,
Zero.
if it is,
Zero.
if it is,
zero. Zero.
sir, what happens? Sir, whenever the elasticity is 0, it means there is no change in quantity. There is no change in
Quantity.
there is no change in
Quantity.
that is, sir, my income has increased from 15,000 to 20,000. Sir, even though if my income has increased, I'm not increasing my consumption. Sir, I'm not demanding more. I'm still demanding the same number of units. Sir, my income has increased, but I am not demanding more. Sir, that is whenever elasticity is 0, there is no change in quantity. There is no change in quantity,
Quantity.
irrespective of change in income, irrespective of change in
Income.
sir, either your income might increase or your income might decrease. Either if it is increasing or decreasing, you're still consuming same number of units. You're not at all changing the quantity. That is the situation where you will get the end output answer as dash 0. You will be getting as
Zero.
Zero.
Did you understood? Now,
Yes,
sir, this particular table is really important. One single question, especially this last particular situation is important. That is where it is most confusing. Sir, in case of income elasticity of demand, if the final end answer is greater than 1, which type of good is that?
Luxury goods.
Lesser than 1.
Normal
Normal goods.
If it is equals to 1.
Luxury or
Luxury or normal
If it
goods.
is equals to 0.
No change,
No.
change in
No change
quantity.
in quantity. That is, income has changed, but even after change in income, there is no change in quantity.
Quantity.
This is in terms of a normal goods. Did you understand? This first graph is for dash type of a good. For you people only, this first graph, upward sloping demand curve. Which type of a good is this?
Normal goods.
It is dash type of a good.
Normal goods.
Normal goods. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Now let me come to this inferior goods. Sir, in terms of inferior goods, in terms of dash type of a good,
Inferior goods.
the demand curve will be dash.
Downward slope.
Downward sloping.
Downward sloping curve. Which type of demand curve? Income elasticity demand curve. Sir, in terms of income, sir, my income elasticity for inferior good is a downward sloping curve. It is a dash sloping curve.
Downward slope.
Sir,
Oh.
that is whenever my income increases, my demand decreases. See here, this particular graph. Sir, whenever increases, demand decreases. Boss, remember, these are the two important things. Sir, in case of income elasticity of demand, for a normal good, demand curve will be upward sloping curve. Sir, in case of income elasticity of demand, for an inferior good, it is a downward sloping curve. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Any doubts here?
No, sir.
No,
For all
sir.
the people in the class, is there any doubt?
No, sir.
Shall I continue further?
No, sir. Yes.
Sir.
Now, sir, whatever we discussed over there, sir, formula method, arc method, it remains the same. Instead of P, you need to name it as Y. Sir, P by Q, instead of P by Q, Y by Q into change in quantity divided by change in income. Sir, here change in quantity divided by change in income is equals to Y1 plus Y2 divided by Q1 plus Q2. Formula method, arc method remains same. Instead of P, you need to write it as Y. And yesterday we have already discussed this table in terms of a normal good, in terms of an inferior good. What is the condition? This table is really important. Don't forget it. At least one question might be asked by this table. Shall I go further?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now comes the most important and the confusing topic of here. Another important question. Now, sir, cross elasticity of demand, it represents for which type of goods?
Substitute.
Complementary and substitutes. It is for both.
Substitute.
Now, boss, see here, see the heading or whatever is the meaning given over there. Sir, it is a responsiveness or change in quantity demanded of good A, of good.
A.
That is good 1. Due to change in price of good B. Due to change in price of
Good
B.
Yesterday I gave you the example of coffee and tea. Do you remember?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Coffee and tea, both the commodities price was rupees 10. Both the commodities price was rupees
10.
10. Sir, coffee prices has increased from rupees 10 to rupees 12. That is, sir, the good B is coffee here. Now, can you see here? Let me write it over there for your better understanding. Sir, this good B is coffee. Sir, good A is tea. Good A is tea. Sir, the price of coffee is increasing. Price of coffee is increasing. Because of which, what will happen for demand of tea?
Increases.
Increases.
Sir, assuming Shashikiran sir owns a coffee shop. Assuming Shashank owns a tea shop. Now, Shashikiran sir and Shashank both have a, let me say, shop in opposite direction. Let me say I have a shop opposite to my shop. Shashank is also having a tea shop. Now, I have increased the price of a coffee from rupees 10 to rupees 12. Now, boss, due to increase in price, many people, instead of drinking coffee, now they have started to drink tea. Tea and coffee substitutes to each other. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
And boss, now because of increase in price of a coffee, people have shifted from coffee to tea. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Boss, that is what they're saying here. See the meaning. Sir, it is a responsiveness or change in quantity demanded for good A. Sir, the good A's demand is changing. Why it is changing? Due to the change in price of good B. Due to the change in price of good
B.
B. Now, let me take one more example, especially for your complementary goods. I gave that example of petrol and bike. Do you remember?
Yes, sir.
Sir, let me say this good B is petrol. Sir, good A is bike. Good A is
Bike.
Sir, now petrol prices are increasing. Petrol prices are
Increasing.
Sir, let me say 1 liter petrol was 70 rupees, sir. All of a sudden, now the petrol price of 1 liter is 100 rupees. Now, sir, one of my friends, that is Mr. Nagendra Karthik, he was planning to purchase a bike. Now he is like, sir, 1 liter petrol itself is 100 rupees, sir. Instead of using my own bike, I can use a public transport. That is way more cheaper than using my own bike. So he dropped off purchasing this bike. So what happens? Unlike Nagendra Karthik, there are many people who thinks in the same way. Sir, due to increase in price of petrol, there will be a decrease in demand for bike. Do you agree? Do you
Yes,
agree?
sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, what is happening, sir? I said you the shortcut to remember. Sir, complementary goods are dash related, positive or negative?
Negative.
Negative.
Negatively related. Boss, arrow marks are in a different direction. See here, red color. Sir, price is
Yes.
increasing, demand is decreasing. But complementary goods, blue color one. Sir, complementary goods are negatively related, but substitute goods are
Positively related.
positively related. What is the shortcut to remember? What is my name?
Shashikiran.
Starting letter.
Yes.
Substitute goods starting letter.
Yes.
Remember this, boss. Substitute goods are positively related. Complementary goods are dash related.
Negatively related.
Negatively related.
Negatively related. And boss, did you understood the meaning of this cross elasticity of demand?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is the meaning of this cross elasticity of demand? Sir, it is a responsiveness or change in quantity demanded of good A due to change in price of good
B.
Now you can see the formula here. Sir, percentage change in quantity demanded of good A due to percentage change in price of good
B.
B. Now, sir, which one is positively related? Which one is negatively related?
Substitute is positively
Substitute
related.
related.
Sir, substitute goods are positively related. That is the reason demand curve is upwards sloping curve. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Sir, whenever the price of one commodity increases, the quantity demanded for other commodity will also increase. Sir, coffee and tea. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Sir,
sir.
complementary goods. Price of petrol and quantity demanded for bike. Sir, whenever price of petrol increases, the demand for bike decreases, negatively related. So demand curve is downward sloping curve. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, boss, let me give some work for your brain. There are two problems. Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Kindly solve this particular problems and let me know the answer. Let me see how well you people can solve this. Miss Anushka owns a coffee shop where she sells 100 coffees per day for rupees 10 each. Due to increase in price of raw material, she increased the coffee price to rupees 12, due to which her sales reduced to 75 coffees per day. An opposite tea shop of Mr. Kohli stated receiving more customers all of a sudden in a recent time, where he sells tea for rupees 10 each and sales per day increased from 400 cups of tea to 500 cups of tea. Calculate cross elasticity of demand.
One 1.25.
1.25. Which type of elasticity is this?
Complementary.
Ma, I asked which type of elasticity is this?
Relatively elastic.
Is it done? My dear students, you have already attended my class. You have already solved this problem once. The same problem with different numericals.
Yes, sir.
I know that 99% of the class will do the wrong. You will start taking wrong calculations.
So 0.28.
0.28. 0.28. Okay, let's see which one will be the right answer. Shashank BN.
Sir, it is 0.208. So sorry. It's not 2.
0.208. Okay, let me take it as 0.20 only. Shashank BN.
Sir,
Answer na?
1.25, sir.
1.25.
So
Sai Shashank,
it's just one.
Yes, sir.
what is answer?
1.25.
1.25. How did you get this 1.25? Can you explain me?
So 0.25.
0.25. Another one more new
Yes.
answer. Okay, next. Gagana, what is the answer?
0.20 ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು.
First ಹೇಳಿ ನೀವೇನಾ? ಅಂಜಲಿ? ಅಂಜಲಿ? ಅಂಜಲಿ ಮಲಗಿದ್ಯಮ್ಮ? ಹುಡುಗಿ ಮಲಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾಳೆ. ಮೋಹನ? ಮೋಹನ, ರಮ್ಯಾ, ಅದಿತಿ, ಹರ್ಷಿತಾ, ಹೇಮಾ. I'm not at all getting answers from you people. Nagendra Karthik.
Sir, 1.25.
1.25. Okay, Nagendra, can you just tell me how did you solve this question?
Sir, percentage change in quantity demanded of tea, sir. So percentage change in quantity demand of tea divided by percentage change in quantity percentage change in price of coffee.
Okay, boss, that is wow. How did you solve? What is the numericals? How did you take the numericals?
Sir, one ನಿಮಿಷ sir.
ಹೇಳಪ್ಪ. How many of them are not able to do it? Sir, ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. I'm not at all finding it how to do it.
Sir, me.
Vaishnavi. After that. Anyone else other than Vaishnavi? Is it only for Vaishnavi she is facing difficult? Other than Vaishnavi, everyone else got this problem. Can I assume it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, everyone, look at the board. The biggest mistake what you people are doing is, when I wrote this coffee price, quantity, tea price and quantity, you people went back to your formula methods formula. P by Q into change in quantity divided by change in price. Is it true? Is it
Yes,
true?
Yes, sir.
If at all you are solving in formula method, you will not get the answer for this. Boss, we have two commodities here. Boss, we need to take that main formula. What is that main formula? Sir, percentage change in quantity demanded of good A. Sir, let me name this good A as coffee. Let me name the good A as coffee. Let me name it as tea. Tea is a good A. And B is coffee is a good B. For your better understanding. And what is the formula? Percentage change in price of good B. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
I need to take this main formula, and boss, I need to convert first in form of a percentage. Sir, how do I convert this? Now, boss, in this entire problem, for me, only the column of, let me say, price of tea is not important to me. Sir, it is nowhere important to me. And even, sir, the price of coffee is important to me. Sir, not the price of tea. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, then what is most important to me now? You tell me which are the two things that is important. What is good A? Good A's demand is important to me. Which is good A?
Tea.
Sir, tea's quantity demanded is important to me, and coffee's price is important to me. Sir, what is the statement says? Percentage change in quantity demanded for good A. Sir, earlier it was 400. Now it is 500. What is the change in quantity?
100.
100.
Sir, this 100 is how many percentage of 400? Sir, earlier it was 400, right? Now we will convert that into form of a percentage. Have a look here. Sir, change in quantity is 100. My earlier quantity is 400. Sir, 100 divided by 400 into 100 percentage. Sir, don't you think we get it as 0.25? That is nothing but 25 percentage. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, it is 25 percentage. So the percentage change in quantity demanded of good A is 25 percentage. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, then comes the price of a coffee. Sir, earlier it was 10, now it is 12. What is the change in price?
2.
Sir, 2 rupee. What is earlier price?
10.
Into 100. How many percentage is that? Don't you think it is 20 percentage increase?
Yes, sir.
Sir, 20 percentage increase in price of coffee has led to 25 percentage of increase in demand for tea. Do you agree?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
So you tell me 25 percentage divided by 20 percentage. It is as simple as, boss, 25 divided by 20. What is the answer?
1.25.
1.25. So who gave this 1.25 as answer?
Me.
Arpita.
Arpita.
Surana. Now, at least did you got to know how to solve this kind of a problem in cross elasticity of demand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, boss, don't take your formula method whenever you see this two commodity, whenever it is a cross elasticity, whether it is a complementary good or whether it is a substitute good. Kindly use your main formula. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Okay, kindly solve the second problem and tell me the answer. Now it is pretty easy.
Same, sir. 1.25.
Same.
1.25.
1.25. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Does anyone having a doubt? Appa, Hemant,
No,
Manoj,
sir.
do you have a doubt here?
No, sir. No, sir.
Can I continue further?
Yes, sir.
Okay, boss. Have a look.
So 1 minute. Sir, the second sum ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ doubt ಇದೆ sir.
ಹೇಳಪ್ಪ.
Sir, the price of ink went up by 25% ಅಂತ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ sir?
Increase in price 25%.
5%. And quantity demanded of pen went down by 20%.
So pen and ink, is it complementary or substitute goods?
Complementary goods, sir.
What is the nature of complementary goods? Positive relation or negative relation?
Negative, sir.
So whenever the prices of a ink is increasing, quantity demanded for pen is decreasing. Is it correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, 20 demand, change in quantity demanded is 20% divided by 25. 20 divided by 25. What is the answer?
0.8.
0.8. But everyone said 1.25. ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ?
Yes, sir.
Why I remained silent is, at least let me see, someone will come out with the answer. Someone will come out with the answer. That is why I took a pause here. Next one. ಈ ತರ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಸಲಿ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಾನೆ ತಪ್ಪು ಹೇಳಿರ್ತೀನಿ. ನೋಡೋಣ ಯಾರು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ. ಲೆಟ್ ಮಿ ಸಿ ಹೂ ವಿಲ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮೀ ಇನ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್. ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್?
0.8.
0.8. Sir, change in quantity. What is the change in quantity here? How many percentage of quantity is changing?
25%.
Sir, 20% change in quantity divided by 25% change in price. So the answer is 0.8. It is not 1.25. Did you understood?
0.8?
It can be negative 0.8. Yes, true. But you have straight away given with a percentage, so you need not to worry much. Sir, suppose if they have given a calculations like this, numerical values 100 to 75, then it has come to 400 to 500, then obviously the answer will be in minus 0.8. But now, boss, the entire figure, whatever they are giving is positive 25% and positive 20%. Now you cannot take it as negative. Akshat, are you understanding?
Yes, sir.
Suppose if they have given a numerical problem like this, complete explanation is given. Let me say quantity has decreased from 100 to 75. Here the quantity has increased from 400 to 500 due to change in coffee price. Then the answer will be, as you said, minus 1.25. If it is a numerical value, if they are asking for which type of elasticity is this, I can obviously say it is relatively elastic. Do you agree?
Sir, it's positive 1.25.
Positive or negative?
Positive that was. Second one I've got negative 0.8.
Negative 0.8. How? How
That's what
it
I
is
said.
negative 0.8?
It's gone down. That is why I was asking, right?
No. Don't worry much about those technicalities, boss. You have got a figure. Straight away, they're giving you the positive notions here. 25% positive, 20% positive. So don't break your head much.
And
Don't break
sir,
it.
if the options, if this question comes and if the
Yeah.
options have 0.8 minus 0.8 and the other two.
Positive 0.8 for the second one.
Okay, sir.
Positive 0.8. Understood? Anyone still having any doubts?
No, sir.
Sir.
Help. Anyone? Yeah.
No,
What is
sir.
the doubt? Is there a doubt?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay,
sir.
now, chalo, let me continue.
Excuse me, sir.
Helpa.
ಇದು ಈಗ increased by
No, Shashank, ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಕಣೋ. ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಎಕೋ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಕಣ.
ಸರ್ increased by 25% ಅಂತ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಸರ್?
ಹೌದಾ?
ಹಾ, ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು 125 ಡಿವೈಡೆಡ್ ಬೈ 80 ಅಂತ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಸರ್. ಅಂದ್ರೆ 100 ಗೆ ಈಕ್ವಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ.
ಇದಪ್ಪ ನೀನ್ 100 ಗೆ ಈಕ್ವಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಈಸಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಕಣ. ನೀನ್ 125 ಅಂತ ತಗೊಂಡ್ 100 ಅಂತ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ 25% ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಕಾಂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂತೀಯ? ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿನಗೆ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವರೇ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಿನಗೆ. ಸೊ ಯು ನೀಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ಟು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್. ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಆದ್ರೆ ನಿನ್ಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ನೋಡು, ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ನೆವರ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಯು ಎನಿ ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್. ಸಿ ದ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ವೆನ್ ಎವರ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಸಾಲ್ವಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದ್ ಜನ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಟೀ ಕಾಫಿ ಎರಡರದ್ದು ಕ್ವಾಂಟಿಟಿ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಎರಡೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. So what they will do, they will straight away take a formula method, P by Q into change in quantity divided by change in price anta.
Yeah.
That is where they will do a mistake. Boss, when you get a problem, first see whether it is a complementary good or a substitute good. Suppose if it is complementary and a substitute good, you cannot use your arc method, you cannot use your formula method. You could straight away use your cross elasticity of demand formula. Percentage change in quantity demanded of good A divided by percentage change in price of good B. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಗೂಡ್ ಎದು ನನಗೆ ಕ್ವಾಂಟಿಟಿ, ಗೂಡ್ ಬಿ ಇದು ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ನನಗೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇನ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಯಾವ್ದಾಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅದು ಗೂಡ್ ಬಿ, ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇನ್ ಕ್ವಾಂಟಿಟಿ ಯಾವ್ದಾಗಿದೆ ಅದು ಗೂಡ್ ಎ. ನನಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? ನಿಮಗೆ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗೋದು ಯಾವಾಗ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ತರ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ. ಈ ತರ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಅವರೇ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಕಾಂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂತೀಯಾ? ಅಂಡ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಒನ್ ಲಿಸನ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್. Whenever you are reading a problem, automatically it should come to your mind in which method you need to use. Don't do that experiment, trial and error method in your examination. Whatever mistake you want to do it when you are practicing. See, even if you are doing it 100 times wrong, that is okay for me when you are practicing. But make sure that in your examination, don't do this trial and error method. And whenever you are stuck in any problem, don't repeat it again. Don't waste your time. Leave it and just move on. Because how many questions you need to attend in 2 hours? Sir, there are totally 100 questions. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Sir, this 100 question is for how many minutes?
120 minutes.
120 minutes. Sir, it is nothing but in 120 minutes, you need to answer 100 questions. It is as simple as 1 minute 20 seconds is allocated for every single question. ನೀವು 1 minute 20 seconds ಗಿನ್ನ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ತಗೊಳ್ತಿದ್ರೆ at least you need 20 seconds to read that question. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Within 1 minute you need to answer that question if you are attending all 100. If you are attending all 100. Sir, suppose sir my target itself is to attend 75 questions, sir. Sir, 75 questions and boss, let me say 120 minutes. Sir, 120 divided by 75. You will get approximately 1.5 minutes for every question. Boss, you should be like this. You cannot just keep on doing this trial and error method in your examination. You should know whenever you are reading a question, it should come to your mind. Okay, boss, this is how. When you're reading a question, automatically in your mind, the calculations should start. Sir, this is what the formula I'm using. This is what the good A is. This is what the good B is. Which is changing in price, that is good A. Change in quantity, good B. This is how I need to do. I need to convert into percentage. That is how quick you have to be. See, don't do that mistake. If you're stuck in any problem, try once, max to max twice. Even at the second time, if you don't get the answer, don't try it again and again. Leave that question, go forward for the next question. Was don't miss the next additional question. Let me say it might be easy. The further questions might be, you can answer it even more appropriately. Are you understanding?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
So don't get stuck in one single question. If you are facing a problem, leave that question. Go further. Now, boss, which is the fourth type of elasticity of demand?
Advertisement.
Advertisement.
Sir, advertisement elasticity, you need to remember only the meaning. Sir, what is that? The change in demand is due to changing spendings on advertisement. Spendings on
Advertisement.
Sir, if at all we are spending more and more money on advertisement, obviously, sir, the reach will be more. The, let me say, information will pass on to more and more number of people, and even the demand will increase. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
And
sir.
see the formula here. Advertisement elasticity of demand is equals to percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in spendings on.
Advertisement.
Spendings on.
Advertisement.
Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Now, kindly mute everyone. Kindly mute yourself and listen to the concept. This is the most important concept of demand and the last concept of demand. Everyone, mute. Now, boss, the next concept is expansion and contraction of demand. Expansion and contraction of demand. Remember, we have discussed about the determinants of demand. PITCAT PCs. Sir, the very first topic of yesterday. Price, income, tax, climatic condition, advertisement, taste and preferences, population, complementary substitute goods. Now, law of demand says, sir, all other things remains constant, only price changes. Sir, whenever price increases, demand decreases. We have already learned law of demand. Do you agree? Sir, we have one more concept by name, expansion and contraction. Sir, what is this expansion and contraction? Unlike your law of demand, if there is only change in price, this is the most important concept here. Remember, if demand changes, if it is only due to change in price, we will also call it as expansion and contraction. Boss, remember, we will identify this expansion and contraction based on quantity. Sir, this quantity is the most important tool to identify whether it is expanding or whether it is contracting. Sir, what was our main rule? Sir, whenever price increases, demand decreases. Whenever price decreases, demand increases. Sir, this is what we have learned. Do you agree? Was superb. Now I said to you, expansion and contraction of demand is due to change in dash. It is due to change in price. Now, sir, remember, your expansion and contraction is called as movement on same demand curve. Movement on same demand curve. Was expansion and contraction is due to change in price. Sir, expansion and contraction is called as movement on same demand curve. Movement on same demand curve. Sir, what is this movement on same demand curve? Sir, we have already learned this. Sir, P and Q is my original price and quantity line. Let me say this is the point E, where I used to get it for the, let me say, intersection point of price and quantity. Let me name it as equilibrium. Now, sir, whenever price increases, sir, no doubt quantity demanded used to decrease. This is what we have learned. Acceptable. Pause. Now from Q, it is shifting to Q1. And you can observe this equilibrium also. P1 and Q1 from E, it is shifting to E1. Do you agree? Now, sir, from E to E1. Now you tell me based on quantity from Q to Q1. Sir, is my quantity expanding or contracting? Don't you think from Q to Q1, my quantity is contracting? Sir, I'm producing even more. Let me say I'm producing less, or let me say I'm supplying less, or I'm consuming less, whatever it might be, sir. My consumption has decreased. Sir, it is a contraction from Q to Q1. Sir, suppose if my price decreases, sir, from Q, it is extending to Q2, and you can observe here, sir, from E, it has shifted to E2. Sir, what is happening in terms of quantity from Q to Q2? Sir, don't you think from Q to Q2, it is expanding? From Q to Q1, this is Q to Q1, it is contracting. Do you agree? Sir, take this E into consideration. E to E1 or Q to Q1. Sir, it is contracting. Sir, E to E2 or Q to Q2, it is expanding. It is as simple as you can see here, sir, whenever price is increasing, whenever price is increasing, my demand is contracting. My demand is contracting. Sir, whenever my price is decreasing, my demand is expanding. Demand is expanding. Sir, leave about this main thumb rule. I can say it as effect of price. I can say it as effect of price. Boss, now remember, my expansion and contraction is due to change in price. Is due to change in price. And sir, my expansion and contraction, it is also called as movement on same demand curve. Movement on same demand curve. Sir, whenever price increases, demand contracts. Whenever price decreases, demand expands. Sir, this expansion or contraction, we will judge it on the basis of quantity. On the basis of quantity. Let me repeat it once again. Sir, three important things to be remembered in expansion and contraction. Sir, expansion and contraction is only due to change in dash, only due to change in price. Sir, expansion and contraction is also called as movement on same demand curve. It is also called as movement on same demand curve. Sir, what is this movement? You can observe here, we have only one single demand curve. And boss, in this one single demand curve, from point E, it is shifting to E1, or from point E, it is shifting to E2. That is, the equilibrium is moving on a same demand curve. So we call it as movement on same demand curve. Sir, when price increases, demand contracts. When price decreases, demand expands. Did you understood? So this was the concept of expansion and contraction. Boss, next concept will be your increase and decrease in demand. Increase and decrease in demand. Sir, what was the reason for expansion and contraction? Sir, it is due to change in price. Due to change in price. Sir, but increase and decrease in demand will be due to change in other factors. Sir, what is this other factors? Sir, in your PitCat PC, other than P, whenever price changes, sir, it is expansion and contraction. Sir, other than price, if any other determinants, sir, price is remaining constant here. Your IT, CAT, PCs, all other things are changing. If all other factor changes, then we call it as increase and decrease. Increase and decrease. Pause. Movement on same demand curve was called as expansion and contraction. Sir, shift in demand curve. Sir, this is the most important point. Shift in demand curve is called as increase or decrease. Increase or decrease. Now, what will happen, sir? Suppose if demand increases. Suppose if demand increases, sir, it will shift right hand side. It will shift that side. It will shift right hand side. You can observe here, sir, this is the demand curve. This is the original P and this is the original Q. Sir, now my price of a commodity is not at all changing. Now price is remaining constant. Sir, other than price in my PitCat PCs, other elements, IT, CAT, PCs are changing. Suppose, let me take an example as income. Now, sir, my price is remaining constant. Price is not at all changing. Sir, my income is increasing. Income is increasing. Remember, boss, even my demand will increase. Demand will increase. Sir, you can see here, whenever there is an increase, there will be a right hand side shift. Whenever there is an increase, there will be a dash side shift. Right hand side shift. Now, boss, suppose price is remaining constant, income is decreasing, or any other factors except price, IT, CAT, PCs, if those things are decreasing, sir, I can obviously say whenever there was an increase, you had a rightward shift. Now, whenever you have a decrease, don't you think you will be having a left side shift? Is it acceptable? Boss, now I have a left side shift. Sir, because my all other factors are decreasing. All other factors are decreasing. Whenever other factor decreases, there will be a left side shift. Whenever other factor increases, there will be a right side shift. Boss, it is pretty simple. Sir, when other factor increases, right hand side shift. If other factor decreases, left hand side shift. And sir, even we take this quantity into consideration to identify whether it is increase or whether it is decrease. Are you able to understand? Boss, let me repeat the concept once again. Sir, movement on same demand curve is called as expansion or contraction. The very first topic which we discussed. Sir, movement on same demand curve is expansion and contraction. Sir, shift in demand curve. Sir, here you can observe we are altogether drawing a new demand curve. Either it is RHS or either it is LHS. Sir, we are shifting the demand curve itself. Sir, shift in demand curve is called as increase or decrease. Sir, movement on same demand curve is called as expansion and contraction. What is the reason for expansion and contraction? It is only due to change in price. It is only and only due to change in price. What is the reason for increase and decrease? Sir, due to change in other factors except the price. Due to change in other factors except price. Sir, increase and decrease is a shift in demand curve. Sir, when will be the right hand side shift? Sir, when other factor increases, there will be a RHS. That is right hand side shift. When other factor decreases, there will be a left hand side shift. Did you understood? Everyone, unmute.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Is there any doubt here?
No, sir.
Oh, sir.
So what is the reason for expansion and contraction?
Movement
Due to change in
on
price.
change in
Demand.
price.
What is the reason for expansion and contraction?
Change in price.
In price.
Sir, movement on same demand curve is called as?
Expansion
And contraction.
Sir, what is the reason for increase or decrease in demand curve?
Change in other factors except price.
Change in other factors except
Price.
shift in demand curve is called as?
Increasing.
Shift in demand curve is also called as?
Increase or decrease of
Decrease of demand.
When other factor decreases, there will be a dash side shift.
Left hand.
Left hand side. When other factor decreases, there will be a left hand side shift. When other factor increases, there will be a right hand side shift. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
So by this, the demand concept comes to an end. From yesterday, we are talking about this demand. Boss, I also said AR curve is also called as?
Demand curve.
Demand curve. AR curve is also called as? Demand curve. Remember, demand is a flow concept. Demand is a
Flow concept.
and boss, demand chapter we think from dash point of view, customer's point of view or consumer's point of view. We think from dash point of view,
Consumer point of view.
consumer's point of view. Demand is a dash concept.
Flow concept.
Demand is a flow concept. Sir, demand curve is also called as dash curve.
AR curve.
What do you mean by AR?
Average revenue curve.
Average revenue curve.
Curve.
Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Any doubts in demand topic before moving ahead to supply? Supply in 15-20 minutes we can complete it off. If you have understood demand in a proper way, supply is damn easy. Complete opposite to demand is supply. Any doubts in demand right from the initial phase? Meaning of demand.
Sir, in case in exam, if they specify there is increase or decrease in demand curve, should we consider it as shift in demand curve, sir?
Yes, obviously. See, the shift in demand curve is more useful when you come to this equilibrium point. I will explain this equilibrium when it comes to chapter 4. There is a continuation of this demand and supply in chapter 4. Now, as soon as I do supply, today itself, I will take that equilibrium topic. More decrease in demand, more increase in supply, simultaneous change in demand and supply. We've already done that 18 graphs in class. Do you remember?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Those topics, that is equilibrium topics. In those topics, your increase and decrease, expansion, contraction is important. But usually, remember this main thumb rule. So what is the main thumb rule of your demand chapter? Whenever price increases, demand
decreases.
Whenever demand decreases, price
In nature. No, sir.
it is a wrong notion.
Wrong
Price is a
notion.
primary factor, demand is a secondary factor. First understand
Secondary
that.
factor.
Boss, and moreover, out of all those things, the table which we discussed yesterday, normal goods. The table normal goods, inferior goods, price, income, Giffen's goods.
Yes, sir.
These are the things which is important. Understood?
Sir.
Any doubts in demand topic? Anyone?
Sir, demand forecasting topic.
I will take the demand forecasting at last. Kindly remind me at last. It is like completely chota topic.
Okay, sir.
I will do it at last. Demand forecasting is actually easy. See, demand forecasting is nothing but, boss, as a, let me say, customer, I'm expecting a demand. When will it increase? When will it decrease? We have some scientific tools. We have some methods to identify it. See, it is a probability. I cannot say that it is for sure it is going to happen. See, it is only a probability. There are some tools to identify it, different types of forecasting. I will teach you at last. Don't worry. Because one question for sure it comes from demand forecasting.
Yeah.
So I will teach that at last. Other
Okay,
than
sir.
demand forecasting, is there any doubt in demand chapter?
No, sir.
No.
Increase and decrease in demand, elasticity of demand, income elasticity, cross elasticity, measurements of price elasticity, formula method, arc method, outlay method, point method. Any doubt?
No,
No,
sir.
sir.
Okay, can I go ahead for supply? Shall I
Yes, sir.
start with the
Yes,
supply?
sir.
Before taking a break, we will complete supply.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now just lean back like a boss and just listen to me like a story. Boss, now if you have understood demand, supply is damn easy. Just listen to me. That is more than enough. If you have any doubt, unmute me. You can ask me the question. Now, sir, supply is a part of stock which is offered for sale. Supply is a part of stock which is offered for sale. Now, sir, I use this word called as part of stock. Sir, remember, supply is not an entire stock. It is only a part of a stock. I gave this example in class. Sir, I'm a farmer. I have a 1 acre plot of land. Sir, I'm growing 100 bags of paddy. I'm growing 100 bags of paddy. Sir, out of this 100 bags, I'm selling 90 bags. Sir, remaining 10 bags, I'm using it for my own consumption. Sir, whatever you're supplying is 90 bags. This 90 bags is a part of 100 bags. Do you agree? So that is the reason why I said supply is a part of stock which is offered for sale. And sir, supply is a flow concept. Supply is a dash concept, flow concept. Sir, even demand is a flow concept. Sir, demand, we always thought from a customer's point of view. But supply, now we will think from a manufacturer point of view. Boss, from yesterday you're thinking from a customer point of view. Now you need to change your mindset. Now you are a manufacturer. You are a producer. Now you need to think from a manufacturer point of view. Sir, my main thumb rule of demand chapter is, sir, when price increases, demand decreases. Sir, when price decreases, demand increases. Sir, this was negatively related. Sir, this is in terms of demand chapter. But now in supply, you are thinking from a manufacturer point of view. Sir, as a manufacturer, for me, profit is important. When do you get more profit? When the selling price is more or selling price is less? Sir, obviously when the selling price is more. So in my supply, sir, whenever price increases, supply will also increase. Sir, whenever price decreases, supply will also decrease. Remember, in supply we have a positive relationship, but in demand we had a negative relationship. This is the main important difference you need to understand. Sir, the very first determinant in supply is a price. Sir, what happened over there? We discussed PITCAT PCs, the shortcut which I used to say you to remember. Sir, even in supply, the very first determinant is price, and the maximum extent which affects the supply is price. And sir, the second one is price of related goods. Now let me continue the same example. Sir, I was a farmer. I had 1 acre plot of land. I am growing 100 bags of paddy. Sir, assuming by this 100 bags of paddy, by selling 90 bags, I'm getting a revenue of 1 lakh. I'm getting a revenue of 1 lakh. Sir, there is also one more farmer who has a land next to my plot itself. Sir, let me say he also owns a 1 acre plot of land. Sir, let me say he is growing sugarcane. Sir, by let me say by selling sugarcane, he is getting a revenue of 1,50,000. Sir, and there is also one more farmer, sir, who is growing, let me say wheat. Sir, he is getting a revenue of 1,80,000. Now, boss, you are selling paddy. You are getting 1 lakh. Sugarcane 1,50,000. Wheat 1,80,000. Now tell me, if at all you are given a chance next year, which crop will you grow? Sir, obviously I will grow wheat because my revenue is more. Whenever the price of related goods is more, the supply of a related goods will be high and your goods will decrease. Do you agree? Sir, even the price of related goods will affect the supply of a commodity. And boss, the third important point is technology. Sir, how exactly technology is going to impact the supply? Sir, I used to give the standard example in the class. Sir, suppose I want to dig up a well, bavi, what we call in Kannada, or kennel, or what we call in Tamil. Now, boss, in order to dig up this well, if at all let me say, I employ 10 people to dig a well. Sir, they take one entire week, sir. They will start digging for an entire week. I need to pay salary for this 10 people. Do you agree? Sir, in other way, we also have something called as earth excavation machines, that is JCBs. Sir, this JCB can do the work of 10 people instead of 1 week. This JCB can do it in 1 day. Do you agree? Sir, this is how the technology has come into advance. Sir, whenever there is an improvement in technology, supply will also increase. Now, let me take the very old example, printers. Sir, earlier in the very old time, let me say some 10 years back, if I need to take a printout, in one single minute, maximum some 10 sheets to 15 sheets, I can take a printout. But sir, now today with the advanced technology, in one single minute, I can take more than 100 sheets as a printout. Do you agree, sir? And the very fourth important point is factors of production. Now, if I'm asking you what are the factors of production, you will tell me, sir, land, labor, capital, organization. Sir, how exactly this factors of production is affecting the supply? Okay, boss, you are the owner of an organization. Sir, what is the most important element as a owner? Profitability. Do you agree? Okay, boss, land, whenever you take a land for a rent, you tell me, whenever you are paying a very high rent, are you happy? Whenever you are paying a less rent, are you happy? Sir, obviously, when I pay a less rent, I am happy. Sir, you have, let me say you have employed few people, you need to pay them a salary, or let me say wages. Now you tell me, whenever you are paying very high wages to your laborers, are you happy, or less wages, or economical wages? Sir, I can say economical wages are as less as possible. I'm happy, because when I pay less to them, I will get more profit. Do you agree? Because you are a manufacturer, boss, for you profit is important here. Now, sir, capital. Sir, assuming you have taken a loan from a banker, obviously you need to pay interest. Sir, the expectation of return for a capital is interest. Do you agree? Now you tell me, for a banker, whenever you pay very high interest, are you happy, or less interest, are you happy? Sir, obviously when I pay less interest, I'm happy. Do you agree? Now comes a very beautiful point. Sir, you are a owner. What is your main expectation? Profit. Remember, in economics, pi symbol is represented as profit. Because now tell me, you're happy when you pay less rent. You're happy when you pay less wages. You're happy when you pay less interest. Now tell me, are you happy when you get less profit or more profit? Sir, obviously when I get more profit, we will be happy. Do you agree? Superb. Boss, it is nothing but these three elements, rent, wages, and interest. If these three charges are high, don't you think your profitability will be low? So any producer for it matter, only if he is able to get more and more number of profit, obviously boss, he will produce more, he will supply more to economy. Suppose if your other cost of factors of production is more and your profitability is less, will you produce more and will you sell it more in an economy? Boss, obviously you will never do it. That is the main reason why even factors of production is important for a supply. And boss, the last one is government policies. Sir, how exactly government policies are going to affect? Boss, now if the government is supportive to you as a manufacturer, government is helpful to you, they are not imposing more taxes, they are friendly to you, obviously sir, you're interested to produce more, you will increase your supply in economy. Just to think other way around, if government is not supportive, unnecessary restrictions, high tax rates, are you interested to produce in this economy? No. I can give the very best example. Now boss, recently, you know this car company named Kia, they have established a plant in Andhra Pradesh. There it is in the borders of Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh. Now recently there is a talk going on wherein the tax rates of Andhra Pradesh is really high. They are planning to shift the plant from Andhra Pradesh to Tamil Nadu. Sir, why? Because the government is not that supportive. Sir, suppose if the government is of supportive in nature, obviously as a manufacturer, I am interested to supply more. Boss, they might shift the plant or they might not shift the plant of Kia, because the discussion is still going on. Because it is dependent on this government policies. Suppose if government policies are easier, let me say if it is supportive for your organization, yes, you are interested. If government imposes more rules and regulation, more restrictions, are you interested? Obviously not. So how many factors are there? Let me say determinants of supply. Sir, first one is price. Second one is price of related goods. Third one is technology. Fourth one is factors of production. Fifth one is government policies. Now going ahead, law of supply. Sir, we discussed law of demand. All things remains constant when price increases, demand decreases, and vice versa. Sir, demand negatively related, but supply positively related. Sir, whenever price increases, supply will also increases. Whenever price decreases, supply will also decrease. Now sir, over there, relationship between price and demand is called as demand function, but here the relationship between price and supply is called as supply function, and the equation will be S is equals to function of price. That is, your supply is dependent on price. That is why I say whenever price increases, supply will also increase. Price is a primary factor, supply is a secondary factor, unlike your demand, what we studied. Next, going further. Sir, supply schedule and supply curve. Sir, representing supply in a form of a table is called as supply schedule. Sir, positively related. Whenever price increases, supply will also increases. Assuming, sir, Apple, Oppo, MI, these are the three cell phone brands who is supplying in India. Sir, the prices are increasing, they will supply more and more. As a customer, it is your wish whether you are demanding more or less. But now I'm thinking from manufacturer point of view. So whenever price increases, supply will also increases. Sir, there are two types of schedule, individual schedule and market schedule. Same to same, how we discussed in demand. Sir, individual supply schedule, market supply schedule. Sir, representing this supply schedule in a form of a graph is called as supply curve. Boss, over there, I also discussed with you people. Sir, demand curve was dash in nature, downward sloping curve in nature. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, boss, supply is positively related. Sir, whenever price increases, supply will also increase. Whenever price decreases, supply will also decrease. That is the main reason. Supply curve is upwards sloping curve. Whenever price increases, supply will also increases. Whenever price decreases, supply will also decreases. As the same, y-axis represents price, x-axis represents quantity. Now, sir, moving further after this demand schedule and the demand curve. Now, let us come to this elasticity of supply. Boss, how many types of elasticity of demand was there? 4 types: price, income, cross, advertisement. How many types of price elasticity was there? 5 types: relatively elastic, relatively inelastic, unitary elastic, perfectly inelastic, perfectly elastic. Now, boss, in supply, we only and only have price elasticity. That is, your supply is going to affect only and only because of price here. So, we directly take the 5 types of price elasticity what we discussed in demand. Sir, the numerical value remains same. Try to remember in the same order. Sir, relatively elastic greater than 1. Relatively inelastic lesser than 1. Unitary elastic equals to 1. Perfectly inelastic 0. Perfectly elastic infinite. And boss, over there, demand curve. Sir, relatively elastic flatter. Even in supply it is flatter. Sir, relatively inelastic steeper. Even in supply it is steeper. Sir, unitary elastic was downwards sloping curve in demand, but supply is dash sloping curve, upward sloping curve. So unitary elasticity is equals to 1, but it is a upward sloping curve. It is upward sloping curve. Sir, perfectly inelastic and perfectly elastic, ditto 100% same, including graph, everything. Sir, vertical demand curve or parallel to y-axis same. Vertical supply curve parallel to y-axis. Perfectly elastic, sir, horizontal supply curve parallel to x-axis. But beyond these 3 things, there is also one more thing we need to learn in supply. Sir, my formula method, arc method, everything remains same. P by Q into change in quantity divided by change in price. Change in quantity divided by change in price into P1 plus P2 divided by Q1 plus Q2. Arc method, everything remains same. But now, sir, instead of downward sloping curve, we will in supply, we will do it as an upward sloping curve. Boss, now you need to observe one important thing here. Whenever we are extending the supply curve, and I said you, boss, whenever it is relatively elastic, elasticity will be greater than 1. Sir, it is a flatter curve. You can observe here in this flatter curve, if we extend the supply line, it is going to intersect at your y-axis, or it will cut your y-axis. It will cut your y-axis. Which type of elasticity will cut your y-axis in supply? Sir, in relatively elasticity of supply, sir, whenever we extend the supply line, if we extend it further, it will cut your y-axis. It will cut your y-axis. Boss, what was the meaning of relatively elastic of demand? Sir, a small change in price leads to a large change in quantity demanded over there. But now we are teaching supply. Sir, a small change in price. Sir, you can see here, price is changing to a smaller extent. Sir, there is a small change in price. It is leading to a large change in quantity supplied. Do you agree? Sir, the nature of supply curve is flatter as elasticity is greater than 1. But now one additional topic is, when we extend the supply line, it will cut your dash axis or it will cut your y-axis. Did you understood, boss? In case of relatively elastic, it is going to cut your y-axis. Boss, now relatively inelastic. What is the meaning of relatively inelastic? Small change in price leads to a large change in quantity supplied. Over there, large change in quantity demanded, what we learned. But now instead of demand, we are learning it as supply. Boss, large change in price leads to a small change in quantity supplied. Sir, same, steeper curve. Relatively inelastic. Sir, elasticity is lesser than 1. But now, one additional topic. Whenever supply line is extended, now it will cut your dash axis, x-axis. Sir, relatively elastic was cutting y-axis. Relatively inelastic is cutting x-axis. Did you understood? Now, the third type of elasticity is unitary elastic. Sir, in case of unitary elastic, you can observe here very clearly, sir, it is upward sloping straight line curve. Sir, in case of demand, it is downward sloping, but in case of supply, it is upward sloping. And what is the nature of supply curve, sir? Upward sloping. Sir, elasticity is equals to 1. Additional topic, what you need to remember is, sir, when supply line is extended in unitary elastic, it will intersect at origin. It will intersect at origin. Now we can observe here, this yellow color dotted lines. Sir, it is intersecting at origin. Boss, you need to remember these three additional topics. Sir, in case of relatively elastic, if supply line is extended, it will cut your y-axis. Sir, in relatively inelastic, if supply curve is extended, it will cut your x-axis. Sir, in unitary elastic, if supply line is extended, it will intersect at origin. It will intersect at origin. I hope you understood the first three. And sir, the last two remains the same. Sir, that is perfectly inelastic. Sir, it is vertical and parallel to y-axis, and there is no change even in graph. There is no change even in meaning. Instead of demand, we will say it as supply now. Sir, the last one, perfectly elastic, same to same. Unrealistic concept, myth concept, where quantity itself cannot be determined and it is going to touch your y-axis. I and also explained you point elasticity. Sir, demand curve when it touches y-axis is called as perfectly elastic. Even in supply curve, it is touching your y-axis. Sir, the last two, perfectly inelastic and perfectly elastic, remains the same. Instead of word demand, we will replace them with supply. The most thing which you need to remember is the first three. You can observe here. Sir, over there, whatever we had for a demand, sir, it is same. Now, boss, additional extra thing is in relatively elastic, sir, no doubt elasticity is greater than flatter supply curve. When we extend the supply curve, in relatively elastic, it will intersect or it will cut your y-axis. Sir, in relatively inelastic, it will cut your x-axis. Sir, in unitary elastic, it will intersect at origin. These are the only three additional topics which you need to remember. Did you understood? Unmute everyone. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Any doubts? Akshat Surana, Nagendra Karthik, Shashank BN, Shashank, Sai,
Yes, sir.
Pooja, Arpita, Vaishnavi,
Yes, sir.
and all my MLA students.
Yes, sir.
Any doubts or did you understood?
Understood.
You understood?
Yes, sir.
Shall I go forward for the last topic of supply?
Yes, sir.
Now you people tell me, what was the reason for expansion and contraction of demand?
Change in price.
Price. Do you agree, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you can also observe here expansion and contraction of supply. Same to same reason, sir. Expansion and contraction of supply is also due to change in
Price.
due to change in
Price.
Sir, expansion and contraction was called as movement on dash demand curve there.
Same
Demand curve. Sir, even in supply, expansion and contraction of supply is called as movement on same supply curve. We can observe here, boss, demand was a downward sloping curve. Supply is an upward sloping curve. Sir, this was the original price line, original quantity line. This was the equilibrium point. Sir, whenever price increases, the quantity supplied will also increase. That is what we have learned. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
But I said you, in terms of expansion and contraction, we should take a judgment based on quantity, based on
Quantity.
So here, whenever the price is increasing, now you tell me from Q to Q1, is it expanding or contracting?
Expanding.
It is expanding. Do you agree? You can see here Q to Q1, the quantity is expanding, but from Q to Q2, quantity is contracting or contraction. Sir, remember, expansion and contraction is due to change in dash.
Price.
Sir, expansion and contraction is a movement on dash supply curve.
Same supply
That's your
curve.
equilibrium, E to E1 or E to E2. It is moving on the same supply line. So it is called as movement on same supply curve. Did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Let me go for the last topic, that is increase and decrease in supply curve. What was the reason for increase and decrease in demand?
Change in other
Other
factors.
factors except price.
Price.
Same to same topic here also, sir. If there is a change in supply due to change in other factors, sir, what is that other factors? We discussed the determinants of supply. See here, price of related goods, technology, factors of production, government policy. These are the 5 things. Now, out of these 5 things, price is remaining constant. These 4 elements: price of related goods, technology, factors of production, government policy. If these things changes, there will be a increase or decrease in supply curve. And what was the reason for a right hand side shift? What was the reason
Change.
for right hand side
Increase in
shift?
other factors.
Increase in
Other factors.
reasons for left hand side shift.
Decrease in other factors.
Same to same, sir. But now remember, whenever supply curve increases, sir, whenever there is an increase in supply due to change in other factor, supply line will shift right hand side. It will shift that side.
Right hand side.
It will shift right hand side. Sir, whenever there is a decrease in other factor, supply curve will shift which hand side?
Left hand side.
Left hand side.
Understood?
Yes.
Sir, increase and decrease is called as shift in supply curve. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Sir, we are all together plotting a new supply line, be it RHS or be it LHS. We are plotting a new line. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Everyone, respond. Do you agree?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Appa, who is having the disturbance? I think someone's father is speaking. Kindly mute. Only the person who has a disturbance, you mute it. Now, boss, other people respond. Did you understood?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, boss, listen. There is one confusing topic here. I made your life easier. Now, what usually happens here? Let me give this comparison, sir. When there is an increase in supply, when there is increase in
Supply.
the supply curve is shifting which hand side?
Right
Hand side.
Everyone understood?
Yes, sir.
Sir, when supply curve is decreasing, which hand side?
Left hand side.
Left hand side. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, compare this. This black color line is original supply curve. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Sir, this orange is a shift in supply curve, that is increase. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, you tell me, to the existing supply line, this S1 new supply line, is it downwards or upwards?
Upwards.
Downwards or upwards?
Upwards.
Downwards. See, black color line is a original supply line. Do you agree?
Yes.
Yes.
The new supply line is orange one. For the existing supply, below the existing one, that is downward. Below the existing one, we have S1. Don't you think whenever there is a right hand side shift in supply, supply curve is shifting downwards? Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me go for the demand topic there. You can see here, sir, when there is an increase in demand, even it is a right hand side shift. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, this D is a original demand line. This D1 is an increase in demand line. Now, you tell me, in demand, whenever there is an increase, is it upwards to the existing demand or downwards to the existing demand?
Upwards.
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 Sir, in case of demand, it is upwards. But in case of supply, it was downwards. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree? Appa, are you
Yes,
able
sir.
to understand? You people respond. Shashank, Akshat Surana, Nagendra Karthik.
Yes, sir.
Sir, in demand, it is an upward shift.
Yes, sir.
Sir, but in supply, see here, it is a downwards shift. Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So it creates a confusion. So don't study in terms of upward shift and downward shift. Remember, whenever there is an increase in other factors, it is dash side shift, RHS side
Right.
shift.
Right, RHS.
When there is a decrease,
LHS.
LHS. Boss, it is pretty simple. Sir, when there is an increase in other factor, RHS. When there is a decrease in other factor, LHS. Be it demand or be it supply, RHS or LHS. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Hello, respond.
Yes, sir.
I know everyone are feeling hungry. I will give a break. I know that it is already 2 minutes extra. Don't kill me by your voice itself. Everyone, did you understood?
Yes, sir.
Is there any doubt in demand and supply?